Lights, cameras in my face. Hands on the stand, trying to plead her case. Said it was love, but it smelled like a scheme. Trading a husband for a teenage dream. Hands on trial, scandals burning hot. Teacher with a plan, but she got caught. Hands on trial, verdict in the air. Justice is coming, better say your prayer. Hands on trial. Whispers loud, jury's taking notes. Star witness, kids in their Sunday coats. Bang of a gavel, lies start to crawl. She wanted romance, he ended it all. Hands on trial, scandals burning hot. Teacher with a plan, but she got caught. Hands on trial, verdict in the air. Justice is coming, better say your prayer.
What's up, everyone? So, couple things that have nothing to do with the trial. Um, I'm trying out some new equipment, so the mic, if it's too loud or anything like that, let me know. When I click on my laptop, it does pick it up. So
Hold
that's
on, let me
something
see how you sound on YouTube. Continue to talk. I'm gonna mute my mic.
Okay. The other thing is my internet keeps going out, and Cheyenne just texted me that they don't even have any power at work. So if I just randomly disappear, that's why. Um, and then I'll just have Gabby shut the stream down. Um, so that's fun. Um, but I'm gonna wait till she gets back to tell me if I need to adjust anything, if it's too loud.
No,
or-
you're fine.
Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think he's comfortable?
Who is it?
Whiskey.
Oh, I can't see him. The Spawn of AJ tag is hiding him
Oh,
on the
good.
screen.
Right before I went, like he was all like on his back, and then it had his paws above his head. But all right.
Whatever you say, tragic trailer trash.
I don't.
That's why I said it.
I was gonna say I'm at the very top, so I didn't even see it. I was like, "What are you talking about?" I get it now.
Sorry, continue.
No, you're good. So I'm gonna go ahead and say hi to everybody. Hello, Lavi. Hello, Flashfin, Ronnie. Scroll down. Not gonna say hi to myself because that would be weird. It's about time, Adair. I haven't seen you in ages. Hello, Nidowow. Don't want to miss anybody. Oh, Baker. How are you doing? And Zach. Oh, my mic is fine. I just hate your voice. That's okay. My own partner hates my voice, so that's right. Hello, Sir Frank and Old Soul. Hope you guys are having a good day. Let's see here. Luca, what's up, buddy? If I missed anybody, I apologize. We're gonna go ahead and get going on this because this is long. I'm gonna let you guys decide how long we go for. This one's 3 hours, so we can either go ahead and get through it, and because if I get through this, then it depends how long you guys want me to go. If you guys want me to go through all of it, because 3 hours is just part one. Part two is 1 hour.
Can we start with part 2 first?
No, that wouldn't.
I'm just kidding.
Hey, I told you the other day, I had almost flipped 2 videos around. What's up, Ash? But decided not to.
Yes, Old Soul. Today is Pam.
Yeah. So it's Pam. Her part 1 is 3 hours long. Part 2 is an hour long. If you guys want to sit here and get through all of it, or get through all of part 1, and we'll do part 2 tomorrow, or if you guys want to go through all of part 1, that is completely up to you. I will sit here as long as you want me to. If we get through all of it, then we'll do closings tomorrow. Like I'll do defense closing tomorrow, and then do prosecuting closing on Friday. And also on Friday, we'll wrap this whole thing up and start on a new trial on Monday. So it's whatever you guys want to do. If you guys want to sit here, great. If you're like, nah, we'll break it up into more parts. That's completely up to you. I saw a funny comment. Baker says, I don't mind your voice, but Zach's face. I can't even finish it. I agree.
Oh, man.
Zach says, Baker, I think that's a compliment. But
I mean, sure.
whatever helps you sleep at night, Zach. But Old Soul says, I'm looking forward to Pam. I saw what the prosecutors did to her bestie yesterday. I can only imagine what they do to Pam.
Hey, bestie.
Hey, bestie. They are going to take all of her shenanigans and stick it right up her tailpipe, is my guess. Don't know. But all right, because this is long, we're going to go ahead and get rolling.
Rolling. Oh, God, no. He does, actually. Yes, he does. Carmen, you got to share the screen.
I said because I loved him and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
What was it about him that you loved?
He was really kind and gentle, and he was fun to be around.
Was your marriage happy?
Yes.
Well, why don't you tell us where you worked, where Gregg worked, where you lived after you got married?
I worked at School Administrative Unit 21 as Director of Media Services, and Gregg worked at Metropolitan Life Insurance as an account representative.
Right after your wedding, where did you live?
In Derry, New Hampshire,
Where?
4E Misty Morning Drive.
Did you have any problems in your marriage?
At what point?
In the summer after your marriage?
No,
Did you have any problems in the fall after your marriage?
no,
In the winter after your marriage, did you have any problems with your marriage?
yes.
Did you tell the people in the jury about that?
Well, basically, it started in December of 1989.
What happened?
There was a time when I believe it was before Christmas. I don't know the exact date, when Gregg didn't come home one night, and he came home the next morning.
Was that something he did often?
Never.
I don't mean to pause it so like right at the beginning, but I do want to say hi to John. If you were the one that made did the comment, thank you so much for that comment. That was actually really nice, and I know my mom and I appreciate it, and the whole chat. But chat amongst you guys yourselves. I will tell you, this chat gets a little rowdy. It's all in good fun and good banter, but feel free to roast them if you want, because I'll allow it. But I don't know who she's talking about at the moment. I don't know if it's her husband or the student. I don't know if she even knows.
Without me knowing where he was.
What did you do on the evening when he didn't come home?
I didn't even know he wasn't home till the next morning, because I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock, and he sometimes didn't come home till 11 or 12, or it mattered when he had appointments. I mean, most of the time he was home by at least 10:30, but I had fallen asleep at about 10 o'clock at night.
Do you remember when you woke up the next morning and what happened?
What time?
Yeah.
Well, I went to work that day, so I would assume it was probably around 6:10.
Was Greg there when you got in?
No, he was not.
When was the next time you saw Greg? That day?
That morning, shortly thereafter, about 5 minutes after I woke up.
Did you tell the jury what Greg did?
He had come in the door, and I asked him obviously where he had been, and he had said that he had gone out after work with a friend, Bruce, from work, and he had gotten drunk and slept over his friend Bruce's house. And I obviously asked him why he didn't call me and why he didn't tell me where he was, and he said because he knew that I would have been asleep, and he just came home the next day.
Did you accept that explanation?
No, I didn't believe that. And I told him that I really didn't believe him. And he said that he was telling the truth and that he was tired and that he didn't want to talk about it and that he would talk about it later. But yeah, I was mad.
Did the subject ever come up later on?
Yes, it did. He called me at work that day. I went to work, and he called me at work, and I asked him where he had been. And again, he gave me the same story.
Did you believe him the second time?
No, I did not.
How did you react when he told you again?
I told him I would talk about it when I got home, that I didn't want to talk about it on the phone at work. Because when I talk on the phone at work, there's other people around, they can hear.
Did you talk about it at home?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us about that?
First, when I got home, he told me the same thing that he had told me beforehand. And I told him that I just wanted to know the truth and that no matter what it was, I just wanted to hear it. And he said that I wouldn't like the truth. So then I knew that he was lying. But he didn't come right out and tell me. It took him a long time to tell me exactly where he had been.
At some point after that, did you have further discussions about this?
Yes, I did. And this is at the same time when I got home from work that night.
Please stand by.
cameraman because I was just supposed to be guiding them through it. I wasn't supposed to actually be filming or doing the work. I was allowed to be in it, but I wasn't allowed to do the actual filming, so Bill did that.
Where would you do the filming? What places?
Excuse me?
Where would you do the filming for this commercial?
A variety of different places, including some scenes were done at Bill Flynn's house, some were done at the beach, Seabrook Beach, some were done behind Cecilia Pierce's grandmother's house, some were done in a street, all over. One was done at the Seabrook Recreation Department.
Did you ever go to your own home for this thing?
Well, originally we had planned to use a four-wheeler that Gregg had owned for a scene, and Gregg was going to drive the four-wheeler in the scene. And we went over to my house to do it once, but Gregg had appointments and he couldn't come home like he thought he could. So we never ended up doing that scene.
And who was with you at the time you went to your house to do the scene?
It was Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn.
What time of year was this?
It was during February vacation.
How long did you work on this orange juice commercial for?
I believe we started in January, and it was due into the Florida Department of Citrus on April 1st, so it would have been January, February, and March.
Did your relationship with Bill Flynn ever change?
Yes, it did.
Why? How?
Why? I don't know, but how? When we were working on the video, I was told from the beginning from Cecilia that Bill had a crush on me, and I didn't like him at first, but yes, I did. I did start to like him during the filming of the Orange Juice video.
Did you ever tell him that you liked him?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the people in the jury how that came about?
Cecilia had said that Bill was talking about me and that she thought that I should talk to him. And I believe he came over to my office and I had told him that I had known he had liked me and that I thought he was really nice and that I liked him too, but that I was married and that I was not interested in having a relationship with him.
What was his reaction to that?
He was surprised that I had liked him. But he didn't really say anything. He just kind of sat there.
I'm not sure if you said this, but when was this, if you recall?
February 5th.
Did you kiss him on February 5th?
No. I told him I didn't like him.
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Excuse me?
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Yes, I did.
What happened between this February 5th when you told him that you couldn't have an affair at that point in time? What changed?
My feelings.
Describe it. What's going on?
Well, I didn't set out to have an affair with him, but I did. And in February, I believe it was February 27th or something, it was during February vacation also. While I was over his house, we were working on the video. We were in his room and he kissed me.
Fight him off?
Excuse me?
Did you fight him off?
No.
Tell us what happened. He kissed you.
He kissed me and then I went home.
Did you talk about the kiss after the kiss?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did you ever, after that day, what was the nature of your relationship? How did things go after that?
Well, I really didn't want to have an affair and I was trying to fight my feelings
Were you successful?
up until March 24th.
What happened on March 24th?
Bill came over my house, my condo in Derry.
Was anyone with him? What was going on? Why that day?
Because Gregg was gone to Atlantic City.
I didn't hear you. Where was he gone?
Atlantic City?
Bill just happened to come over there, or was it planned?
No, it was planned.
Okay, tell us about
The planning of it?
it. How did it?
I said I was going to be by myself. Cecilia wanted to sleep over, and Bill asked if he could come.
When Bill Flynn asked if he could come over to your house and your husband's gone, do you think it's the same as Cecilia asking to come over and sleep over?
No.
What's going through your mind?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so your husband's gone, Cecilia's gonna come over to sleep over to give you company. Then Bill Flynn asks if he can come over, okay? Can I come over? I'm Bill Flynn, can I come over? What's your reaction? What's going on?
Yes, I wanted him to come over.
Did you expect that when he was over, you would have sex with him?
Yes,
Did you have sex with him when he came over?
yes,
Did you watch that movie 9.5 Weeks?
yes,
Make love to him?
yes.
Did you do the thing with the ice cubes?
No. I think he's having a problem remembering where reality began and the movie stopped.
Judge, motion is struck the witness.
Granted, the jury will disregard that statement.
You saw some pictures that were entered into evidence earlier. You recall them? Pictures of
The
you?
photographs of myself, yes.
Okay, what were those all about? How they happen?
I believe they were taken in March or April. They were taken for something in April, so I know they were taken before the end of April. The photos were of myself. I really didn't want to develop them at the usual place where I dropped off my film for school because I knew all the people in there and I really didn't want them seeing photos of me. So I had Bill take the role to Kenny.
Okay, and did you get the photos back?
Yes, I believe the package, when it was given to Kenny, was also given with another roll of film that was either Bill Flynn's mother's or Bill's. And apparently Kenny had written Elaine Flynn's name on the package because Tracy still has the package. And the film was dropped back off. Kenny, when it was done, Kenny gave it to Elaine Flynn, who opened it, apparently because it said her name on it.
Just tell us what you saw.
Oh, okay, well, Bill brought the pictures back in and gave them to me at school.
Did you give Bill any of those pictures?
No, I did not. I was embarrassed of them.
When did this happen in relation to, say, the first time that you told him you had feelings for him, the first time you kissed him, things like that? Put the pictures in that context.
If I had to give an honest answer, no, I couldn't because I can't 100% tell you.
Did you ever come to write any letters or notes to Bill Flynn?
Yes,
Were they love letters?
yes, somewhere.
Some of them sexually explicit?
I guess, apparently.
There's a note here, I'm not sure if I can dig it out. There's one note that
I know what you're talking about.
Pardon?
I know what you're
Okay,
talking
it's multicolored.
Yes,
Is
that's
that-
not a note.
Okay, what is that?
That's just lyrics to a song.
Did you give that to Bill Flynn at any point in time?
No, I didn't. It was inside a tape in my car.
Did you ever buy Bill Flynn booze or alcohol?
No,
Did you ever see him drunk?
yes, yes,
Can you tell us about that?
on one occasion. I had picked him up on one occasion with Cecilia Pierce and he had been drinking Southern Comfort.
$28.28.
And he had been drinking Southern Comfort. Well, that's what he told me. I didn't see him drinking.
Where was he picked up and where did you go?
I picked him up at his house and we went to Vance Latamy's. I don't really remember the night very clearly, but I remember there was a stop at Vance Latomy Jr.'s house. I believe we went to Salisbury Beach.
After you became sexually intimate with Bill Flynn, like you told us about 9.5 weeks, how often did you see him?
I usually saw him at school every day.
How often would you see him outside of a normal context?
Well, usually on Saturdays, we would work on the orange juice video. So I would see him then. and sometimes after school, but not always, because we did the video with Cecilia also, and she was working at the time, so she wasn't able to do it every single day.
What were your feelings about having him here?
I had mixed emotions about it. I was, I didn't feel too good about myself.
You said mixed.
Well, I liked Bill, but I also loved Greg.
How strong was your life for Bill Flynn? Pete?
I loved him at one point.
Did you ever stop loving Greg during this affair?
No, never.
How did that make you feel? All three people.
Confused.
What did you think about yourself?
Not very highly.
Did you ever tell your husband about this?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
The Friday before he was murdered.
Tell us about it.
Well, there had been quite a few occasions on when I had wanted to tell Greg, but I had chickened out. And then on a Friday after he was, before he was murdered, the week before, he was at a conference in Rhode Island, and he was coming home that Friday, and I left work early on Friday so that I could come home and talk to him.
What happened?
He had come home and started telling me about what had happened during his conference, just general talk. And during that conversation, he had told me that one of the other men from, I don't know if it was someone from Metropolitan or someone that he had just met, had brought a hooker back to their room or something, not Greg's room, but to this other guy's room. And he had started telling me about that. And obviously I was wondering why they would do something like that. And I asked him if he had been with this hooker, and he said no. And I brought up the past time that he had been with someone, and he started asking me if I was going to throw that in his face all the time, and if I was just going to bring that up for the rest of our life. And I said something to the effect of that it wasn't easy to forget, and that how would he have felt if I had done something like that. And he answered and said that he wouldn't be too happy about it either, but that he wouldn't throw it in my face for the rest of my life. So then I told him. And he wasn't happy.
Did you talk about it that night?
Well, we talked about it for about 3 hours that day. And he said that he couldn't believe that I would do that. And I told him that I was sorry, and he asked me if I loved him. I said I did. I did love him. I told him that it was over with me and this person. I never told him who the person was.
Was it true that it was over?
Yes, it was.
Let's go back a little bit, Dave. You told us about the night you rented the 9.5 weeks, Dave. They loved Billy Flynn. What happened between that point in time, I think you said March 24th, and May 1st, sometime late March, May 1st.
Well, there was still a relationship going on then. And I just realized that obviously I couldn't have two relationships at once, and that it was going to have to be one or the other. And I wanted to be with Greg.
Did you ever make any attempts to break off with Billy?
With Bill?
Bill.
Yes, numerous attempts.
Anyway,
Even before March 24th.
okay. Well, tell us about the month before March.
Well, I told you that beforehand I didn't want to even have a relationship with him. And then when I did, I told him that I didn't think it was right and that it was wrong and that I wanted to be with Greg, and he kept saying, why didn't I just get a divorce? And I said, because I love Greg. And he would ask me how I could love two people at once.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you just get a divorce?
because I didn't want a divorce.
What would you get a divorce and Gregg Smart took everything you own, the whole world? What would you be?
What? I don't want a divorce, but yet everyone else has testified that she did want a divorce, but she didn't want to lose everything in the process because she would have, like, basically Gregg would have gotten everything. Everybody else has testified to that. But now she's saying, no, I didn't want a divorce. We'll see how this one goes.
Losing?
Everything he owned,
Everything the two of you together own. What would you be losing? Did you own a house?
no, we rented a condo. The things that we owned were owned jointly, the furniture. He owned his own car, and I owned my own car because I had had my car before we were married, so my car was in my name. And our bank accounts were in both of our names.
How much money did you have saved up?
Probably between $4,000 and $6,000 in the savings and the check.
Whose dog was Billy? How'd you get him?
Who's Gregg gave him to me when I was graduating from college as a gift. It was my dog, I guess.
Do you know whether or not Gregg had insurance?
Insurance?
Yeah, life insurance on himself.
I knew he had some life insurance, but I had no idea how much.
What was Billy Flynn's reactions on times when you tell him things you told us earlier about being wrong and wanting having to break it off?
He told me that he was going to kill himself.
What tone of voice? That's what I mean by reactions.
He would usually cry.
Did you cry easily?
Did he cry easily?
Or did he cry often?
Often? No, not often. Probably, I've seen him cry probably 4 times.
Can you tell us about one of them?
There was one time when we were in my car, and I had told him that I didn't want to have a relationship with him anymore, and he started crying, and he said that he couldn't live without me.
Where was that?
In my car,
No, where was your car?
Seabrook.
Any place you?
Yeah, right near the beach.
When was that?
The end of March, probably.
How did that make you feel when Billy Flynn cried and told you couldn't live without him?
I felt bad. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I mean, I still wanted to be friends with him, and he was still a nice person. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I felt bad when he cried.
What happened? You indicated earlier that at some point in time you actually did break off with him. Can you tell us about that?
There was more than one time. What time?
The last time?
The last time? Yeah, I told him that there was absolutely no way that I could live like this any longer, and that I was going to tell Gregg about it, and he didn't think that was a good idea. He told me that he didn't think that I should tell Gregg.
Why didn't he think you should tell Gregg?
He didn't say why, I think maybe because he realized that would be pretty final. I don't know, I can't speculate on what he thought.
When was this conversation?
Probably like April 28th, around there.
Last week of April, somewhere?
Yes, it was either the Wednesday or the Thursday in the last week of April.
Could you describe Billy's behavior, his emotions as you had the conversation at this time?
He was crying. And then he stopped crying. He seemed mad at first, but then all of a sudden he just didn't seem mad anymore. He just asked if we could be friends, and I said yeah, but I thought that it was a good idea if he didn't come over to the media center.
What is wrong with you? He's a 15, 16-year-old student. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry, I have to break up with you. But we can still be friends. No. No. And he probably didn't want Gregg to know because he didn't want to know a 15, 16-year-old boy is banging his wife. Like, get real, lady. Like, I'll hear you out. That's what this channel is about. I will hear you out. But so far, you're not starting off very good.
Because I felt like if we kept seeing each other, that it would make it harder. But he said he couldn't just not see me anymore at all, that he wanted to still be my friend and to come over. So I said, okay.
Where were the places that you were alone with Billy Flynn over these couple of months?
There were times when I was alone. I think there was 2 times I was alone in his house with him. There were numerous times I was alone in my car with him. And at my house. Or sometimes in my office. Well, he would come over periods 3 and 6, I believe, and Cecilia would come over periods 5 and 8.
Were they usually together when they were at your office?
No, they can't. They have the same different study periods. There would be an occasion every once in a while where either Cecilia or Bill would have one of the other's study period class canceled during one of the other person's study periods so that they would be over at the same time. But usually they weren't, because you can't just skip class over at school. You have to get a pass during a study period.
Did Bill ever use your car?
Did he ever?
Use your car? Did you ever let him take your car?
Yes, on 2 occasions.
Can you tell us about the first?
He wasn't driving either occasion, though. He doesn't have his license. Well, he didn't have his license at the time.
Can you tell us about the first occasion? What happened?
There was a time when Bill called me at the media center and asked me if he and JR could use my car to go to Haverhill. And at first I said no, because I didn't think it was a good idea. And then he had called me back and asked me again if he could use it. And I asked him if he could find a ride by someone else. And he had indicated that his friend Chris was able to give him a ride. And then he called back and said that Chris didn't know if he was going to be able to give him a ride, and could I just leave the keys in the car, and that if he needed it, could he take it and then just bring it back? And I said yes, but only if JR was driving, because I didn't want someone without a license driving my car. JR had a license.
No, what was going on that evening? Why would your car have been there?
Oh, I was at a meeting,
What kind of meeting was it?
either an AOC or an SAU school board meeting,
What's AOC?
or a joint board.
What's AOC?
Administrative Operations Committee meeting.
Did you go to a meeting that evening?
The evening I lent the car, yes.
What happened after the meeting?
Well, I went to the meeting. It was upstairs in the SAU office, and I didn't know, obviously, if they took the car until the meeting was over, and I went to leave, and there was no car.
What did you do?
Well, I wasn't too happy, and I went back into my office, and I figured that I would wait in my office. And well, then I looked out the window to see if they had parked it in a different place, but they hadn't. And then I realized that everyone was going to be leaving the building soon, and that I would be left sitting there, and chances were someone would ask me why I wasn't going home, and I didn't want to have to say, because I'd lent my car to somebody else and they didn't bring it back yet. So I just closed the door in my office and I shut up.
Why didn't you want to say that?
Well, because it was lent to a student.
Okay, you closed the door and then what happened? What'd you do?
Well, I heard someone coming down the stairs, and my door was locked, and they held onto the door handle like they were trying to get in. So I moved from around the side of my desk around a bookshelf, because I figured if they walked inside my office, I would be sitting locked in my office in total darkness, and that would look pretty stupid. So I went around the side, and someone came and got the key, opened up the door, came in, and I don't know what exactly they did, but it sounded like they opened up my desk and closed it. And later on, I found out that somebody had returned a magic marker and an easel into my office.
Well, what time was the meeting over there? Do you remember?
Probably around 9:30.
How long did you wait in your office until Bill Flynn, JR get back?
Well, I was waiting in my office. Everybody had gone. Whoever came in my office had left. I heard everybody leave the building. And I was sitting there and the phone rang. And I picked it up and it was Bill. And of course I said, "Where are you?" And he said that he was still in Haverhill and that he was on his way back. And I told him to hurry up because I was sitting in my office and that I wanted to go home and that I was mad.
Did you tell him about hiding behind the bookcase?
I believe so. Yes, I had told him somebody came inside the office. Because what happened afterwards was that I tried to get out of the office and I think the door got jammed or something and I couldn't get out. And I thought I had locked myself inside the office and I didn't know how to get out. And I thought I was going to have to go out a window or something, but then after he called and I hung up, I tried the door again and it must have just been jammed. It had happened before that it had gotten jammed like that on one other occasion.
Now, what happened when your car came back?
Well, I went out to the car and it was Bill and Raymond Fowler. And the first thing I said was, "Who is that?"
Why'd you say, who was that? Was it Raymond in front of you?
No,
Did you know Raymond?
no. I had heard of him, but I didn't know him. I think I had seen him on one occasion, but I mean, I just didn't know what he looked like. I didn't remember.
Who were you expecting to see when you walked
Bill
out?
and JR.
When you said, "Who is that?" what response, if any, did you get?
Bill said, "That's Raymond. You remember Raymond, don't you?"
Did you
I said,
remember?
"No." Did I remember him? No. Well, once he said Raymond Fowler, I remembered who that was.
What occurred after that?
Well, when I got out, opened up the door, they were getting out of the car and they were both on the side of the passenger side. So I didn't know who was driving at the time. So I got inside the car and asked Bill who had been driving and he had said Raymond had been driving. And I asked if Raymond had a license and he said yes.
Where, if anywhere, did you go after that?
I dropped them off and then I went home.
Let's talk about the ride to Raymond's house. Did you express your displeasure during that part of the ride?
I had talked about how someone had come inside my office and that was about it. The radio was on. I wasn't really talking because I was mad and I didn't want to say anything to Bill in front of his friend because I didn't want to embarrass him.
After you dropped Raymond off, did you drop him off first?
Yes,
Okay, after you dropped him off, you talked to Bill.
Hold on. Danny T's here, so there's something I gotta do really quick. And it is stupid thing. Whatever. I do solemnly swear to be the key man and strongly dislike women and not play with them or talk to them unless I have to. That is the oath that we take. I put a goal in there just because I've never done it before and I wanted to see what it did. It says I put in there that I will let AJ out of the pit, but it says pity because I don't know what I'm doing. And I will give her channel back. So thank you so much, Ronnie, for the super sticker. I really, really appreciate it. Like I said, no one feel obligated to do it. I'm just messing around with YouTube a little bit, trying to get a better feel for it. But all right, I'll stop interrupting now.
Further, the way you did.
yes, I did. I told him that I was never letting him use my car again because he didn't come back on time and I had to sit in my office and wait and I was mad because he didn't come back on time because he had said if he had taken it, it would only be gone for like a half an hour or something. And that I was mad. And I was mad that it was Raymond in the car and not JR because I didn't even know Raymond and I really didn't want someone I didn't know driving my car.
I asked you this earlier, but how many times was Bill Flynn at your house ever?
In Derry,
Yeah.
3,
Okay. The first was when?
when he came to film the orange juice. commercial.
Second was,
March 24th.
okay, is that 9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
When's the third time?
I don't remember the exact date. The last Tuesday in April.
Okay, what was that week? Was there anything special about that week?
Yes, I had said already that Gregg was at a career school in Rhode Island.
How long was Billy there? What happened?
One day, one night.
You spent the night?
Yep.
What did you do that night?
That night,
Eating, right?
ate dinner, watched movies.
Who cooked?
Who cooked? I did.
Who did the dishes?
He did.
Who cleaned up afterwards?
He did.
Did you do any other chores around the house?
Did he?
Yeah.
He took out the trash.
Where do you take the trash?
There's a receptacle or trash bin in the back of the condo, and he took it out there. Down cellar, we keep, well, first of all, we have a little small trash can in the kitchen, and then, like, every time that's full, we bring that downstairs in leave it in big green bags at the bottom of the cellar stairs, and when there's about 4 or 5 bags, someone will take them out, and that's what he did.
Take them out, you just go down and sell and get them, bring them out to this trash receptacle, right?
Exactly.
And how do you get from the down cellar to the outside trash receptacle?
You go through the bulkhead. I've never done it myself personally. Gregg always did that.
Did you use the bulkhead yourself, right?
On one occasion, I did.
What was that for?
For my dance studio had a garage sale, and I believe the summer before that, and I had taken some of the stuff home and I brought it back through the bulkhead. But Gregg used it a lot. When he went riding his 4-wheeler with his friend Brian, they were all muddy. They used to come through the bulkhead almost every weekend.
You heard Billy Flynn testify that he needed some bullets to kill your husband, and that you went to a bank in Hampton, New Hampshire, I believe he said, a movie theater, took out money and he needed $30, I believe he said.
Right.
How much of those statements were true?
None.
Your Honor, the jury will determine what's true in this case.
Well, I can say that I did never go
Just
to.
a moment, just a moment. Whether or not the statements are true is up to the jury. Whether or not, in her opinion, he made those, or he did what he testified to. He may answer that. But the truth of any matter here, of course, with the jury.
I take it the objection's overruled.
No, the objection has been sustained in part. She may answer the question, but not the question, was the statement true? That's a matter for the jury.
Okay.
I did not ever give Bill Flynn $30 to buy bullets to murder Gregg.
Did you have a bank in,
Did I have a bank in here? No. Well, after the murder, I did, but not before the murder.
before the murder, where did you do your banking? Where did Gregg do your banking? His bank?
Bank of New Hampshire in Nashua. Well, I just used the automatic teller machine card, but Gregg was the one who made the deposits at the actual bank. It was
What kind of accounts or account did you have at the Bank of New Hampshire?
both the savings and checking,
Whose name were on the accounts, if you recall?
both of ours.
Did you go to any automatic teller machine in Hampton? And so let's say, Billy said it was shortly before the murder, let's go a week before the murder. Did you go use any automatic teller machine in Hampton?
Not that I remember.
Did you write any checks by the Bill Flynn or for Bill Flynn during that period of time?
No.
I'm going to ask you about May 1st last year. Do you recall how the day began?
Yes, I do. I woke up with Gregg and I went to work late because I had a meeting that night and I knew that I'd be working late, and that's usually what I did on days that I had to work late.
Did you recall when you got to work?
Approximately 10:30.
Did you stay the whole school day?
I don't work in the school.
I'm sorry, the administrative building.
No, there was one point when I went to, it was the end of, I believe, Secretary's Week, and our entire office went out that afternoon for lunch for Terry's out.
Okay, and who went, and where did you go?
We went to the library restaurant in Portsmouth, and my entire office went, which is probably about 15 people.
Pyong. Lucas, thank you so much for becoming a member. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I do. I have my beer on an IV drip. You are completely correct. Anybody that's new here, I do have to periodically stop so I don't get a copyright because that's bad. And I'm pretty sure if I got my mom's channel taken down, she might be a little angry at that. But oh well.
Did Patty, your secretary, go?
Oh yes, that's who I was taking out.
Okay, and again, what's her name? Say it.
Her name is Patty Weiser, and I also, each administrator paid for the personnel that worked underneath them. And so I paid for Patty and I paid for Cindy Durant.
Up to Portsmouth, from leaving there, going up to Portsmouth, taking lunch, and coming back, and give us some idea of the times involved.
We left the office at approximately 11:30 because the meeting at the library was at 12 o'clock, the luncheon meeting. And we got back after school had ended at Winnicott for the day because I remember that the buses were already gone and everything. So about 11:30 to 2:30.
Now, again, did you meet with Cecilia Pierce during that period of time and talk to her about the murder that was gonna happen that evening?
It would have been physically impossible considering I was not in the building.
Did you see Vance that day? Vance Lattamy?
Yes, I did.
Where did you see Vance Lattamy?
After school, I got a phone call at about, I think it was about 3 o'clock, and it was Bill. And he had asked me if I could give he and Vance a ride to Haverhill to get Vance's grandmother's car.
Okay, when did Bill, had you seen Bill earlier that day at all? Had you seen him at
No,
school?
I had not. I just said I wasn't. The only time I got to work at 10:30 and I immediately had a meeting with the superintendent about the meeting I was going to that night. And so I went into his office, and then there was only about 10 minutes before we left for the library because I remember getting absolutely no work done until about 3 o'clock in the afternoon because I was in, then out, then back in again.
You know, you came in at 10:30, had a meeting for almost an hour with the superintendent. Then you leave at 11:30. You go over to the high school and at 5 or 10?
No,
Were you over at the high school that morning at all?
no,
Bill Flynn that morning over at your office at all?
no. I remember when I got there, Patty Weiser had said that Bill had been,
Objection, Your Honor.
forget it.
Did you, a better question for me to ask is, did you see Bill at your office?
No, I did not.
Now, you started to
School,
tell us
well,
about-
let me just say one other thing. School ends at 2:17, and so I got back at 2:30, so after school, they were already gone also.
You started to tell us a little bit earlier about a phone call from Bill wanting a ride.
Yes.
Did you give him a ride?
Well, originally he called and said he wanted a ride to Haverhill so that JR could pick up his grandmother's car. And I said that I wanted to get to work because like I hadn't done anything that day. And I said no. And then he called me back again and asked me again, and I said yes.
Did he tell you, well, when you gave him a ride, what time of day was it?
I believe it was, well, it was after the rest of my office had left, which they leave at 4 o'clock. So I would say it was probably about 4:30.
What happened on the ride now? Who was there? What happened?
Well, I got to JR's house, and like I had said, Bill said it was supposed to be he and JR. And when I got there, Pete Randall was there also and asked if he could come because JR didn't want to ride back by himself from Haverhill. And Bill had to ride with me because I didn't know how to get back from Haverhill.
Okay. Did you go to Haverhill?
Yes, I gave him, well, JR drove the car.
Anything unusual happen on the way to Haverhill?
No,
Did you plot the death of your husband?
Objection, Your
No.
Honor.
Some racist.
I'll try.
no,
Or there any discussions about murdering your husband on record?
No, there were not.
Did Bill Flynn show you a pistol or gun, any kind of gun on the way to Hazel?
No. I remember that there was some talk about a motorcycle. That's really what I remember. Bill was talking about a motorcycle that he wanted.
Was JR driving the car at this point?
Yeah, and we also talked about my car. JR had asked me about my car, if I liked it, and he said he liked driving it, and just things like that.
Was he driving fast?
Yes, he was. I remember I was sitting behind him, and I could see the speedometer because I was leaned up against his seat. And I told him to slow down because I didn't want to get a ticket in Haverhill because I had 4 people in the car, and the car is a 2-seater, and I believe that's against the law.
Did you go to Haverhill, get there?
Yes, we did.
What happened in Haverhill?
JR got his grandmother's car, and he and Pete drove back in the grandmother's car, and I drove back with Bill, and I was driving.
What did you do with Bill as you drove back?
I dropped him off at JR's house.
Did you see or talk to Bill, JR again that day?
No, I went back to work.
And what did you do at work? Did you see anybody with anybody at work?
I was working on the computer because I was doing a catalog, and at about, I believe, 7:10, 7:15, Cecilia Pierce came into the office with Michael Welch,
Who's
her
Michael
friend.
Welch?
I don't really know him, but I know he's a friend of Cecilia's.
And how long did they stay?
About 3 minutes. Then I went to the meeting. It started at 7:30, I believe.
Now, why did you go to that meeting?
Because there was 3 things on the agenda that pertained directly to my employment. One being my salary, one being the reconstruction of the media center, and another being a possibility of me teaching a course over at Winnicott the following school year.
What role were you planning on playing at the meeting?
None really, just to listen and gather information. I was very concerned about the fact that the media center was supposedly undergoing renovations that would make the elimination of materials almost absolute, and I was concerned about what materials would have to be eliminated and what effect that would have on the schools. So I just went to listen basically, and if anybody had any questions, I figured as the director of the media center, I would be able to answer them.
Brian, can we take a recess?
Why don't we continue for another 15 minutes, I'd like for lunch.
After the meeting, what did anything do?
I believe Patty Weiser's husband, Cal Weiser, who's on the Winnicott School Board, walked me out to my car because it was dark, and usually someone would walk me out.
And where did you go?
Oh,
Tell us what happened when you got home on May 1st, 1990.
I drove up to the house, and I went into the garage, and I went up to the house, and I noticed that the outside lights weren't on. And I remember thinking that that was odd because Gregg usually left them on when he knew that I was going to be late. But, I didn't think it was anything major. I just remember thinking it was.
Also, yesterday when Cecilia testified, she said that she was driving and Pam was sitting on Billy's lap. Because, that's appropriate. And there's somebody else that had a comment. Oh, yes. Lavi and I, we can fix her. She's fine. And yes, John, aren't salaries supposed to be discussed in executive session? You would think. That's all right. She's a very honest and truthful person. She's definitely not hiding or lying anything.
Odd. And I walked up the steps and I put the key in the door, and when I pushed the door open, I turned on the light and I saw Gregg.
What did you do?
Well, it all happened in a matter of, like, not even a second, I don't think. And I remember seeing things near him, like a candlestick and a pillow, and I remember the first thing I thought was to go get help. And I said Gregg's name, and he didn't answer, and I ran out. It all happened really fast. It's hard for me to remember exactly what order.
Did you know Gregg was dead then?
No, I didn't know what was going on. I thought that someone was in the house still, though. I remember thinking that to run somewhere else and call the police.
What did you do?
I ran next door, and I started banging on the door, and no one would help me. It would seem like it was taking forever, and I was ringing the doorbell, and I was screaming, somebody call the police, someone help me. And they didn't come fast enough. I mean, they might have, but it just seemed like forever. And so I ran to the next door and started banging on it, and they didn't come. And I ran to the next one, and by that time, the girl was already coming down the stairs, because I guess she had heard me screaming. They let me in the house. They opened the door and asked me what was wrong. And I said, there's something wrong with my husband. Someone call the police.
How long was it before the police left there?
Like a second. I mean, apparently someone had already called 911 before this man did.
What did you do when the police left there? Do you remember?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what you did when the police left there?
I remember I went back outside the house, and there was all kinds of cars and people had come outside, and I remember everyone was asking me what was wrong. Everyone was saying, "What's wrong with him? Is there something? Did he have a heart attack? And is he having any health problems?" And I kept saying that no, I don't know. I was crying, and someone asked me if there was anyone that I wanted to call. And I said, call Gregg's parents, and I gave them the phone number because they live right around the corner.
While this was going on, were the police coming? If you know, what did you see them doing where you were?
I don't know. I was on the knees I was on my knees on the ground. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they were going inside the house, but
How long was it before the police came up and gave you any information?
before I got any information, the Smarts had arrived. Gregg's brother, his mother, his father, in Gregg's brother's car, and they got out of the car, and they were all still in their pajamas, and they were like jumping out of the car, and they were asking me, "What's the matter? Where's Gregg?" And I was screaming that I didn't know what was wrong. And Gregg's mother tried to go inside the house, but the police they wouldn't let her inside the house because they were all outside blocking the stairs. And she was screaming that she wanted to get in, and everyone was screaming at me what was wrong, and I didn't know, and I was crying. And then the EMTs or whatever, ambulance came, and two men went inside the house, and they came back outside of the house, and Gregg's brother said, how come no one's helping him? And everyone was screaming, how come no one's doing anything? And a policeman came down the stairs. He said, because he's dead.
You know what you did after that night?
No, I have no idea what happened, except for I remember being at the Smart's house. That was the next thing, and I have no idea how I got there.
How long did you stay at the Smart's house?
I think till like 2:00 in the morning. Then I went to the police station.
Did anybody come over to the Smart's house?
Yeah, yes, a lot of people. The Smart family, aunts and uncles and friends of mine, my mom and my sister, my friend Tracy, Brian. I think Grammy and Grampy Smart came over too.
Where were you?
in the house, all over the place, usually in the upper living room.
You know, you gotta be a sick person to basically mastermind all of this. Still allegedly, because as we're watching this, she hasn't been convicted. We know in like real life she's still in prison, but as we're watching this now, to know that you masterminded all of this, you're banging a child. You've also involved other children. You know that your husband is deceased. And then you call his parents there? Like, what is wrong with you? And I don't know
Well,
why
a lot.
pop up. Yeah, clearly a lot. And John, I don't know why it didn't pop up on this screen. It popped up on my other screen. When you said the fact that she doesn't even understand that she's supposed to be crying is chilling. Yeah. Like that is, it's sickening. I think,
Well, we talked about this yesterday, where, you know, why was she even hanging out with these teenagers? It seemed like she only had friends who were teenagers.
right. Real
It's
quick.
just
Good night,
odd.
Luca.
Oh, good night, Luca.
What time is it here? Luca, you should be in bed. My little German.
Yeah, it's late.
fellow.
It's late over there for him.
But yeah, it's like when Cecilia was testifying yesterday that they would just go out in the car. Cecilia's
They went to
driving.
clubs. They went to clubs. There were her and her teenage, probably 14-year-old boyfriend are in the back making out.
Going out drinking, hiding behind buildings.
That's so odd. That's so weird.
It's like I said last night. Of course, I did things as a teenager that my mom didn't know that I did, and where I said that I was somewhere where I wasn't. I've told you guys several times. There was a time that I lied to her because I said my car wouldn't start. That wasn't true at all. I wasn't even in the same state, and I was trying to buy myself some time. But Pam's an adult. Like, it'd be different if we were talking about, you know, every single party here is 15, 16 years old, but we're not.
Yeah.
We're talking about an adult. And not only that, we're talking about a teacher. And then she tried to say, I didn't work for this. You work for the facility, ma'am. Like,
Wasn't she one of their teachers?
she was their music director.
Oh, right. She was like an AV teacher or something.
Yeah. Is this Confessions with Carmen? No, Zach, that is the Ask Me Almost Anything channels. All high and mighty. I ain't high and mighty on shit. I'm just calling it how I see it. Yes, I'm really happy that Life 360 was not a thing back then. But, all right, let's get going.
Or the downstairs.
Where did you stay the night you were?
Excuse me, where did I stay?
Right.
At my mother's. Well, I didn't sleep anywhere. I didn't sleep the whole night, but I went to the police station. I filled out a report, and then I went back to my mother's house at about 4 o'clock in the morning or something.
Did you know that evening how Gregg had been murdered?
Well, Greg's brother, I believe, was the one who had told me, or somebody told me that the EMT had said that Gregg died of a head wound that apparently had been hit over the head with a candlestick. That's how I thought he died.
Did you ever find out otherwise?
Yeah, I did.
How did you find out?
One day I was driving down the road and I heard it on the radio. That's how I found out.
Who takes the break on that? I know it's over.
We'll break for lunch in your room, but 1 o'clock.
All right. Emily, you remain on the road.
Yes.
I want to talk to you.
Just a real brief thing. If you see somebody type in the chat, ooh, piece of candy, it's because I have to say it. And they so stupid.
But I put it as a sound on the soundboard in Discord. So every time I push it, it's like, oh, piece of candy.
So stupid.
As you talked to us about the month of May, I want to ask you about that. I think he told us earlier that John stayed with you folks for a while.
Yes.
How did you keep yourself busy during that month? What did you do?
I went back to work and I continued my dance classes.
Did you have contact with your friends during that month?
Yes, almost daily.
Okay, who were the people you would be with during the month?
Sonia, Simon, Tracy Collins, Brian Washburn, Terry Schnell.
Did you see Bill a lot during that month?
Just at work.
Did Cecilia start to avoid you after May 1st?
No,
Did you
she
go any-
continued working in the media center, so I would see her, like I said, period 5 and 8.
Did you ever do any things with her after school at all? You recall?
I went to the beach with her once with my sister, Sonia, and Cecilia. I believe that was in June,
In June?
the beginning. I think it was June 4th.
Now, at some point, did you get a place of your own to live?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you go back to Misty Morning Drive?
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
Because my husband was murdered there and I didn't want to live in the same building.
Before we went on the jury view at the beginning of this case, when was the last time you've been there?
When we moved all the stuff out of the house, which would have been, the police wouldn't let anybody back in the house for at least, I think, 3 or 4 days after the murder. And eventually there came a time when I had to move the things out of the house. And so I went over there with my friends and my family.
Did you have much contact with the police during this period of time?
Yes,
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Who would initiate it? How often? Things like that.
I would usually talk to the police every day. And I would either call them or they would call me, or I would go down to the police station. There were times when they had specific questions about either friends of ours or like Detective Pelletier testified to who was in, questions like who was in the house before the murder and things like that.
Was Detective Pelletier correct that you brought up Cecilia Pierce's name to him in the first instance?
Yes,
Was he correct when he testified that you told him about the Project Self-Esteem program?
yes.
Did you go on television sometime, or were you interviewed by Channel 9 at some point?
Immediately after the murder, I was contacted by numerous media sources, Bill Spencer in particular, quite a few times, and he was leaving messages at the home of my parents where I was staying, and he wanted me to go on camera and talk about the murder.
What was your reaction to that?
Initially, I didn't go on camera. I told him that I didn't want to be on camera, but that he had said, and other news sources had asked me whether or not Gregg
Is it actually gonna play? Can you guys see me? I just had like a full blown meltdown and cussed the screen out. Good? Okay. Gabby, we're at 1:10:45, just in case it does it again.
And before he was buried, I wanted him to be laid to rest with some dignity and pride that he deserved.
in the period, well, in the whole month of May, did you ever connect Billy Flynn with the death of your husband in your mind?
Not initially. Well, first of all, I was told that it was a bungled burglary and that Gregg had been, like I said, hit over the head with a candlestick. So initially, we didn't think that he was murdered, premeditated, I guess.
At any point in time, did you start to think about Billy Flynn?
Well, after I found out Gregg was shot, there was all kinds of rumors going around that somebody had wanted this done and that it wasn't a bungled burglary. And the police changed their line of questioning towards me and started asking me if Gregg had enemies, if I had enemies, and things like that. So, of course, when I was thinking about the questions, yes, that crossed my mind, whether anybody I know could have done this, but I eliminated that in my own mind. Then there came a time, I believe it was about a week after the murder, when I went back to work with my mother just to the office, and I had occasion to go over to Winnicott High School to talk to the guidance counselor, Mrs. Kinsman. And when I was over there, I saw Bill Flynn.
Did you ask? Well, tell us what Bill Flynn, how he acted when he saw you, what occurred?
Well, like I said, I wasn't going over there to see him, and when he first saw me, he was surprised to see me. Well, I had seen him once before that at the wake, but that wasn't the first time that I saw him after the murder. But when I saw him in the hall, he was surprised to see me, and he stopped.
Did she just say that Billy Flynn went to the wake of her husband? Is that what she just said, or did I take that completely wrong? All right.
Carmen,
Talk to me.
Carmen,
Ask me how.
yes. Billy Flynn went, they all went to the wake. He said it in his testimony.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
But that's how mobsters do it. They do the hit and then they still go to the funeral. That's how it works.
Mobs aren't real.
That's true. But that's how it works in the movies.
It is. Mobs are not real. All right.
I was doing.
Was any mention made of your husband's death in that conversation?
Yes, that's why he asked me how I was doing. He wanted to know if I was okay, and just the same question. He asked me the same questions every single person that I saw was asking me how I was doing, if there was anything they could do for me, things like that. And then he started asking me questions about the police and if they had any leads, and had they found any like evidence or things like that. And he kept going on about that, and that was the first time it ever came across my mind. Could he have done this?
Did you say anything along those lines, though?
Yes, I did. I said, Bill, you didn't have anything to do with this, did you?
What did he say?
He said, no, I was crazy. That he thought I must be losing my mind, that he couldn't believe that I would even ask him that, and that I should go to a psychiatrist. That's what he said.
You mentioned
He was mad. He was mad.
Did you accept his denial at this point in time?
Yes, I did. I felt bad afterwards that I had accused him of that.
You mentioned a moment ago that you saw him at the wake. Do you recall, I believe it was Cecilia Pierce, testified that she went to the wake, and that when they came up to see you at the wake, I believe she testified that you said something to the effect that you were glad to see them, but they made you uncomfortable, they should leave. Do you recall her saying that?
I recall her saying that in this courtroom,
Right.
but I don't recall her saying that at the wake, but I remember saying that they made me uncomfortable.
Why did they make you uncomfortable?
They all didn't make me uncomfortable, but Bill did.
Why?
Because of no, I didn't know at the time that he had done it.
Why did you
But
make
he
you
made me uncomfortable because of the relationship that I had with him.
Okay, now I'm not sure if it's me or you, but we're doing what Mr. Halverson's called Dublin, we're talking over each other. So let me finish the question.
Okay.
How often between the death of your husband and the boy's arrest did you see Bill Flynn? After you've gone back to work?
I usually saw him at the media center, probably every day, well, Monday through Friday at the media center. He would, at the time, I was working on a newsletter and he was helping me mail it out. And so was Cecilia. So they would come over during their study periods and help me affix the labels onto them.
Did you see him outside of work at any point in time between those two periods, those 2 days?
Yes, I saw him on May 31st
How do you know it was May 31st?
because it was Memorial Day and I had the day off.
Can you tell the people on the jury where you saw her and what occurred?
I had mentioned previously that I had to get the stereo taken out of Gregg's truck because I was selling the truck, well, at the time I didn't know what I was doing, but I had to do something. And so he had said that he could take the stereo out for me because I was going to go to a stereo place to get it out, and it would have cost me, like, I don't know how much, but I think it's something like $60, and he said he would do it for free. So.
Did you bring the truck somewhere for him to do that?
Yes, I brought it to Vance Latamy's house.
Was there any discussion about anyone buying the speakers at that point in time?
Vance had indicated an interest in the speakers and asked me what I was doing with them, but I didn't say I would sell them to him or anything like that at that time.
Later on, did anything happen with the speakers?
Bill had asked me quite a few times after that what I was planning on doing with both the stereo and the speakers, because he said he knew people who would buy both of them from me if I was interested in selling them. And eventually he had said that Vance was specifically interested in the truck speakers.
Did anything else occur on May 31st with the kids?
Yes, it did. When we were over there, there was a girl by the name of Michelle Nichols also over there who was JR's girlfriend, and Ralph Welch was there and his girlfriend Michelle. Then there was some other guy, I don't know. There was a lot of people there, and people kept coming over to the truck and talking, and Vance was talking to one of the other kids about a Trans Am that was at Gerard Holloway where his mother worked, and it was some sports car or something, and they were talking about that, and it came up in conversation that they wanted to go over there to the dealership to see it. And because they had taken out the car stereo for me for free, I said that I would give them a ride up there.
Were you interested in getting a new car at this point in time?
Not that, maybe, I don't know. I didn't make any specific plans, like I never test drove and done financing on a specific car or anything like that. But yes, the thought had crossed my mind.
Before Gregg's death, had he and you thought about getting a car, or had you gone to look
Yes.
at cars?
Well, we've gone to look at cars quite a few times, but nothing serious. I mean, one day we went out driving BMWs, but obviously we weren't going to buy one because they were too expensive. But Gregg just liked to do things like that.
Hey, after you go to this car dealership, what happens? Where do you go?
Well, it was myself, Bill Flynn, Michelle Nichols, Vance, and Pete. And we went into the car dealership and saw that it wasn't like a car that was for sale, I don't think. It was some big souped up like race car thing. I don't know. I think it was really expensive or I don't even know that it wasn't something I was looking at to purchase at all. But I met Mrs. Latomy there and talked to her, just met her and went home after. It was nothing big.
Okay. When were there other times, again, between the arrest of the boys and your husband's death, that you saw Bill Flynn outside of work?
Yeah, we were having some technical difficulties earlier. I keep having them. The stream keeps freezing, so I apologize for you not getting any notification. We've actually been starting an hour earlier than normal because I'm trying to get through this. I'm really trying to wrap this up in the next couple days so we could start a new stream on Monday. But I apologize for that. But it's nice to see you, and Sticky, have a great night.
Bye, Sticky.
I don't remember any other specific occasion except for the day before they were arrested.
Okay, tell us about it.
Terry Schnell, a friend of mine, was over my house. I believe it was Saturday, and we were sitting around the house. We were going to go down to the beach just for a drive, and Bill Flynn called the house and asked me what I was doing, and I told him just what I just said. And he said that if I went down to the beach to stop by, say hi. So I went down to the beach. We drove, Terry and I drove. I think we went out to get something to eat. Then we went to Bill's house, and he and Vance were over there.
Okay. How long did you stay there?
About 5 minutes. It was someone's birthday, and there was ice cream cake, and I had a piece, and then we left.
Okay. Who left and where'd you go?
Well, Terry and I had rented some movies, I think, or there were movies in the house already, I'm not sure. And we said we were going to watch them, and Bill asked if he could come over and watch them too with Vance. So I said, sure, I guess. And they got in the car, and we all went back to my house.
How long did Carrie stay there?
At my house?
Yeah.
Originally, she was supposed to sleep over that night, but for some reason, she got a phone call or she called her boyfriend, and she decided to go back up to Derry to be with him.
And how long did Bill and Vance stay over?
Probably like 4 hours or so. And then Pete Randall came over and on a motorcycle and took Vance with him to go to Melissa or Michelle's house. I'm not sure which one, which are both of their girlfriends. And Bill didn't want to go with them because, first of all, you can only fit 2 people on the motorcycle. And second of all, because he didn't want to go over with both of their girlfriends and them.
Was there any use of the phone, either outgoing or incoming, while those young men were at the house?
Not that I remember. Not on that day.
Did there come a time when you found out that the boys were arrested?
Yes,
Okay. Now,
that was, I think, the night of June 10th. Or June
I
11th.
think we were just talking about the night before. Maybe I got lost there. Were we just
Okay.
talking about the night before?
Yeah,
Okay. Between the point in time when they're over watching the movies and when you find out,
well, we never watched the movies.
okay.
Yeah.
So, point in time they're over there, what occurs? How does the evening end? And
Oh, okay, well, like I said, Vance and Pete left for a little while. Pete never came in the house or anything. And so Bill and I were just over at the house watching TV, and we ate dinner, and then he asked me what I was doing that night, and I said nothing, and he asked me if I wanted to go to a movie or something, and I said I didn't think so, and then Pete and JR came back and said, what are we doing? And we said nothing, and then, I don't know whose idea it was, but we all decided to go to the movies.
did you go to a movie?
Yes, we did. We went to see Total Recall, but it was sold out, and we saw, I think it was called Firebirds or something.
I couldn't hear you.
Firebirds, I think it was, I don't know, in Portsmouth.
What happened after the movie?
We came back to my house, and we were just sitting there, and then, I don't know, the reason they were staying over around was because since then Gregg's death, I hadn't been by myself at all on any night. I was either with a friend or my family, and this would have been the first night that I would have stayed by myself. And I remember saying that I was apprehensive about being alone in the house by myself. And that's why originally, like I had said, my friend Terry was supposed to sleep over. And like I said, at the last minute, she went back home. So I had mentioned that. And then at some point in the night, Pete or JR called one of their girlfriends and decided to go back over their girlfriend's house. And Bill and I watched 2 movies.
Okay. Okay, and what time are we at now?
By the time the movies are over? Or, well, one of the movies was The Abyss, and I remember it was really long. And I remember it wasn't over till like 3 o'clock in the morning because like I said, we had gone to a movie. I think we went to like a 7 o'clock, which would bring us home at 9:30 and watch 2 movies. So it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep during the movie anyways.
You know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning, Bill Flynn's still at your house, have you rekindled your affair with him?
No, not at all. He was just watching a movie.
What's going on then? Is he staying over?
Well, actually, yes, he did end up staying over that night because it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And he just said he would stay over. He was going to put a deadbolt on my door the next day.
Where did he sleep and where did you sleep?
He slept on the couch and I slept upstairs in my bedroom.
What was the thing about a deadbolt? Why did you want a deadbolt?
Why did I want one? Because I don't know. I was afraid to stay by myself and I just wanted a deadbolt on the door. And I had purchased one at Ames and I didn't know how to put it on and he was going to put it on for me.
Now, what occurred the next day when you get up in the morning?
Well, I got up in the morning and I was in the shower and the doorbell rang. And obviously I couldn't get it because I was soaking wet. And Bill went and got it and it was Pete and JR.
Okay. How long were Pete and JR at the house, do you recall?
They came into the house and I was still in the shower and I finished taking a shower and I put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt and I came downstairs like my.
Ma'am, you just said they came into the house. I was still in the shower. I just finished taking a shower. So were you in the shower or did you just get finished? Stop lying. Like, come on now.
My hair was still in a towel and everything. And I was walking down the stairs and right when I came down the stairs, everybody stopped talking. So I just kind of stared at everyone. And then Bill looked at me and said, "Can I just talk to them for a few minutes? Can you go back upstairs?" And I said, "Why? This is my house." And he said, "It's just something stupid I'll tell you about later." So I went, all right, and I went back upstairs and got ready. I came back down about 45 minutes later.
Now, how long in all are they at your house? How long from when you go up to take a shower to when anybody leaves?
3 hours. Well, I mean, I came back downstairs in between then.
Right.
Okay, right, and I asked Bill what was wrong, and he said that Pete had gotten in a fight with Ralph. And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because Ralph was saying things that weren't true about Pete." And when he said a fight, I thought he meant an argument. But later on, I had found out that it was not just an argument, it was physical.
Was there any phone usage during this period of time?
Yes.
Tell us about it, please.
They used the phone a couple times. I remember Bill asking me if they could use the phone, and I said yes. And I don't know who they called. I remember one call that I was downstairs for was Vance called his mother, and his mother said there was a family emergency and to come home. So Vance asked me if I could give him a ride home.
Did you in fact give them a ride home?
Yes, I did.
How are these three behaving at this point?
Well, like I said, I really don't know Pete at all, so I mean, I don't know anything to compare his behavior to. And JR was just normal. He's usually just pretty regular. I don't know. And Bill just seemed a little nervous. I mean, I wasn't taking notes or anything because I didn't know what was going on.
You gave him a ride home. Who did you give a ride and where did you give him a ride?
All three of them. They said they couldn't take the motorcycle because it was JR's cousins and his mother would get mad if she saw that he had it. So they asked me to drive them to JR's and I dropped JR off, I believe, at the front of his driveway, and he had told the other two kids that he wanted to go in the house by himself because his mother had said it was some family emergency. So I believe I dropped the other two off at some store near a laundromat, and then I went shopping.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
Well, I had gone.
Oh gosh, she's here. Hello, mother. Glad that you're out of the pit. My mommy, the owner of this channel, says so she thought they unalive Greg and continue to hang out with them because, well, obviously because they were the coolest people on earth, and like she didn't have any other friends, or she's just a psychopath. You guys can fill in the blanks there. Or just we won't fill in the blanks, like Gabby says. AJ, because she's a dumbass. So, all right. Hello, mother. I would say we're gonna be mild in the chat and be good, but that'd be a lie, and I'm not gonna lie to you.
To Ames to get some athletic tape. And I don't know what else I bought, but I was there probably for about 15 minutes or so. And as I was driving back down the road, I passed the point where I dropped them off, and I saw them walking down the road. So I pulled over, and I asked them when they were going to come get the motorcycle because it was in my garage. And they said they were going to get in the car and get it right then. So I picked them back up and drove them to my house. And Pete and JR took the motorcycle.
Can you go with them at this point in time?
Yeah, but like I said, they can't all fit on the motorcycle at once. So Pete and JR took the motorcycle, and Bill said he was going to go. I think he said either to Winnicott or to Tuxfield or something like that. And he left. He just walked.
How far was it to Tuxfield from your place? Walking in time.
5 minutes, I guess.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
When he took the stand in this courtroom.
Did there come a time when you found out that Bill, Pete, and JR had been arrested?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
That it was specifically them, or that someone had been arrested.
Someone had been arrested.
Once again, I found it on the news, on the 11 o'clock news. I was in with Terry Schnell.
What happened after you hear? Well, tell us what you hear on the news first, and then tell us what happened.
Well, I watch the news every night, and it was 11 o'clock, and we were upstairs in my room, and I believe it was a Monday night, and the news came on, and they said 3 male juveniles have been arrested in connection with the May 1st killing of Gregg Smart of Derry.
Did they identify them?
No, by name? No, just 3 male juveniles.
What was your reaction to that news?
I was upset
What?
for a number of reasons. Well, first of all, I was upset that someone was arrested and that I didn't know anything about it. And number 2, I was upset because once again, I had to find out about something in connection with the death of my husband from the news. And number 3, I was upset because they had said Seabrook, and I didn't know if it was somebody that I had known or someone that was around me or someone who was going to come after me, someone from their family. I just was upset.
Did you do anything that evening to find out who was arrested?
That evening, I believe I called Patty Weiser, my secretary, to ask her if her husband, like I said, he was on the Winnicott School Board, if he could call the principal of the school and see if she knew who it was.
What was her response?
Patty had no idea. She didn't know anything. I think I called the Derry police too, but I was told that no one from the detective division was in, because like I said, it was like 11 o'clock at night.
What did you do for the rest of the evening, for the night?
Sat in bed all night.
Did you sleep?
No,
Where was Terry?
right there with me.
Did you do anything in the morning to try to find out who it was that was arrested for killing your husband?
Yeah, well, because they had said Seabrook, I had figured that I would call either Bill or Cecilia and see if they knew anything about it, because it's a pretty small town, and I figured with the arrest of someone for a murder that people would know who it was. So I decided that I would call either Bill or Cecilia, and it was, I think, about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And so I just dialed Bill's phone number, and his mother answered.
So Tell us about the conversation.
Well, when she answered, I said, "This is Pam Smart," and she had known me because I had met her on a number of occasions. I said, "This is Pam Smart, and I'm trying to find out what's going on. Is Bill there?" And she said, "Billy's been arrested."
Did she tell you what Bill was arrested for?
Yes, that was my next question. I said, "For what?" And she said, "For first-degree murder, and Pete and JR are accomplices."
What was your reaction to that?
My reaction to total shock and disbelief that I could not believe that Bill could even be arrested for this. And I thought my first initial reaction was, oh my God, they found out about the affair and they've arrested the wrong person.
The wrong person?
Yeah, because I didn't think Bill could murder someone. And I said that to Mrs. Flynn. I said, what do you mean he's been arrested and why and what happened? And she said, "I don't know, Pam. They told me that they have evidence." And I said, "What evidence?" And she said, "I don't know." And and then she said, I said, "How or why?" or I don't know. I was asking all kinds of questions. And she said to me, "I think you better get a lawyer." And I said, "What do I need a lawyer for?" She said, "You just better get one."
What was your reaction to that?
Exactly what I just said. Why? Wondering why in the world I would need a lawyer.
What did you do? Did you take any other actions that day to find out what was going on? Or did you just let the thing drop?
Oh, I don't know, Pam. You might need a lawyer for everything that you have caused. So let's just go down the list. You are having intimate relations with a minor. So that's illegal. Then you are hanging out providing alcohol to minors. That's illegal. Then you are also letting minors that don't have a license drive your vehicle. That's illegal. And we haven't even got to the best part yet, which is that your husband was unalived. I don't know. Maybe if Pam, you got two brain cells fighting for third place. You got to do better.
No, I called everybody that I could think of. I called the dairy police. I called my parents. I called first of all my friends were calling me all morning, asking me if I knew who it was. I called the school again. I went over to my mother's house in Windham, and I called Dan Pelletier from the dairy police once again.
Did Dairy Police give you any information about what was going on and why Billy Flynn had been arrested?
No, they told me the same thing they've told me throughout this entire investigation, which is, "I'm sorry, we can't tell you anything." And then now, because it was juveniles, they said we can't tell you anything because they're juveniles.
What effect over the next few weeks did the arrest of Billy Flynn have on your life?
Well, like I said, I was having a very hard time believing that Bill could have committed this crime. I didn't want to believe this. And I was searching for someone to tell me why, how, if this was true. Just everything. Nobody would give me any information.
Something that you thought about once a day or in passing or?
No, I thought about this every waking moment of my life.
Could we ask the cameras to take a break every once in a while?
No more pictures, gentlemen, no more pictures.
Did you do anything to find out what was going on and why the police thought that your former lover killed your husband?
Well, there was rumors flying around all over the place. And I just, basically, of course, every person that knows me was calling me up, asking me, "Do you know these kids? Have they ever met Gregg? Why would they have done this?" Everyone was asking me for the answers, and I was asking everyone else. And it was like chaos. It really was. And I called the dairy police at least twice, 3 times a day, seeking information, to which I got none. And I called the Attorney General's office. I called the Victim Witness Program.
Who'd you talk about there?
I talked to Gabe Putnam from the Victim Witness Program on a few occasions, and I spoke with another woman at one point, but I can't remember what her name was.
Did any of the people you called give you any information to let you know whether or not Billy Flynn really did this, or why the police suspected him?
No.
How does that leave you feeling?
I felt like I was nothing. I felt like I felt like I was a reporter, you know, that like I was seeking information for no reason other than to report it to the rest of the world. And I did not feel like the victim's wife.
Did you see Cecilia Pierce after the boys were arrested?
Yes.
And tell us about interactions you had with Cecilia in this period of time. You asked to try to get information from her.
Yes, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce and the news. I mean, I would pick up the newspaper and turn on the news every night to find out what was going on in my own life. That's how bad it was.
No, you did not. You literally, there's an audio recording of you talking to Cecilia Pierce being like, I think that I'm being followed. Just, if you have to take a polygraph test, just this and that, and please give me a signal that if you're wearing a wire, but make sure it's discreet. You irks me. She irks me.
How about Cecilia?
Through Cecilia, basically, I had heard rumors that were town, and I mean, originally that's what she was telling me, but that changed in time.
Was there a point in time when you and Cecilia were both doing a driving education sort of thing? You were teaching her how to drive, or she was driving the car in Hampton, New Hampshire, for around this period of time?
Yes, the night before the kids got arrested, I think it was, well, wait, let me just think. All right, I don't know what day it was.
Just tell us what happened. What's going on?
I was sitting at my house by myself. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and the doorbell rang, and it was Cecilia Pierce and Michael Welch. They had said they had just gone to a concert at the Club Casino in Hampton, and that it was canceled prematurely or something like that. And they came into the house and started talking to me. It was the day before the kids got arrested. And then Cecilia asked me what I was doing, and I said nothing, and she asked me if she could sleep over. I said yes. So Michael went home, and Cecilia and I went in my car to her house to get clothes so that she could have something to wear to school the next day. And
what occurred?
on the way down to her house, I'm not sure who was driving, but I had let her drive my car all the time with me in it because she was approaching getting her license. And as long as I was over 21, which I was, she was allowed to be driving the car. So she would always ask me to drive, and we were driving back from her house, and we were down near the beach on the way to my house, almost at my house, when the car got pulled over by everyone. There was mounted police in paddy wagons, cruisers, motorcycles. The car was completely surrounded and told to pull over immediately.
You know, did these police officers act like officer friendly when they pulled you over?
No, not at all. Like I said, Cecilia was driving, and they surrounded the car, and they put these big spotlights on us, and they told us not to move a muscle. And the dog was in the car, and he jumped up, and I reached down to get the dog, and the officer started screaming at me and told me to lift my hands up and not to move or reach down for anything again. So I was terrified.
How long did you stay stopped by those police officers surrounded?
The whole thing was probably about 10 minutes. And when the woman came over to the car, she was asking Cecilia for her license and registration, which obviously she didn't have because it wasn't her car and she doesn't have a license. And so I was trying to explain that she was driving my car and all this, but the woman was so mean. She was screaming, and I was really nervous, and so was Cecilia. It was very, very intimidating. And then I heard it come across her radio.
Objection, Your Honor.
Staying.
Your Honor, if I could approach it. Court rules indicate that you're not appropriately approach.
No, Shinny, that's a good point. Were you, Greg, terrified when he was sitting there begging for his life? Were you that scared? I don't think so. Get real.
I think you were about to tell us what you heard over the radio.
Yes, I heard a voice come across the officer's radio, and they said, "Just tell her we pulled over the wrong car." And the woman was turning it down as the person was saying it. And then the woman said, "We pulled over the wrong car."
Did you believe her?
No.
What did you think was going on?
Judge, objection.
I'll withdraw.
You withdraw, you say?
I'll withdraw, Judge.
All right.
So they let us leave. They told us we could go, and so we went back to my house.
Now, this happens the night before Bill Flynn gets arrested, is that correct?
Yes. It was the night of, like, they had left and taken the motorcycle and gone and everything, and then that night Cecilia came over. I believe it was June 10th. It was a Sunday. Yep, Sunday.
So tell me about your interactions with Cecilia Pierce after the arrest of the boy. How often do you see her? What's going on?
Well, what happened was the next day, I went to work and she went to school, and I saw her during that day, which would have been Monday. Then I went home after school, and Cecilia's mother called me and asked me if Cecilia was over my house. And I said no, because she wasn't. And Mrs. Eaton told me that the dairy police were in Seabrook, and that they were looking for Cecilia and they wanted to question her. And Mrs. Eaton indicated to me that she was looking for Cecilia, first of all, and second of all, that she was getting mad that Cecilia was being questioned so much. And I asked, what were the dairy police doing in Seabrook? And I said that if she found Cecilia and took her down there to let me know, because I wanted to go down there and talk to them. Because I
Did you at some point go down there, or did you see Cecilia at some point?
Mrs. Eaton called me back and told me she found Cecilia at her friend Heather's house, I believe, and that they were on their way to the Seabrook police. And so I went in my car and went down there too. And when I got there, I went in the front door with Mrs. Eaton and Cecilia, and the Detective Pelletier and Captain Jackson were there. And they came out and they both looked surprised to see me. And I asked them if they could tell me, I said, what's going on? Because the dairy police were in Seabrook, so obviously something was going on. And I had said to them that I was concerned about my car being pulled over. And Detective Pelletier said he couldn't talk to me right then. And he took Cecilia in another room and interviewed her.
Did you talk to Cecilia after this interview?
She came out and I said, what's going on? And she said, nothing. They just asked me the same questions they always ask me. So I went back to my house that night and I called Captain Jackson at the Seabrook Police, and I told him that I was seeking information once again and that my car had been pulled over, and I was wondering what was going on. Would someone please tell me what is going on? And
Get an answer then?
no, once again, he told me, we can't tell you anything. And then he told me that my car was mistaken for another car. And I said,
When's the next time you see Cecilia?
school the next day.
Rather than going through each.
And well, that night the boys were arrested.
You heard those tapes. We'll play here.
Right.
Right.
The first two are the,
Talk about any of them
Okay.
you want.
well, what happened was that after the murder,
Objections, narration. We could have some proper questions.
Narration is proper on direct examination, opposed to legal.
I disagree, Judge. Just telling her to say whatever she feels like about the tapes. I'd like some questions here. Which one we're talking about? What's the proper question?
I'll start at the beginning.
All right.
Tell us about what leads to the conversations on the first day. What's going on? How do you have to get together with
Okay.
Cecilia?
after the murder, after the arrest of the kids, Cecilia was calling me on the phone and she was very nervous, very excited and worried, and saying that she couldn't believe the kids were arrested. So I was wondering what she was so worried about. And she seemed to indicate to me that she knew more than she was saying. So, obviously she knew about the affair, but I didn't mean just the affair, I meant more about the murder. And so she kept calling me.
I mean, Shinny, as long as you ain't banging him, you good. You good.
And she would see me at the office and she was all excited about everything going on. So I thought that she had more information. And once again, like I said, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce or the news. And I was totally obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, why, what had happened in that house, and just why no one was telling me anything.
So what did you do?
Well, I figured that if she knew more about the murder, then she would tell me if I acted like I knew more about it. And I told her, well, she had said to me that she had asked me, did I know about the murder beforehand? And initially I had said no. And then she made a statement to me that if I knew more about it, as long as I told her that she wouldn't tell anyone and that we had to stick together. So in my mind, I thought that I would play a game with her and I would say about the murder.
No, you should play a game. What's the game? What's going on? What's the point of it?
To get information.
Do you ever, during that period of time, say between the rest of the boys and your own arrest, say August 1st, 2nd, whatever, do you ever get enough information to decide whether or not Bill Flynn's guilty?
Well, all the information that I was getting seemed to indicate that. But in my heart, I didn't want to believe it.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to believe that someone I knew had done this.
When you were talking to Cecilia on any of those tapes, did you know what had happened to your husband in that house?
No. All I knew was rumors of what I had heard, which ranged from everything. I had heard totally outrageous things to plausible things.
What were some of the things you heard?
Objection, Your Honor.
And doesn't come in for, how's it the state of mind, Your Honor?
Still object, Your Honor.
Goes to stand.
How were you feeling during the summer?
How was I feeling during the summer?
Yeah.
I was feeling totally obsessed with wondering what had happened in there. I used to sit in bed every single night and wonder what happened to Gregg. I didn't care about anything else.
No further questions?
Take a short recess.
All right. Finding out what happened to your husband in the summer of 1990 was not all you cared about, was it?
It was my main concern.
Yeah, what was your other concern?
What do you mean, every concern I have had, or?
No, I mean the concern about your affair. Wasn't it your concern in the summer of 1990 that the affair not become known?
Yes,
And you didn't tell anyone in the summer of 1990, right?
except for Cecilia Pierce.
Except for Cecilia Pierce. And so, a moment ago on direct examination, you said, when you heard Bill Flynn was arrested, you say, oh my God, they heard about the affair, they arrested the wrong person. Of course, you went right to the police and straightened that out, didn't you?
No, because I thought if the police knew that I had an affair with Bill, then they would automatically conclude that I was involved in the murder.
So rather than get what you thought was the wrong person off and get him out of trouble and go and tell the police about the affair, you thought it was more important to keep quiet and keep the affair quiet. Is that right?
Yes,
So this was a conscious decision on your part not to tell the police about the affair.
right, and also the police never asked me.
Oh, they didn't ask you. Oh, if they would have asked you, you would have told them, right?
I can't speculate on that, I don't know.
Well, tell us. What do you think you would have done if they would have asked you, hey, do you know any motive why Bill Flynn might have committed this crime? What you would have said?
I don't know, if I was sitting in a room with the police officers, I possibly might have told them.
You possibly might have told them.
Yes,
Okay, so you think if the police would have asked you whether or not Bill Flynn had a motive to commit this crime, you possibly would have told them?
yes,
That's not true, is it, Mrs. Smart?
that's what I just said, it's the truth.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police on June 20th, 1990?
Yes,
Okay. Remember talking to the police at that time about motive for Bill Flynn to commit this crime?
possibly, I don't know. I don't remember.
You didn't tell them about the affair at that time, did you?
No, they didn't specifically say, did you have an affair with Bill Flynn either?
Oh, no. I mean, they didn't hit the nail on the head, they didn't ring the bell, so you didn't confirm it, right?
No.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes, I'm telling the jury the truth, that I had reasons that I didn't want them
They
to know about an
will
affair.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm not denying the fact that I didn't want the police to know about the affair. I really didn't want anybody to know if they didn't have to.
But it was a conscious decision, right?
Yes, it was.
Now, were you asked this question by the police? And did you get this answer? June 20th, remember talking to them?
Yes,
This is after Bill Flynn's been arrested,
yes,
okay? Question, Danny Pelletier, remember him?
yep,
That's one of the things we need though. Why you? Why your house? You know, we want to certify these kids, and we have a crime, and we have all these kids. We have the motive. I mean, this is the motive of burglary? Is that what was he at your house looking around? This is your response. Huh, I can't answer that. I really can't. I don't know. I'd like to think not. I'd like to wonder if he was, why the hell would he wait all the way from February to May? I mean, that's a long time, you know? I would think it would have been, in fact, okay. So say I've already gone through, I'm sure you can imagine, I've gone through all these questions in my mind 5 million times.
exactly.
And you did not tell them about the affair.
No, I did not.
Because they didn't ask?
For 2 reasons that I just said. 1, they didn't ask, and 2, because I really didn't want anyone to know.
Now, you come before this jury, and essentially you admit the affair.
Yes,
But you have no involvement in the murder of Gregory Smart.
no,
Isn't that exactly what you told Cecilia Pierce on July 12, 1990 that you would do? That if you had to, you would admit the affair, and
right,
under no circumstances would you admit your involvement.
that's right.
And that's what you said you would tell the jury if it came to that point, right?
I don't know if I specifically said the jury, but that's what I would say.
Now,
I was speaking about the police, I believe.
what was more important to you? Right after your husband's death? Finding the killer of your husband or keeping the affair of Bill Flynn quiet?
Finding the killer of my husband.
And even if that was more important to you, you said that a week after the murder of your husband, you said to Bill Flynn, hey, did you have anything to do with this?
No, I said, you didn't have anything to do with this, Bill, did you?
Did you tell any of the police at that time?
That I had said that to Bill Flynn?
No, that you had thoughts that Bill Flynn might have been involved.
No.
Okay, you never told anyone in your family, right?
What, that Bill Flynn could have
If you
been?
had an affair with Bill Flynn and maybe the police should look at Bill Flynn. Did you?
No,
Did you tell anybody in the Smarts family that, hey, maybe this kid did something to your son, or maybe the police should look at him? Did you tell anybody Gregg's family?
No, because at the beginning it wasn't thought,
Objection again, Your Honor.
Let her answer.
well, it wasn't thought to have, it did not look at the time like a premeditated killing. So I thought it was a botched burglary like everyone else did.
But you yourself said the thought entered your mind, and you asked Bill if he had anything to do with it, did you not?
Yes,
So you consciously thought about it for a minute, and maybe Bill had something to do with it.
when he started asking me all kinds of questions about what the police were looking for.
And did you go to the police and say, hey, you know, this might be crazy, this might be way out there, I'm not really sure, but you should look at this Bill Flynn guy because of our affair?
No, when he told me he wasn't involved, I believed him because that's what I wanted.
I assumed that this would be the mark that I stop if we're gonna do it tomorrow. I'm assuming you guys want to keep going. I'm just gonna go ahead and answer my own question and keep going.
To hear.
Now, but that's not what you were telling everybody else to do, was it?
Who, are you speaking of a
I
specific
mean,
person?
weren't you asking anyone to come forward with any information, however insignificant it was? Please come forward and tell us what you have and let the police then decide whether or not it was relevant.
Yes,
Remember saying to Bill Spencer on Channel 9 on the TV, if I were on the other side of the coin, I'd be offering all I could, even if I thought it was insignificant, to let the police try and piece it together.
yes,
You remember telling that to Bill Spencer?
yes, now that you say it, yes.
Do you remember telling Bill Spencer, you know, one thing, Bill, I was thinking about was this kid, Bill Flynn, who I had an affair with? Maybe that's something I should tell the police. Should you tell Bill Flynn and Bill Spencer anything about that?
No,
You remember telling Bill Spencer in the same interview, there'll never be an answer. There's so many questions, so many loose ends. I feel like in my heart I can't ask myself any more questions about this. What I think must have happened, what my friends think must have happened, what families think must have happened. We tried to decide for ourselves. We made all kinds of theories. Not any of them makes any sense. It's just a senseless thing.
yes, and I still believe it is a senseless thing, and I still don't have any answers.
Well, do you remember telling anybody in your family, look, let's talk about every possible theory could have happened here was, hey, a week before Gregg Smart was killed, I broke up with the kid, and maybe he did this murder. Did you mention to anybody in your family when you're talking about theories?
No,
Did you mention to any of your friends, Tracy, Brian, Sonia, about the affair with Bill Flynn?
at that time, no.
And how about anybody in the Smarts family? I mean, they were dying for answers too, weren't they?
Right, but I didn't think Bill Flynn was the answer.
You thought it enough to ask Bill Flynn, didn't you?
Yeah, but I also thought every possible conceived theory that could even be imagined. That was not my only
And
idea.
that's the one you decided you wouldn't tell the police.
I didn't tell the police all my other theories either. The police didn't care about my theories.
You never called up the police and said, I think I should tell you something. Not only before Bill Flynn was arrested, but even after Bill Flynn was arrested, right?
No,
Okay. I mean, you testified earlier this morning that on May 1st, Bill Flynn calls you up, asks to use your car, right? This is
Right.
after you broke up with him.
right,
So on the day that he has to use your car is the day your husband's murdered, right?
right,
Okay. And the day that he has to use your car, the day that your husband's murdered, he's with J.R.P. Randall, right?
right,
Okay. And you testified that you drove him down the Haverhill, and later on that night, your husband's murdered,
right,
right? Then you learn 6 weeks later, however long it is, that J.R.'s arrested, Pete's arrested, Bill Flynn's arrested, all for committing the murder of your husband on May 1st, 1990, right?
yes,
And at that time, you also know Bill Flynn has a motive. I broke up with Bill Flynn just a few days before, right?
yes, but I did not think that was a motive to murder another human being.
So you consciously again decided you wouldn't tell that piece of information to the police, even though all three of them together on that day, all three of them arrested for the murder, and even though he has a motive.
It wasn't, I did not want anybody to know that I had an affair with Bill, if that's what you're asking.
The question was, even though you knew all those things, you consciously decided not to tell it to the police, yes or no?
Yes,
And you never told the police up to August 1st that you drove Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, JR, down to Haverhill for them to pick up a car on May 1st. Is that right?
right.
I mean, didn't you think that the police might want to know that? I mean, didn't you think the police are trying to put this together, how they got there, how they could have driven from wherever they were to Derry, what were they all doing together? I mean, didn't it enter your mind that maybe you should just pass that information along to the police, that they had done this?
Did it enter my mind? Yes.
It did enter your mind,
Yes,
right?
it did.
And you didn't tell them.
Right, because I didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn to the police.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn at all to the police, regardless of.
No, well, I did tell the police early on, the day after the murder, that there was a phone call on my phone bill that was to Bill Flynn from me.
Right.
So, I mean, his name had been mentioned.
Because you weren't doing anything to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn, right?
What, from the police or in
Right.
general? No, yes, I was.
You're doing everything you could to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn.
Yes, I
right?
was.
And not only if you told the police about Bill Flynn and your relationship, that would give Bill Flynn a connection and a reason for killing your husband, right?
Right,
And it also give you a connection to the murder of your husband and to Bill Flynn if you told him about the affair, right?
yes,
And that's the real reason you didn't want to talk to the police about Bill Flynn and the affair with you.
the real reason is the truth, which I just told you.
The jury will determine what's the truth, won't they?
They certainly will, I
Are you
hope.
afraid that they're going to decide that for themselves?
I think the jury's gonna believe what the truth is.
Okay.
I
So-
believe in the jury system.
And you're real big on telling the truth, aren't you?
What do you mean, I'm real big?
I mean, in the summer of 1990, you were telling everybody about your affair with Bill Flynn, weren't you?
No,
Objection, Your Honor, she's answered that question about 15 times.
He has answered.
Well, I mean, so you determine sometimes when you're going to tell the truth and when you're not going to tell the truth, right?
I think everyone does.
Okay. And back in June 20th, again, they're talking about a certification hearing, right?
Yes, and I believe there's a quote in there from me that says, I hope they get certified and tried as adults.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that question yet, did I?
No?
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell the jury and volunteer? And then I'll go on to my cross. Go right ahead.
No?
Approach committee, Your Honor. Counsel is referring to a transcript.
I'm telling you guys right now, though, I did a poll, but I'm going to say, if we do that, there's one more video after that's like 41 minutes long that I would want to get through that I don't know who that woman is. I haven't looked at it yet. It's the bank branch manager and then Gregg Smart's friend, because if we get through all of these, then we'll go straight into the defense's closing arguments tomorrow. So if you guys want to do it, I'm here. I'll do it. But I wanted to tell you, there's going to be another 41 minutes after we get through hers. She's got an hour left with part 1, an hour part 2, and then 41 minutes after that. If you guys are in it for the long haul, I'm here.
We don't have one. Perhaps before. Thank you.
35.
Transcript that's been given as page 1 and the next page is page 10.
It's just out of
When we get between page 1 and page 9, I guess we'll worry about it, but as long as we're at page 35, I don't think it's a matter of concern at the moment.
May I continue, Your Honor?
Man?
You remember talking to Daniel Pelletier, June 20th, you boys have already been arrested, right?
Yes,
And as you're talking to Daniel Pelletier at that time, talking about the certification, right?
yes,
And you remember saying this to Daniel Pelletier, bottom of page 35. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to tell the truth, no matter what, okay? Yeah. And the truth is that I don't think these kids did this. That isn't really my truth. That is my God's honest truth. And I think that they might have been involved in some way, I don't know what, because it's just so, the circumstances are just a little too scary for me. Now, your honest God's truth on June 20th, 1990, did not include the affair with Bill Flynn, did it?
No, and my honest to God truth was that they couldn't have done this at that point.
Okay, so.
I had no information.
So your truth varies on the circumstances, is that it?
Right, I had called the police and asked them for information like, did they have evidence against these kids? Did they confess? Did they have a gun? And as far as I knew, all I knew was that they were arrested. So that doesn't, just because you're arrested doesn't mean you're committed a crime, so.
And they also asked you, did they have a motive?
Right,
And you didn't tell them about the affair.
no, all three of them didn't have a motive. Well, I don't understand the question. I mean,
The question is, you just said they didn't have a gun, you didn't know anything about a gun, you didn't know anything about anything else. But when they talked about a motive, your honest to God's truth didn't include providing the motive to the police at that time. Is that right?
and I simply said that I do not think that having an affair is a motive to murder someone.
But you decided that instead of letting the police.
Right,
Now, I mean, this is a conscious decision that goes back to the very first night of the murder, right? Danny Pelletier comes to see you, and you say to Danny Pelletier, I'll help in any way I can, right?
right,
And shortly after the murder, you start telling Bill Spencer on the TV what a happy marriage you have and how everything was perfect between you and Gregg.
I did have a happy marriage.
Right, but you didn't tell them about the problems and the affairs.
I don't think it was Bill Spencer's business if I was having an affair.
Nor was it the police businesses in your mind, right?
Not right then.
Okay, you didn't tell the police on May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you. And that's when, May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you to get latent print elimination from people at your house who might have been in there.
Right,
You didn't tell them about Bill Flynn on that day, right?
nope,
You didn't tell them 2 days later, on May 5th, 1990, when Bill Flynn came back to you, when Detective Pelletier came back to you, was asking you about background information on yourself and on your husband. Bill Flynn wasn't mentioned at that time either, right?
no,
Again, that's just so we're clear, that's not a mistake, that was a conscious decision.
right, because I figured they would ask me what Bill Flynn was doing at the house, then the affair would come out, which I was trying to hide.
You're trying to hide that over letting your possible murder of your husband come out, right?
I didn't think Bill Flynn had anything to do with it at the time.
So now all of a sudden you do.
Right this second,
Well,
he
it's
pleaded
wrong.
guilty to the crime.
Is that the first time you thought you had anything to do with this?
No,
Now, you also met with Detective Pelletier on May 9th, 1990.
right,
Told him about Cecilia Pierce. Asked any other friends that you had that Gregg didn't mention Bill Flynn.
right,
May 22nd, again met with Detective Pelletier. 3 weeks after the murder. Police telling you leads were drying up. Again, don't mention Bill Flynn, right?
I never mentioned Bill Flynn,
And that's true.
except for the phone call that I told you about.
Why don't you tell us, Jerry, what attracted you to Bill Flynn?
I said earlier that he was easy to talk to, he was nice.
And you said that this affair started on February 5th?
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean, physically or?
When was the first time you told him about your affair?
Well, I said on February 5th, I told him that I had feelings for him, but I wouldn't say that, there was no contact or anything like that on February 5th.
When was the first contact?
I believe I stated it was February 27th.
February 27th at his house.
Right.
You knew something was going on between you and him, right?
There were feelings, yes.
I mean, he kissed you said.
Well, a kiss is kind of a thing that,
Mutual thing.
yeah,
Okay, so it wasn't anything you were trying to avoid, right?
no,
And after February, can you tell us, where did this happen?
the kiss.
Yeah.
In his bedroom.
And who else was present?
In the room or in the house?
Either or.
He and I were in the bedroom and Mrs. Flynn and his brothers, I think, were in the house in the other rooms.
And how did you have privacy?
He had the door shut. He always had the door shut in his room.
Locked?
I don't know, probably.
Did you think that was a little inappropriate for you to be in a room with a 15-year-old boy?
No, I was always in there because that's where we worked on the video when we were over there.
And from there, where did it go?
Where did what go to?
The affair.
That day? Or
After that day.
my house?
When was that?
March 24th?
Was that the first time you had sexual intercourse with him?
Yes.
How many times between then and April 20, when did you say you broke up?
Well, we broke up a number of times in between them. That
And
time.
when was the last time you broke up?
Either the Thursday, or the Wednesday, or the Thursday before the murder.
March 24th and the Tuesday before the murder, he was also in your house, right? So when you had the dinner, he did the dishes, threw out the trash?
The Tuesday, yes, he was.
Okay, so you have sex that night too?
Yes,
Between those 2 days, right, we're talking about maybe a little less than a month period,
right.
how many times did you have sex?
I don't know, 2 or 3.
Well, you said 2 times you were at his house on direct examination, you said numerous times.
2 times I was at his house, not having sex at his house.
So where did these 2 or 3 times occur?
At his house.
So the only time you ever had sex was twice at your house and twice at his house?
Not twice at his house, once at his house.
Where was the other place?
That's all I remember.
I'm sorry?
That's all I remember.
So you remember twice at your house and once at his house, nowhere else in between?
Not that I remember.
Okay, so tell us about the times you tried to break up with Bill Flynn. When was the first time after March 24th?
I don't know the exact date. Probably at the end of March sometime.
All right, so the end of March, you tried to break off with him, and what'd you tell him?
That I didn't want to have an affair.
And what did he say?
That he wanted to.
And that was it? So you continued?
No. He said that he wanted to be with me. And I said I couldn't have 2 relationships at once.
Okay, but you did continue to have 2 relationships at once, right?
A few days later, yes.
3 days later?
A few days later,
2 days later, boom, everything's back again, right?
I guess. I don't know exact dates.
So then the relationship started up again, so now we're towards the beginning of April, let's say?
Yes.
All right, so what was the next time what got the relationship back together again?
Our feelings, I guess.
Okay, so then, what was the next time after that? That you tried to break it off?
There was some time in April. I can't remember when. I believe it was beginning to middle of April.
How much time later?
How much time later, what?
Was it that you tried to break it off after this
Right.
first attempt?
I don't know, probably like 10 days.
So now it's the beginning of April, we're talking April 10th, April 12th, this is the second time you tried to break it up. How long does that last?
Couple days.
I mean, the only person who knew about your affair was who?
Myself, Bill, and Cecilia.
Now, during this time, you must have been telling Cecilia Pierce what a problem Bill Flynn was, that you're trying to get out of this relationship, he just won't let you go.
No, he wasn't a problem.
Well, you certainly wanted to end the relationship, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and you were having trouble ending the relationship.
Right, but it was personal. It was between Bill and I, not her.
Okay, but Bill, Cecilia knew about the relationship. In fact, Cecilia was at your house. At least one time that you had sex with Bill.
Right?
Okay. I'm talking, did you ever tell Cecilia Pierce that, I'm trying to break it off with Bill, but I can't?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce and say, hey, Cecilia, you knew about that affair with Bill. Do you think maybe he did this?
When? Before he was arrested?
Anytime.
No, I did not think in my heart that Bill Flynn did this.
And that's all you had to do for you, right?
I didn't want to hear it, yeah.
So let's go back to the last time you tried to break it off with Bill Flynn.
The end of April?
Okay, but before that, he was at your house again, right?
Right,
I mean, Gregg goes away for a whole week
right,
during the school night.
right.
How does he get to your house?
I drove him.
I mean, what were you thinking? Were you saying, well, I'm going to end this affair in a couple days, but I'll do it one more
No, I
time?
wasn't thinking that I was going to end it at the time.
Okay, so Tuesday night is a perfectly nice evening between you and Bill Flynn, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you ended when?
Wednesday or Thursday.
What happens on Wednesday and Thursday all of a sudden that you're going to end this affair?
I thought about what I was doing.
and all of a sudden the lights go off and you say that it's,
I didn't think it was fair to either one of them.
and is this when you have the ride in the car? And he cries?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well, he
he's,
had cried in the car on more than one occasion, but yeah, I guess.
and so he's riding in the car with you and he's crying and he said, you tell him the affair's over.
I was crying too.
And you tell him the affair's over, right?
Yes.
Okay, and at that time he says,
He's killing himself.
he's gonna kill himself, and then you said direct, stop.
Yeah.
And then everything was gonna be fine. He said, we'll just be friends, is that okay?
Yeah, I mean, there was more to the conversation than that.
Yeah. Are you telling this story that something went off in his head that you recognized by his reaction?
He stopped crying.
I mean, did you think that was strange?
I guess. I don't know. I've never been breaking up with someone I was having an affair with. I didn't have anything to compare it to.
That's you a lot?
What, that I would have an affair?
You didn't break up with people?
No. Well, I've never had any other affair.
But my question is, did something go off in your head that you wanted to tell the jury about?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question. What, are you getting at something I don't understand?
Now you said in this OJ commercial that you had set up, right?
Right?
Okay. I think you said at direct examination that the city of Pierce saw the brochure on your desk. And that she got interested in it, right?
Right, we had a discussion about it.
But it was you really the leader on this OJ commercial, were you not?
As far as,
I mean, you sent it to the media director at Winnicott High School. He wasn't interested.
right.
He wasn't gonna do it, so you decided
Right.
to do it.
Well,
right?
as director of media services, I sometimes get things that I have to send out to other schools, and this one in particular pertained only to high school students.
Right.
So I sent it to the
And he
Winnicott.
wasn't interested the year before last,
Right,
and he wasn't interested last year.
right,
So you thought you would do something about it,
right.
right?
I thought it would be a good learning experience, yes.
So, I mean, it's not like Cecilia just happened to see the brochure and she was the instigation for all this, was she?
I don't believe I've ever stated that.
No, I think you said on the direct, she saw the brochure and started talking it up.
Right, we both started talking about it.
And then you got the other students involved.
She did. I didn't know the other students at the
You didn't know
time.
Bill Flynn at that time?
I knew Bill Flynn, but I didn't know Kevin Mort or Jeremy Thompson at the time.
And they did it all, and you didn't have anything to do with that, right?
No, they all came over to my office and they said they were interested and we started working on it. And we tried to figure out study periods or times after school when we could do it. And then Kevin moved, so he couldn't do it anymore. And Jeremy had gymnastics practice after school, so he couldn't do it.
Now, you said in direct examination that this was not a note you gave Bill Flynn, right?
No?
It was lyrics that you wrote to a song.
Right.
Okay. These are song lyrics.
Yes.
And if I read correctly, it's you're running from the love that you had once before, your first love. Someone to hold you through the pain, to make you smile again, to protect you forever. Someone to take your fears away, to help you through each day, to carry you when you can't go on. There is no like the love of your first love. She waits alone, oh, every night. Tears are in her eyes. She has lost all the love she had. She lived her life for him each day. She threw it all away to live for herself, live her life her way. There's no love like the love of your first love. So it's true, it's for you as you are, tears in the night, filled with pain.
Yes, and if you want to know the truth, that's a song about God. How God is your first love.
I see, so this is a religious thing.
Yes, it's by a religious band.
And you're saying that Bill Flynn stole it out of your car?
I didn't say he stole it. I never said Bill Flynn stole that out of my car.
But you never gave this to Bill. Just talk about first love as your love for God.
It's not my love for God, it's a song.
Well, why did you write down your note?
Because I liked the song.
And you just decided one day to write it down, stick it into your cassette, leave it into your car.
I actually, when I first heard the song, I was going to use it as a wedding song. But when I realized what the song was about,
Tell us how you think.
changed my mind.
Sorry. Tell us how it got into Bill Flynn's possession.
Could you finish the answer you interrupted him first?
The first answer would be that I don't even know what the question was. Forget it. I don't know.
Fine.
I don't know how Bill Flynn got it.
how this woman wasn't struck by lightning. I don't know. I don't know how God wasn't like, no, bad. Like Puddle Towns. Oh shit. Yeah, I don't know why, but I feel secondhand embarrassment. Me too. Mama, because I know you're going to be going to bed soon. I just wanted to give thanks to the super chats and super stickers. So Ronnie, Danny T, Sticky, myself, but that one's weird.
Let's
so
go.
He's not. He still hasn't been here today.
No, but he gave one
Yeah.
yesterday.
And Let's Go for his $100 one yesterday. Frankie Puddletown, and then also a new member, Luca. So
Luca.
I know you're going to be going to bed soon. Also, because I don't know how to do things. If you could change the description, that would be fantastic. Okay, that's all I wanted.
Night, night, AJ.
Let's talk about the pictures.
He could have taken it out of my car. He did borrow tapes from my car.
Let's talk about the pictures. You said that those pictures were March and April, that you gave them to Bill Flynn because you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place. Is that
Right.
correct?
Yes.
And the reason you want to have them developed at your normal place was because you didn't want to be embarrassed by the school teacher seeing the pictures. Is that correct?
He wasn't a school teacher, but just the guy who worked at the photo store. I went there almost on.
Sorry, I got to stop one more time. Thank you so much, Puddletown, for gifting 5 memberships. So they, waiting for them to pop up on my screen. Come on. I know they go to Old Soul, Adair, Annabelle, Robin C, and Gina Sistel. I don't know why they're not popping up right here because I would pull them up if I could. But congratulations on the super chats, Puddletown. Super chat. Congratulations on the memberships, Puddletown. Thank you so much. That means the absolute world. Thank you.
On a daily basis to get my film developed, and I just didn't want them all sitting around talking about it.
Describe the poses to the jury that you engaged in those photographs.
I'm just in a bathing suit, standing around, posing,
Standing around?
I guess. I don't know, I haven't seen him in a while. There's like 5 different roles, and that's just one of them.
Are they anybody want both?
That's what I just said.
Standing around? How about kneeling on a bed, sometimes posing? Did you agree with me somewhat provocatively?
I suppose, some of them, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. I mean, did it ever occur to you that though you might be embarrassed by giving them to your local photomet guy, that you instead chose to give them to a 15-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy?
Yeah, the undeveloped role.
Right. And it never occurred to you that maybe this boy would see the pictures as they were put back in the envelope and given to you?
He would have to be working at the photo store in order to see that.
Why? Who's going to pick up the photos?
He was going to pick them up, but
Okay, so
I mean, I didn't think he'd open up the package and read them.
Now
look at
you're
them.
telling this jury today that you.
Excuse me. Please.
So you didn't think he would open up the package.
No, I didn't.
So you thought it was okay to give this boy photographs of you in a bathing suit on a bed.
Right.
And you didn't think it would be any harm if this 15-year-old boy would see these photographs.
He was 16 at the time, and not that it makes a difference, and he had developed pictures for Tracy, my friend, before, and he had opened up her pictures.
So you thought it was okay then?
For someone to bring a roll of film for me? Yes.
These kind of poses.
Yes.
And you didn't want them, but you never gave them to Bill Flynn as your testimony.
Yes.
So when Bill Flynn came in here and testified as to how he's got them, that's all wrong, right?
Right.
And, you know, You sat through this entire trial, right?
Right,
You've heard Bill Flynn testify, heard everything he said.
right,
Heard Pete Randall testify, heard everything he said.
yes,
And you heard JR testify, heard everything he said.
yes,
Mrs. Flynn,
yes,
Karen Knight,
yes,
City Pierce,
yes,
Sarah Thomas,
yes,
all the time. And every time they're up here testifying, you were sitting here taking notes, correct?
You are to leave, approach the bench.
right.
Have a motion, ma'am.
You heard all those witnesses testify, right?
Right, I don't believe every one of them testified about these photos. Are you talking specifically about?
No, I'm just talking about in
okay.
general.
Okay,
Correct? You
right.
heard them all. You heard them all testify about Southern Comfort incident, those who testified about that, right?
Right,
And you agreed that you were with Bill Flynn one night, he was drinking Southern Comfort, right?
right,
You never bought Bill Flynn Southern Comfort because it would be inappropriate. You would have bought a minor alcohol, is that it?
yes, but I'm not saying I didn't have any inappropriate behavior in this incident at all.
I don't think I said that either. I guess I just asked the question as to why you would never have bought Bill Flynn
Right,
alcohol. I mean, are you trying to wonder why I'm asking questions? Would you like me to explain them to you before I ask them?
no,
Okay.
but I am wondering
Alright,
sometimes.
so you told this jury you never had any reason to buy, you never bought Bill Flynn any alcohol.
Not that I remember.
You never let Bill Flynn drive your car.
Yeah, yes, I let Bill Flynn drive my car, but with me in it.
Right, but never when you were not in it.
No, he took it, but other people were driving.
But that kind of inappropriate behavior that he might engage in never stopped you from starting an affair with him, right?
No,
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understood
I
the
mean, your
question.
concern about engaging, or Bill Flynn engaging in inappropriate behavior never stopped you from having an affair, right?
No,
I mean, where do you draw the line? It's improper to buy alcohol, it's improper for him to borrow your car, but it's okay to have sex after 9.5 weeks. I mean, what's your line?
I don't know that I've ever thought about having a line.
I mean, you showed 9.5 weeks. I mean, was your idea to get the movie, or was it Bill's?
I don't remember. I remember somebody just got it in the video store. I don't specifically remember me suggesting it.
Tell me what 9.5 weeks is about.
I don't even really remember. I know it has Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke. It's about something like she likes him, and then I don't know.
It's a boy-girl love story?
No, I mean I'm not saying that. There's sex in it.
Lots of sex in it, right?
I guess I don't remember the whole movie. I've seen a lot of movies.
And is this the first time you had sex with Bill Flynn?
Yes,
And you don't remember the movie?
I remember parts of it.
And the ice that Bill Flynn got that night, that never happened, right?
No, that happened in the movie. Now, when he said it, I remembered it being in the movie.
And what about the negligee in the dance? That's something Bill made up, or did that happen?
No, part of that is true.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what part of that was true?
There was a negligee involved, but there was no dance.
So you wore a negligee for Bill Flynn, the 16-year-old boy, that night in March.
Yes,
But you don't remember what the movie was about, right?
I think I've answered that. I don't remember what the whole entire movie was about.
And this note, you said you didn't write to Bill, that this was some lyrics from some song from some religious band, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, why don't you tell us about the notes you did write to Bill Flynn? How many you wrote?
Probably, I would say 6 or 7.
And this is all the time you were in turmoil whether or not to end a relationship with this boy, right?
At some points, yes, and some points, no.
And you said at direct examination this morning that when you asked the question if some of them were sexually explicit, I think you said apparently, I guess.
Right.
Well, what do you mean? Were they or were they not?
I don't remember specific lines from them, but yes, there was talk about sex. It matters what you consider sexually explicit. If you consider these photos sexually explicit, I don't.
Okay. Well, you
So-
tell me what you mean by sexually explicit. Why don't you then tell us what you put in letters which matches your definition?
Sexually explicit to me might be just graphic sexual descriptions, I guess, would
Did
be.
your notes to Bill Flynn contain graphic sexual descriptions?
Not that I remember. There was talk about sex, but I wouldn't consider it.
Okay, so when you said on the record earlier today that apparently, I guess, they were sexually explicit, this afternoon, they're not. I mean.
I meant according to your version.
Well, I didn't ask for my version, I asked you for your version, you tell me.
Right. Well, this morning when I said that, I meant to some people, I suppose they could be sexually explicit.
Why don't you just tell
But
us?
to me, I don't remember any sexually explicit letters.
And what did you write in that you thought Mr. Toomey was referring to when Mr. Toomey said,
Just talk of sex.
and those are the kind of things you wrote in your letters to this boy that you were trying to break off with, right?
Well, I wouldn't have written that at a time I was trying to break off.
I mean, was this sort of like a schizophrenic relationship? One day it's on, one day it's off? I mean, everything happens, according to you, between March 24th and April 24th. There are several breakups, there's several trysts, there's these letters between each other. I mean, you know.
Yes, it was a very turbulent relationship.
Up and down all the time.
Exactly.
Now, the only person privy again is you and Cecilia Pierce and Bill. And the question I was asking for, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about breaking it off with Bill Flynn? Or is this something that you kept from Cecilia Pierce?
I don't remember talking to Cecilia Pierce specifically about the relationship at all, like our feelings.
Well, I mean, Cecilia Pierce knew about it.
Right, she knew we were having an affair, that's it. I mean, she didn't know like every single thing that we ever did.
And she was there sometimes.
Yeah.
Question is, when you say you don't ever recall specifically talking to Cecilia Pierce about the relationship, I'm asking you, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about trying to break it off with Bill Flynn?
I might have.
Do you recall doing so?
I don't know, I can't answer that, I don't remember. Yeah, I guess the answer is no.
You said that Bill Flynn, when you told him you wanted to break it off because you were going to tell Gregg, he said he was going to kill himself first.
Yes,
I mean, didn't that strike to you that this kid may be a little emotionally unstable?
yes,
And didn't it occur to you that knowing that he might be a little emotionally unstable, when the police were trying to figure out what the hell happened here, that maybe this emotional instability should have been told to them?
no, I thought he was just hurt when he said that, and like anybody would be.
Okay, well, a second ago you just said yes, you thought he might be emotionally unstable.
At that point, not generally emotionally unstable, just at that moment right there, yeah.
So sometime later on, you decided he's not emotionally unstable, he's okay, so I don't have to tell the police about the affair. Is that it?
I'm not a psychiatrist, I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking you where along the line you decided it wasn't effective. At some point, you clearly let it be known to this jury that this kid is talking about killing himself, and you're clearly letting it be known.
Yeah, himself, not someone
Can I ask you a question, please? You're clearly letting it be known to this jury that he was upset.
I'm gonna object you around, that's not a question, it's a speech.
Foundation is a good question.
Cross-examining.
And then somewhere down the line, you make a decision, it's not something to tell the police.
Right,
So you thought it was significant enough to tell the jury now, but not to tell the police back then, right?
right.
When you broke up with Bill Flynn for the final time, what day of the week was it?
I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday,
And where were you?
in my office.
Now, after that Tuesday night, Bill Flynn ever come back to your house while you were there?
In Gary?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
Okay. So Tuesday night, everything's peachy keen, right? Or peachy keen, I should say.
Oh, yes,
Okay, so there's no problem with you and Bill Flynn, correct? Tuesday night at your house.
I always had a problem in my head with it, but
Okay, but you didn't tell Bill Flynn you were breaking up Tuesday night, right?
no.
Okay, so when Bill Flynn left your house Tuesday night, it was his understanding everything was still okay and everything was fine according to your testimony, right?
I suppose.
And that's the night he did the dishes, right?
Yes,
And that's the night he threw out the garbage.
yes,
That's the night that if you throw out the garbage, sometimes you go through the bulkhead.
yes. He went through the bulkhead.
Right, on that night. But you don't break up with him until 2-3 days later, right?
Right.
All right. Do you want this jury to understand that Bill Flynn decided to kill your husband because you broke up with him?
I want this jury to understand the truth.
Is that what you're claiming the truth is?
I don't know why Bill Flynn killed Gregg. I can just come in here and give my testimony.
So even as you sit here today, you still have no idea why he may have done this. Is that it?
I didn't say I had no idea, but I don't know specifically.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think? Why do you think he did this?
Probably because he thought we could be together.
Okay, so Bill Flynn thought, you want nothing to do with him, and you made that clear on Wednesday or Thursday after
Right.
the Tuesday. And Bill Flynn says, well, I'll take care of this. She wants to be with Greg. If I kill Greg, she'll obviously come right back to me.
I guess because the only reason I wouldn't be with Bill was because I loved Greg.
And Bill Flynn, in your understanding, you must have figured that out, you'd go back, right?
I told Bill that I loved Greg, and that's why I was breaking up with him.
And, I mean, when you broke up with him on that Wednesday or Thursday, and you were trying to end the relationship, 3 days later, he calls you up, and you drop everything to give him a ride to Haverhill, right?
I didn't drop everything immediately, but yes, I gave him a ride to Haverhill. He was still my friend.
I know, but I mean, you got to school late, right, that day?
Right,
You went out for lunch for 11:30 to 2:30.
right.
Boom, right after that, Bill Flynn calls, I need a ride to Haverhill. What do you say? Oh, Bill, I don't really want to.
About 2 hours after that.
He calls back, and again, I mean, you just do it, right?
Sure. It wasn't the first time I'd ever given him a ride anywhere.
I mean, didn't it occur to you that you should just cut it off between this kid? I mean, didn't you say this morning on direct examination, don't come around that much anymore to Bill Flynn?
Originally, and then he said that he couldn't stand not seeing me at all. And so he said he wanted to still come over, and I said that was fine. And I didn't want to be mean to him. I didn't hate him or anything. And he asked me for a ride. I said yes. It was not a major event.
And that ride is something that you would have done in public, right? I mean, it's not a hidden thing. People might have seen you and Bill and JR or Pete together, right?
Right. I had nothing to hide that I was giving them a ride to Haverhill.
And people might have seen you out the night Bill Flynn was drinking the Southern Comfort, correct?
I'm sure they did.
So you have to give this jury an explanation why you drove him down to Haverhill that night, right?
Of course, I have to tell the truth. I did
Yeah.
drive them.
And after that, you didn't stop seeing Bill Flynn.
After when?
After May 1st.
What do you mean, stop having an affair or stop seeing him?
Both.
I saw him after May 1st, but I didn't have any relation with him.
But you told this jury that Bill Flynn never came to your Hampton condominium and hung out there except for this one day before his arrest?
I believe he might have been there like on one or two other occasions.
What was he doing?
Just stopping by like any other friend I had.
And there's nothing going on between you and Bill Flynn?
After the murder of my husband?
That's right.
No, there
So
wasn't.
when people came into this courtroom were to say they saw you with Bill Flynn after May 1st at your condominium, hanging out together, being affectionate,
Hanging out, yes. Being affectionate, no.
they'd be all wrong. They'd be all wrong, right?
That'd be partly wrong.
And the whole business about Drew Holloway just happened to be something that came up unexpectedly, right?
Yeah, we were there May 31st, taking out the stereo.
And you know Michelle Nichols would see you that day, and you know Ralph Welch's girlfriend saw you that day,
Michelle Nichols was in the car.
and you saw Mrs. Laramie saw you that day.
Sure.
Excuse me 1 second, Hannah. Okay, now, your relationship with Cecilia Pierce, she liked you, right?
Yes.
I mean, she was a 15-year-old girl, somewhat low self-esteem, correct?
I guess.
Well, what do you think?
About her self-esteem. I think she has a tendency to want to be the star.
And when did you first think that?
All the time.
All the time.
During the video especially. She's basically a good person though. I mean, She was a friend.
And she liked hanging out with you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you were 22, 23 years old, you were a young media director, she was a 15-year-old high school student, you befriended her, right?
Yes. She worked for me and it became a friendship.
And Cecilia Pierce sort of got off on that, right?
I don't know that I can answer that.
I'm sorry?
I don't know that I can answer that. She got off on that.
Well, did Cecilia Pierce and you have any problems in your relationship?
1 second. Let's go. Thank you so much for the super chat. Every time AJ trial has a dumb witness hour. Every time. Sorry, I read that wrong. Every time AJ trial has a dumb witness hour. You're hot to a trot. We get it. Show it off on Insider, the home. No need to humiliate these women and make Carmen slug a cheap beer. That's exactly what I do. So thank you so much. Let's go. You know, we appreciate it.
Did she hate you? Did you have big fights or anything like that?
We had fights.
Okay, and how was your relationship basically?
She was it was basically just friends, but when we got in a fight, it was usually because she was jealous of someone else being around me.
Because she liked you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce never did a thing in your entire relationship with you really hurt you, did she?
Yeah, she did sometimes.
What'd she do?
There were occasions when she would tell me things about that she thought I looked fat or something, and that would hurt my feelings.
So the kind of things that Cecilia Pierce did to hurt you was to say you look fat or something like that, right? In fights.
Just stupid things, nothing.
Stupid things.
Yeah, nothing major
Right.
that I can remember.
And you were close.
Yes.
And you say that Cecilia Pierce kind of wants to be your star, something like that, right?
She had some problems with attention.
Now, you said that you thought that right from the beginning.
Right, and also my friend Tracy had noticed that too.
So tell us, when did you first realize and think that that Cecilia Pierce might have some more knowledge about this case?
As soon as she started talking to me after the kids were arrested.
And when was that?
The specific date, I believe the day after they were arrested. If they were arrested on June 10th, it would have been June.
So Cecilia Pierce was saying things that made you think, this girl might know something.
Right.
And you thought that this girl might have been involved in the murder of your husband?
I thought she had knowledge. I didn't think that she was specifically there the night of the murder, no.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce wasn't even friends with Bill Flynn, Jr. and Pete, was she?
No. Well, Bill, yeah, I guess.
I mean, she knew Bill through the OJ video, right?
In school, yes.
And OJ video and hanging out in your office, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's how Bill Flynn and Cecilia Pierce hung around together, right?
Yes, I don't know if they had classes together.
When you and Bill Flynn were going out and hanging out together, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes with you, right?
Yes.
Was that Bill Flynn's idea to bring Cecilia Pierce?
Sometimes it was just a result of who we were with. Sometimes Tracy Collins was with us because she was there that day and we ended up deciding to go out.
Yeah, I think my question was that Bill Flynn's idea to have Cecilia Pierce? And you answered, well, I think it's another question. So let's go back to my question. Did Bill Flynn want Cecilia Pierce around when the three of you were together?
I don't know, you'd have to ask Bill Flynn.
Did Bill Flynn ever say to you, hey, let's bring Cecilia Pierce together with us? I mean, I'm
No.
a 16-year-old boy. You're the woman I love. I want to be alone with you. Let's bring Cecilia Pierce.
No.
Okay. So when Cecilia Pierce was there, whose idea was it?
I just said, it was either a result of the fact that we were somewhere and continuing to go out afterwards, or it was my idea to pick her up. Or she had asked what we were doing and if she could go along also.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes cover for you, wasn't she?
Sometimes what?
Cover.
Certainly.
Okay. I mean, she was there to hide the relationship between you and Bill.
Yes.
And covering up this relationship is something you took pretty great steps to do.
Yes, it was something that I was consciously doing.
I mean, you even testified before in court incorrectly about being with Bill Flynn, didn't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did you ever have a car accident March 17th, 1990 with Tracy Collins, you, Cecilia, and Bill Flynn was in the car?
Yes, I did.
And then you went to court a couple days after Bill Flynn's arrest, and you were asked a question by the prosecutor, who were you with? And you, I believe, said some friends. And And when you were then answering the question, of all the friends you were with that day, why don't you tell the jury who you left out?
I left out Bill Flynn because he was arrested at the time.
And that's the only reason.
Well, first of all, I was in the middle of a court proceeding, and I figured that if I had said Bill Flynn was in the car, that then most certain next question would be, and where is Bill Flynn? And I would have to get into the fact that he was arrested for the murder of my husband, which was something I was trying to avoid. And I didn't think it was important at the time because a guy had backed up into my car and it wasn't my fault.
And is that why, given 2 names to put down on the witness sheet of the day of the accident, on March 17th, 1990, that you filled out, of the 3 people in your car, why don't you tell the members of the jury who you left off on the operator's report of the accident?
Bill Flynn, there was 2 spaces, and there was Tracy and Cecilia were standing right next to me, and I put them down.
Oh, because I mean, if Bill was standing next to you, Bill probably would have got on, but since Cecilia and Tracy were standing next to you, they got on. Is that it?
If I was trying to hide the fact that he was there, I wouldn't have brought him to the police station in the first place.
And all this space underneath here where you could have filled in a 3rd name, you didn't choose to put that down, right?
No.
Your Honor, could I have this marked as State's Exhibits 83? Thank you.
All right, maybe Mark.
I brought him to the police station with us. The police officer saw him standing there.
Anything else you want to tell the jury before my next question?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me mark.
Were you under oath when you testified at that court proceeding and said, let me give you the direct quote so you know exactly what you said. Okay, who was operating the vehicle? I was. And did you have some friends with you? Yes. Who were they?
Your Honor, she's already answered and said she left off the name. He's just putting in some other transfer at this point.
It's admission, Your Honor.
She's already admitted it. What's the point?
She hasn't admitted it, but I think it's cross-examination.
Thank you. The attorney, who were they? Tracy and Cecilia. Now, is that a pretty accurate, direct quote of what you were testifying to?
Yes, and Tracy and Cecilia were standing there right in the courtroom with me.
Is this another version of your God's honest truth, what you decide to tell people or not tell people?
It was more of an intentional avoidance of a bigger problem.
Okay, because I mean, at that time, if you would have mentioned Bill Flynn, you might have had to start answering a few more questions about your relationship with Bill Flynn, correct?
And I didn't think of that at the time. I thought they would probably ask me where he was and why he wasn't testifying.
You certainly thought of that as a possibility if you would tell the police about your affair with Bill Flynn. They would have started asking all sorts of questions, right?
Well, most certainly.
Okay, so, I mean, it was a conscious decision not to mention him there. It was a conscious decision not to mention the police. And you sort of make decisions as you go all the time, what to tell people, what not to tell people based on the circumstances you're in, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and here you are in this courtroom, now testifying in a first-degree murder trial, and you're under different circumstances, right?
Yes?
And now you've decided you're going to tell all and come clean.
Yes, this is a much more serious matter than someone backing up into my car.
All right, so truth to you depends on what's at stake and what you're willing to say.
No, not at all.
Well, you just said a second ago that didn't mean so much because it was only about a guy backing up and hitting your car.
Right.
So if you can't be honest on little things like that, when no one's even pointing a finger at you, why should the jury believe you're going to be truthful now
I didn't
when all
say-
these witnesses have testified against you?
I didn't say that I wasn't being honest. If they would have said, was Bill Flynn inside your car the night of the accident, I would have said yes.
Just like if the police would have said,
Exactly.
were you having an affair with Bill Flynn, you would have said yes.
Yes.
But if they don't ring the bell or pull the string, no one's ever going to know about it, right?
I don't guess not.
All right, now, you started to tell us how Cecilia Pierce, right, started talking like she might have some information about this. Is
Yes,
that correct?
yes.
All right. And when's the first time she does that? Why don't you be exact as you possibly can?
The day after the kids were arrested.
The day after. So the kids were arrested what day?
It was a Monday night,
Monday night,
I think,
June 11th?
the 10th or 11th, yeah.
Okay. So after June 11th, what did she say at that time that start makes you think she knows something about it?
Basically, it was her tone of voice and her excitement about what was going on and how could they have gotten arrested and things like that.
And what happened after that night? When was the next time?
I saw her, I believe the next day, I saw her in school that night, or I talked to her on the phone, I'm not sure.
And what did she say at that time to make you think more likely that she was about?
Just because she was so worried about everything.
And, well, let me ask you something. Did you ever have any real fear that your phone was tapped?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why did you think your phone was tapped?
Because of all the rumors I had heard.
All right, so when you were talking to Cecilia Pierce on the phone on June 19th, you were purposely saying things to avoid any involvement in this Bill Flynn, or in this case, because you thought your phone was tapped.
Exactly.
Okay. So the phone conversations of June 19th, Cecilia's saying all sorts of things to you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia's saying, what kind of things do you recall Cecilia saying to you that gave you the indication she might be involved? Or had more information?
Nothing. That indication came way before those phone conversations.
Okay, so I mean, even before those phone call conversations, you have an indication that Cecilia
Yes.
Pierce is acting a little funny.
Right, immediately after the arrest, so that would have been the 11th, the 12th, the 13th,
All right, so these phone calls were made when?
the 18th and 19th.
Okay, does anything change on the 18th and 19th to change your
Yes,
mind?
on the 13th, I told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, on the 13th.
You told Cecilia Pierce on the 13th?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she said that she did too.
All right, so now what you want this jury to understand is that on June 13th, you told Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand, right? And prior to June 13th, you're under the impression Cecilia must know more about the murder than she's telling you, right?
Right.
Okay, now if Cecilia knew more about the murder than you were telling her, wouldn't she know whether or not you were involved?
That's what she said to me. That's what she said to me. She said, how come Bill never told me that you knew?
Okay, and when you said that to her on June...
No, she said that to me.
When you said that to her on June 13th, that you knew about the murder,
Yeah,
right? Didn't you just say that a few moments ago? That was just a trick,
Exactly.
just to get more information from her.
Exactly, and I did get information.
Okay, you got information on June 13th,
I
right?
certainly did.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury how soon you went to the police and said, hey, you better talk to Cecilia Pierce, because she knows more than she's telling you.
I didn't, because I didn't believe her at first.
Just like you couldn't have believed Bill did it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, weren't you just telling us a second ago that the whole reason you said that to Cecilia Pierce was because you thought she had more information? So when she confirms that she does, you now tell this jury you don't believe that, you don't go to the police?
Because of the information that she gave me. She told me there had been a previous attempt on Gregg's life, and I just couldn't believe that at the time. That was the first time I had heard of that. I did not believe what she was saying, and I wanted to try and get a hold of Bill, because I thought if I talked to Bill about it, that Bill, and confronted him with what Cecilia had told me, then I would be able to know if he was lying or if he was telling the truth.
And this was June 13th, 2
Yes.
days after Bill's arrest. So what were you going to do? Go visit him at ABC?
Yeah, the thought crossed my mind, if you want to know the truth.
So let's get this straight with the jury. This is another indication where you make a conscious decision, where you have information which might help solve the murder of your husband, which might tell the Smarts how their kid was killed, which might tell the Wojciech's how their son-in-law was killed, which might explain this that everybody's been trying to understand from May 1st. You decide to make a conscious decision, I'm not going to tell the police.
Right, because if I told the police, then they would find out about the affair, and they would know about the affair and how I would have to go through all that. Plus, I knew that the police were completely shutting me out of the investigation, and I figured that if I gave them more information, they would take it, they would run with it, and I would be back to square one, knowing nothing about who murdered my husband.
So
That's why.
You're going to do your own little investigation.
Yes, I was.
And you're gonna-
At the time, I was not exactly thinking rationally.
Judge, I don't mind her explaining her answer, but she clearly just wants to say when she feels like not responsive to questions. There will be redirect after I'm done.
All I want her to do is to allow us to finish her answers, that's all.
Go ahead, anything else you want to say?
Yeah, this is part of my, you asked me if I made a conscious decision, and my feelings at that time were part of the conscious decision. I was not acting rationally at all.
All right, so now this is not a rational thing. You're sort of like off in the,
Yeah, my husband was murdered.
right, and the last thing you want to do is tell the police some good information to help solve it, right? Because your
No.
husband was murdered.
No,
No, okay. So you do want to tell the police some information to help them solve it, but you don't.
I was confused. I wasn't sure. I was bouncing that idea off both ends.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell us how many of your friends, okay, you went up to around June 13th, okay, and said, let's talk about Cecilia Pierce. I think she must know some stuff about this.
I made mention of the fact that Cecilia might have known some more than she was saying.
Around June 13th?
I don't remember what the exact day was.
And after June 13th, what else happened?
Well, every time I told my friends anything about Cecilia's possible involvement or anything about all of the irrational ideas I was having at the time, they told me that I was crazy and that I should stop thinking and doing things like that. So I didn't really discuss it with people because everyone told me not to do it.
After June 13th, and all these people told you this around June 13th?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, give me within the exact week.
I don't know. I saw my mother then. I saw my sister. I saw Sonia.
And you told them all around June 13th
Tracy.
what you're telling this jury now?
No, I'm not saying that.
So after June 13th, she gives you the stuff which you again decide you're not going to believe and you don't tell the police. Do you have any?
I said I didn't know what to believe, not that I decided not to believe it.
I mean, come on. I mean, this is.
Come on.
You're not telling the police about the affair. You're not telling about Cecilia Pierce. What happens after June 13th? What's the next time you talk to Cecilia Pierce about it?
I might have seen her before the phone call on June 18th. I'm not sure. I saw her at Papagino's one day. I don't know what day it was.
Okay, so then you talked to her on June 19th, right?
Right. And I thought my phone was tapped because I didn't know anything about wiretapping, and I thought the police could just tap a phone if they wanted to, and I thought my phone was tapped.
And what about your phone being tapped? Because you thought the police thought you were involved.
I had heard a rumor, yes.
Okay. And you were afraid that the police might listen to you.
And I didn't want to be on the phone saying that I knew about a murder that I didn't really know about.
Right, because the most important thing in your life at that time was solving this murder, right?
Yeah, because I didn't think anybody else was doing too much about it.
So when you talk to Cecilia Pierce on June 19th, what impression do you get from your conversation with her then?
Well, I didn't finish what happened on the 13th. On the 13th, she
Well,
told
I'm
me,
asking you now about the 19th.
but this is in connection with that.
Okay, well, let me ask you about the
Okay.
19th, and your lawyer can get you to say whatever you want
Okay.
after that, okay?
On the 19th, the impression I got was that she was trying to talk to me about it and that I didn't want to talk to her about it.
So is that why on the 19th you said to her, this is page 3 of the transcript, you want a copy of it? You say to her, see, I don't know if I were you, I would answer any questions.
Right.
And then she says, what? If they make you feel uncomfortable. She goes, yeah. And you say, tell me that you don't want to answer any more questions, Mom. She goes, all right, okay. You say, like if they try and press you like they did before, yeah. Who's coming over? Do you know? She says, yeah. And you go, which one? She goes, yeah, again. Are they there? And Cecilia says, no. But I can barely hear you. What are you saying? You say, I just said, you know who's coming over. Tell it's here or whatever. Now, you said that to her at that time, right?
Apparently.
And at that time, why were you afraid of her answering any questions? I mean, if you thought at the time she really knew about this, and if you thought at the time she might have information to help, why weren't you telling Cecilia Pierce, hey, don't worry about it, just tell the police whatever they ask, and nothing will happen. You didn't do anything wrong.
That's why I just wanted to say something before this, because on June 13th, she told me that she was going to go to the police and tell them I knew about the murder beforehand,
Why was she going to do that?
because she said that she was scared.
Because you told her about the murder before.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously you were thinking, wait a minute, here I am, I'm having an affair with this guy that nobody knows about. I have a girl now that I've convinced that I'm involved with this crime. She's gonna go to the police. Holy moly, I better straighten out this thing. It's really getting murky. So obviously you ran right down to the police to straighten it out, right?
No, it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It's pretty confusing. And you didn't do a damn thing to try and straighten it out, did you?
Take the action recess.
All right.
Well then, that was I don't even know what to call that. All I can say is I know that I look like a 12-year-old boy, but I'm a 30-year-old female, I promise. Like I've said before, sometimes I even look in the mirror. What the hell is that? But I'm glad, like, because I look like this, I'm glad Pam's locked up, because she'd be like, hey, how you doing? I'd be like, ew, no. But I just, trying to get past her lies and the manipulation, I just, like, she thinks that she's so smart, and that she's sitting here fooling the jury. You're not fooling anybody. You just look like a dumbass. But I do want, if you guys could give Let's Go some prayers. He stubbed his toe a couple weeks ago, and he's been whining and crying about it ever since. So we've just been telling him to suck it up and get up. But apparently he needs some more support. So if you guys could tell him, lift his spirits with his stub toe, I greatly appreciate it. But all right, I know I've said this before, but I'm going to do it again. With the super chats and super stickers, thank you so much to Ronnie, Danny T, Sticky, Frankie, Puddletown times 2, Gabby, Let's Go, and new members Luca, plus gifted membership from Puddletown. He did 5 to Old Soul Adair, Annabelle, Robin C, and Gina Sisto. So thank you guys so much for that. And if y'all said you wanted to keep rolling, so give me 1 second. Let me pull this next one up, and we are going to continue to keep rolling with Pam Smart, Not So Smart, Pam's a Dumbass and a Pedophile trial. Here we go.
You were asked by Mr. Toomey that if you were to get divorced, what actually would you lose? If you said you shared furniture, $4,000 to $6,000 in savings, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And you each had your own car, correct?
Yes, we did.
Now, if in the spring of 1990, you had gotten a divorce from Gregg Smart, the affair might have become public, right?
If I had gotten a divorce,
Yeah.
if I made it public, I suppose.
Or if Gregg made it public.
Yeah.
And if your affair had become public, what do you think would have happened at Whitacombe High School? Or, I'm sorry, at SAU 21, where you were?
I would assume that I wouldn't be working there anymore.
You had lost your job, right?
Probably.
And how do you think it would have affected your opportunity to look for additional jobs in school districts, knowing that you had an affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I doubt that I would apply to another school district, but that wouldn't mean that I couldn't get a job anywhere else ever.
Do you think this would have helped or hurt your professional reputation at that time?
Hurt.
How do you think your family and friends would think about you essentially taking part in ruining the marriage that you had for less than a year by having a sexual affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I don't know how my family and friends would feel.
Do you think your family or friends would approve?
Probably not.
You seem unsure.
I mean, I don't think that they would stop being my friends and never talk to me again, but
No, but the question was whether or not they approve, and you say probably not. Do you have any doubt in your mind that they would look upon this as quite inappropriate behavior for you?
well, I'm not the first person in America that ever had an affair.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, don't you think they would look at you and say this is quite inappropriate behavior?
Yes.
But if Gregg was dead, you wouldn't have to expose the affair, would you?
No. Unless, like, this happened.
And you could keep the affair secret, as long as you chose, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that Bill wouldn't have exposed it or Cecilia wouldn't have. Or
And Bill and Cecilia were the only people who were part of your at this time who knew about the affair.
apparently not, according to Bill's testimony. JR knew, Pete knew, Frank Daly knew, Sarah Thomas knew.
And then you've come into court and now admitted it because all those people know, right?
No. I've admitted this affair because it's the truth, and that's what I'm telling right now.
And now you've decided to tell the truth.
Yes.
Let's go back to where we left off yesterday. I think one of the last questions I had asked you yesterday was, you said that you told Cecilia Pierce on June 13th, 1990, that you knew about the murder.
Yes.
And that was a total fabrication on your part in order to try and get Cecilia Pierce to talk, correct?
I told her that I had known about it beforehand, which was a fabrication.
And that's what you wanted her to know, so you might be able to get information from Cecilia Pierce.
Yes.
And you now know, testifying, that Cecilia Pierce went to the police on June 14th, June 15th, and gave them all sorts of information on this case, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you know that the information Cecilia Pierce gave to the police on June 14th and June 15th inculpated you in this crime.
Yes.
So now, testifying before this jury, you say to us, the day before, I told Cecilia Pierce I was involved, or I knew about the murder before, right?
Right.
And is that the first time you ever told Cecilia Pierce that you had anything to do with the murder?
I didn't tell her that I had something to do with it. I told her that I had known about it.
Okay, so why don't you tell the members of the jury everything you told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder?
I just told her that I had I had known about the murder before it was going to happen.
So that's the only thing you told her?
Yes.
Only knew about
Well,
it?
there was a conversation afterwards.
Okay, what's the conversation afterwards?
I told her that, and she said, how come Bill didn't tell me that you knew about it? And I said, why? You knew about it? And she said, yes. And then she went on to talk about a couple things that I had never heard about beforehand.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what Cecilia told you that you had never heard about before?
That there was a prior attempt on Gregg's life.
Saying June 13th.
There's a couple things. Do you want me to go through?
Yes, I'm asking you, prior attempt, what else?
She had told me that there had been a time that she had gone to look for a gun with Bill at Papagino's. And she had told me that Raymond was with Bill the first time. And
Yes.
that they had taken my car.
Anything else?
That Bill had done it, and that Pete and JR were with him. But see, I can't really remember because there was a lot of things going around in the newspapers at the same time too. And some of the things she was telling me were also in the paper, so I'm not sure what exactly came out when.
And this is all the information you got from Cecilia Pierce before?
Oh, and she told me that they had dropped gloves at the scene. She said gloves, more than one.
Where was she getting all this information?
I had assumed that Bill had told her.
So what you're telling this jury today is that Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn are having all these conversations about the murder of your husband, which you know absolutely nothing about. Is that it?
Yes, they testified to that also.
Right. They also testified that you knew all about it and were part of it.
Right.
That's the part you're saying no.
Right.
Okay. And you're telling this jury that the murder of your husband occurs, and Cecilia Pierce, who's a good friend of yours, for a whole year and a half and all through that summer, never says anything to you about it until 2 days after the boy's arrested.
I didn't say she's never said anything to me about it. She said we talked about it almost every day, like I talked to everybody about this.
And you talked about it every day. She never once told you, hey, you know, I'm really sorry your husband's dead, but I think I can help you here figuring out who it was.
No. Well,
Okay,
she
so
did say that she was sorry Gregg was dead.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is that Cecilia Pierce intentionally withheld information from you concerning the murder of your husband.
Probably because she had some involvement herself.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is Cecilia Pierce wanted your husband dead.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you just said she had some involvement. I mean,
Well,
why do you think...
in procuring a
This question,
firearm.
okay, and then you can answer. Why do you think Cecilia Pierce had involvement in the death of your husband?
I didn't think she had any direct involvement as far as I didn't believe that she was there on the night of the murder, but I believe she had some knowledge of it.
Okay, and you think Cecilia Pierce would intentionally withhold this information from you and from the police and never clue you in?
Yes,
And why would she do that?
that's what I was trying to figure out.
And you have no idea, as you sit here today, and you had no...
I have an idea now.
And, oh, that's what you told us yesterday, that she wanted to be the center of attention.
No, my idea now is that she had her own involvement in this in procuring a firearm with Bill, therefore she was trying to protect herself.
So the way that Cecilia Pierce was going to protect herself was not going to come in and tell the police, hey, I tried to get a firearm, let me tell you about Bill Flynn who did this murder and all that stuff. Her way of protecting herself was to come in and make up this entire fabrication about your involvement to save her skin about a firearm.
It wasn't an entire fabrication.
Excuse me, Ms. Smart,
No,
I'll let you
sorry.
answer the question. I want to interrupt you. Please don't interrupt my question, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's difficult for Bill.
Did you
He
finish?
came in with this entire fabrication just to get you in trouble, to wrongly send you to jail, to wrongly accuse you of murder, to falsely accuse you of everything, match her wits against yours because she tried to get a firearm in Papa Jeans.
No, everything she said was not an entire fabrication because she did tell the police that I had known about the murder beforehand, and I did tell her that.
Now, how do you know she told that to the police?
How do I know that? Because she just said that on the stand, and plus I read it in the paper
When did you read the paper?
after I was arrested.
So after you were arrested, now you're starting to put together what Cecilia Pierce had done, right?
I was trying to put this case together from the day Gregg was murdered.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday and how you were trying to put it together and how you helped the police put it together, right?
No, I don't know that
You called the
I
police over to your house to talk about a chip on the wall. You
Yes.
pointed out to the police a dented candlestick.
Yes,
You did all those things, right?
yes, I
Really
did.
going out of your way to tell the police everything they should need to know to try and solve it, right?
Yes,
Is that right?
yes, except for the affair.
Except for the affair, right?
Right, I was ashamed of the affair. I still am today.
Let's now, on 6/19, you talk to Cecilia Pierce, right?
On the telephone, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you were talking to Cecilia Pierce. Your plan now is to try and get more information, right?
Not over the phone, it wasn't.
Just in general with Cecilia Pierce, correct?
No, not at June 19th. My plan was to try and stop her from going to the police and turning me in.
Okay, that's only because it was on the phone.
No, that was my plan everywhere. That was my plan during the body wire conversations also.
All right, so your plan switched.
I told you my plan switched on June 13th when
Okay,
she,
so June 13th, what's your plan?
my plan was originally when the day started to get more information from her. And by the time the day was over, she had told me that she was scared and that she was going to go to the police. And she was
Told you Bill had done it.
Objection, Your Honor, you interrupted her.
right.
Okay.
And I'm almost
You may
finished.
explain.
And she had told me that she was going to the police and she was going to tell them that we, meaning she and I, knew about the murder beforehand. And of course, I automatically panicked because I didn't want her to do that. So my intention from there on out was to try and talk her out of going to the police.
So why didn't you go to the police before her and straighten the whole mess out? Why didn't you go to the police and say, hey, you know, I was just talking to Cecilia. Oh my God, she knows Bill, this kid did it. I was wrong from the beginning. I'm really embarrassed about my affair. Please don't tell anybody about it. But now you can solve the murder of my husband. And now you can tell the Smarts how their son died. Now you can tell the world how this senseless thing has a sense to it. But you didn't go to the police on June 13th after talking to
Because I was scared, I was afraid, and I had heard rumors that I was going to be arrested, and I was afraid, yes.
Now, I didn't really ask you why, but I'm glad we had you tell us.
When the questions
Your Honor, this question started.
started with what?
Oh, I thought it was yes or no, but okay. You didn't go, no, and then the reason was why?
Because I was scared and I was afraid.
Scared and afraid of this 15-year-old girl.
No, I was scared and afraid of this entire murder. And I was scared and afraid and confused of everything that was going on and all the rumors that I was hearing.
And you thought the best way to solve that, the best way to deal with this fear, the best way to handle this confusion and all your fears is not honesty is the best policy. Go to the police and tell them everything and let them sort it out, because in the end, you know you're only telling the truth and nothing will happen. Your decision is to withhold information and to start playing mind games with Cecilia.
Yes, at the time, that was my conclusion.
Now, on June 19th, you had phone call conversations with Cecilia Pierce, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, now you tell Cecilia Pierce, if they ask you to get a lie detector test, which I doubt they will, then you just say you're going to get yourself a lawyer first. Any lawyer will tell you not to.
Right.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you to encourage Cecilia Pierce to take a lie detector test, to say something to Cecilia Pierce like, hey, just go talk to them. Don't worry about the lie detector test. You can handle that. Give them a statement, because then you would know, of course, that the police would find something out about the murder, right? I mean, if you encourage her to take the lie detector test,
Right.
police might know who killed your husband.
Right, but should be on the lie detector test saying that I was having an affair and that I knew about it beforehand and all those things, which I didn't want her
Okay,
to say.
so why don't you just be honest with the jury and tell us it was more important to you that this affair, which would link you to Bill, which would link you to the murder, not come out over all this expression on your part that I'm obsessed with solving this crime, I'm obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, but you're not so obsessed that you're willing to tell the police what you know, are you?
I wanted to solve it in my own mind, in my own life first.
Okay, and then what were you gonna do, make a citizen's arrest?
No, I wasn't. At some point, obviously, I would have gone to the police with it.
So Pam Smart, a 23-year-old student teacher, was going to use her own investigation skills, do her own investigation, not tell the police what she knows, talk to Cecilia Pierce, go out and talk to whoever else she knows, and then, of course, write a report, mail it in, and what are you going to do?
I'm going to object to the form of these questions. They're multi-part questions that can't be answered yes or no. Numerous assumptions. It's actually speeches.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
First of all, I'm not a teacher. And second of all, yes, that was my intention, to figure it out on my own. My husband was murdered. I was not thinking rationally at the time. And unless you've gone through something like this, then maybe you can't understand.
So in other words, now what you're saying is this talk with Cecilia is the product of some irrational behavior on your part?
I'd say.
So it's not a conscious decision to find out information from
It was both. It was a very confused state.
Now, so later on in the same phone call conversation, you say to Cecilia Pierce, you're talking about the OJ video. She says she's looking for her copy. And you say, well, the Department of Citrus doesn't like the video anyways, you know? And Cecilia says, but I told him that the superintendent had all the copies. Talking about somebody in the press who wanted a copy. And you say, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said, it doesn't come out on the tape, and you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it, you know? Cecilia says, yep. And you say, I mean, they can't convict him and arrest him on the word of another person. And Cecilia says, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it. And you say, right, and that's it, you know? Raymond, how would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or that somebody else said that they did.
Your Honor, is this a question or is he reading it?
I'm getting to the question, Your Honor, it's the foundation.
It appears to me what he's doing is putting in a transcript. If he wants to put in a transcript, he should do it through a witness.
Judge, I have specific questions designed to be stated that she says on this stage.
Objection is overruled.
I don't want to give it out of context, trying to give the jury the full context. The last statement you said, and I'll repeat it, is right, and that's it, you know? Raymond, how would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or somebody else said that they did, you know what I mean? They can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion, you know what I mean? Like if you were missing that night or something like that, how do you know what is according to JR?
What was the statement that I said about JR?
You said, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said.
Right.
And then you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph, you know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it, you know. I mean, didn't you tell us yesterday that when JR and Pete and Bill were at your house, you went upstairs because Bill said he was alone. You stayed upstairs for 45 minutes, right?
Right, and according to JR meant according to what I had heard that JR was saying, because I had also heard what Ralph and Raymond were saying, and I had heard what the entire town of Seabrook was saying, and what the police were saying, and what the newspapers were saying.
And what did you hear was what JR said?
I heard that JR was saying that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
You heard this from JR?
No, I heard it from Cecilia. Cecilia said, I heard JR was saying up in ADC that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
So on June 13th, what time of day? I mean, on June 19th, right?
Right?
Right. JR has been in ADC for 3-4 days, and you're saying rumors have gotten
On
back?
June 19th, he's been there for 9 days.
All right, so 9 days. I think the rest of June 11th, so it's 8 days, right?
Right.
You're saying rumors have already gotten back to you, what JR is saying at ADC.
Absolutely, rumors were getting around about everything.
And you're saying that JR was saying what about Raymond and Ralph?
Like I said, JR never said this directly to me, but I had heard that JR was saying that Raymond and Ralph had committed the murder themselves and were blaming it on Bill, Pete, and JR.
I'm sorry?
Raymond
So
and
why would you say to Cecilia, just say you don't, and that's it, you know? I mean, why are you telling?
because I'm telling her to say that she doesn't know anything.
Okay, and then later on, when Cecilia says to you, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did.
Right, because that's what I had said. JR can say whatever he wants up in ADC. I don't know what he's saying. They can always switch it around and say Raymond and Ralph did it.
Why are you telling this to Cecilia Pierce?
Because we had had discussions previous to this about it.
About what?
About the possibility of Raymond and Ralph doing the murder.
And so now, this time, after Cecilia Pierce has told you on June 13th that Bill Flynn has done the murder, which is news to you, 5-6 days later, you're now saying that you're talking about somebody else may have done the murder?
Yes, I did not want to believe Bill Flynn committed this murder.
So there's nothing anybody could have done to convince you that Bill Flynn had committed this murder?
At that point, no.
And
I still, even after his arrest, didn't believe that he had done it.
because Bill Flynn's not the kind of guy who's going to go off and mastermind a murder, is he?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Apparently, yes, he pleaded guilty to the crime.
But you never thought that, right? I mean, your opinion of Bill Flynn, he couldn't do that,
Murder someone?
right?
No, I didn't think so.
So this jury, you're going to say, well, yes, now he did that.
He said he did it. I don't think he'd plead guilty to a crime if he wasn't guilty.
Now, when you say to Cecilia Pierce, they can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. Who are you talking about? Who's the they? Police?
She said, I believe Bill, Pete, and JR were possibly going to say that she had known about the murder beforehand and that she was worried that if they said that, the police would arrest her.
So you're giving her comfort at this point.
Right, I told you, I was doing everything I could to try and get her not to go to the police.
And at this point, it was strictly because of the affair.
No, I said earlier that it was also because I had told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, that I didn't want her to say that.
I mean, was it your biggest fear you were going to get wrongly accused that Cecilia Pierce went to the police?
That's what happened. That's why I'm sitting here today.
Right, so you don't think it was more important back then to go to the police and straighten out first, put your embarrassment aside and say, hey, before this goes any further, let me tell you what happened. You don't think that was important to do you?
I wish I would have made that decision way back then and none of us would be here today.
Is that what you want this jury to believe?
Yes.
That if you
I want
would-
this jury to believe the truth.
And they will make that decision, right?
I hope so.
And that would be based upon all the different times you said you were telling the truth, but in fact, you kept things to yourself, right?
I have said to this jury that I did keep things from the police. I've not denied that. I have not denied that I was trying to hide an affair. You're absolutely right. I did not want the whole United States of America to know that I had had an affair.
But you were willing to risk being wrongly accused. In your version of what's happening, you would risk the murderer go free. You would risk you being wrongly accused. You even said yesterday that you thought Bill Flynn was wrongly arrested because they heard the affair, and you were willing to risk that.
Willing to risk that. I was scared and I was trying to make decisions, and I was 22 years old and I made the wrong decisions.
I mean, isn't it possible that the other side of the coin, what's really happening here is, if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, Cecilia Pierce might tell what she really knows, and Cecilia Pierce might be telling exactly what she told this jury when she testified, that you knew about it from the beginning and were all part of it, right?
Because that would be a lie,
In your opinion.
in my
And
opinion.
that's what you want this jury to believe, right?
Yes.
Now, Cecilia Pierce hangs up the phone. She tells you that the police are coming over, right?
I guess.
And then you call her back a few
Right.
moments later, right?
Right.
And you call her back. And one of the things you say to her, you say, they're on trial and that's it. So you just answer the question and that's it. They're gonna try and get you to talk and to confess. And you know they're gonna say, we know you know, and all that, try and make you nervous. But all you have to do is just maintain the same story, and that's it. You don't know, and that's it, And as far as where you were that night, I would get the story straight, so that they don't get suspicious and wonder where you were and all that, But just answer their question, don't offer any information, She says, yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm nervous because, the TV keeps saying they're going to arrest the girl for driving them up.
Right.
You say all this to you call Cecilia Pierce back to tell her don't confess.
Right.
You call them back, just answer the questions, don't offer any information.
Right.
Did you ever think to say to Cecilia Pierce, look, don't tell them about the affair, but tell them what you know about Bill?
No.
Never.
No, the answer is no. I never decided to do any of that. Sorry, I gotta stop for just a second because I'm about to hit my 30-minute mark. Yes, exactly, John. She constantly lies through her teeth, but she does a good job of not getting flustered. Exactly. I mean, just watching her do lie after lie after lie. And honestly, Cross is doing a fantastic job right now. He is not letting up. He's not letting her play any games,
Well,
do any crocodile tears. He's not letting her do shit.
I'll tell you why, right? I mean, they can't be manipulated because they're not 14 years old. So
Exactly.
they're not falling for her crap.
Yeah, she's looking at them like, damn, you got a full mustache. Ew.
Legit.
I like younger. Exactly, Puddletown. Her demeanor and voice has changed, so absolutely. At first, on the part
It was like
one,
Snow White.
Yep.
Yeah,
exactly.
it was like a Snow White type of like a Disney princess type voice, and now it's just like, I'm Pam.
Yeah, like she tried to be that sweet, innocent person, and then when Cross stepped in and realized that's not gonna happen, hey, daddy,
Chill, daddy.
chill, daddy. Realized that happened. Her voice completely changed. Her demeanor completely changed, and I mean, I think that she knows she's pretty fucked right now. To be honest with you, I think that she knows she's losing this battle. Yeah, and then she goes to flirt with the judge, like, please help me.
Yeah. She's getting more frank by the minute. Oh, goodness. No one
goes
No one
through
goes.
all of this to hide an affair. Even Bill Clinton had a limit. Exactly.
That's true. That's true.
Even Bill Clinton had a limit. But her just like,
Flash fan.
sounds like, yeah. I mean, she's clearly getting mad right now, and
Oh my god.
we might see her turn green. Who knows?
I mean, her jacket is already green, so she's halfway there.
Yeah, I'm about to make these lights turn green just to, I don't know, just to do it so I can.
I don't know. I feel like you should get in full riot gear at this point. You never know what she's gonna say.
All right, I'm pressing play. I'll be right back.
All right, I know you were gonna do that.
No, because then she would have said that I had known about the murder beforehand. And what I was talking about getting her story straight was when she had originally gone to the police and they had come to her, I guess, and they asked her where she was the night of the murder. And she had told them that she was at work at Papagino's, and she found out later that she was really at her aunt's house. And I told her that she better get the story straight because it was the truth. That wasn't a lie.
When did she tell you this?
Shortly after the murder sometime. I think she said her mother had told the police that she was at Papagino's that night, and she wasn't really, and she wasn't trying to lie. Her mother wasn't trying to lie either, but I just figured that if she got that straightened out, then they wouldn't call Papagino's and find out she wasn't there and then think she was involved, like at the murder scene or something.
And on the very few moments later, page 3, Q2. You say to Cecilia, she's worried about being arrested because the paper said the girl was going to be arrested.
Right.
Remember, you tell her she didn't even have a car, it's not going to be her. Remember telling her that?
Right.
And
I was trying to calm her down.
And you say, or wherever it was. But you have to realize that if the police were going to arrest someone, it would probably have happened already. So obviously that was just a false report. Because by the time that they heard about Bill and all that, and the time that they arrested them, it was like friggin' 2 hours. You know what I mean? Or whatever it was, in a long 5-day period. You know what I'm saying? She said, yeah. You say, so that's it, you know? And then she said, well, obviously Bill and them must not be saying anything, or we would have been arrested already. You say, well, I don't know what they're saying. Cecilia said, yeah. And you say, that's the thing. They're saying that we knew, and the police can bust us because we're saying that we didn't know.
Right.
And that's it. You know what I mean?
Is this a question?
Yeah, the question is she's saying if Bill and them are talking, you'd be arrested, right?
Exactly.
Now, how would Cecilia know that if Bill and them were talking, that you would be arrested?
Because I told her that Bill knew that I knew about the murder.
Oh, now you're telling us that you told her that Bill knew that you knew about the murder.
Exactly. I told her I knew about the murder beforehand, and if Bill committed the murder, then obviously I would have known, and Bill would have known that I knew.
But knowing about the murder beforehand doesn't necessarily make you involved.
I think it does.
Okay. So what you're saying is now, you're saying to Cecilia that you not only told her that you knew, but you also told her that Bill knew you knew. And then when Cecilia was saying this, you're saying to her, or she's saying to you that if Bill talks, he can inculpate you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's really well the way this works. I mean, that no matter what Cecilia Pierce says, you're able to talk about it in such a way that the two of you know exactly what you're talking about, but you never really had any detailed conversations about what you actually knew, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you only told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder, and that you told Bill you knew about the murder, and nothing more.
Right. If you notice on the tapes, she's the one talking about all the details of the murder, and I'm sitting there agreeing.
Okay, the jury heard the tapes, and they'll make that decision of what is actually said, and who's doing all the talking, and who is just sitting there answering questions. And they'll listen to that, right?
Yes, they will.
Okay, are you afraid to let the jury do that for themselves?
Absolutely not.
So now, Cecilia Pierce is telling you, if they're talking, we would be arrested, right?
Right.
Okay, so obviously Cecilia Pierce, in your mind, must have an incredible fear that Bill and them have detailed information about her involvement.
You'd have to ask Cecilia. I don't know what her feelings were. I can only comment on what mine were.
All right, will you tell me what you think it meant when Cecilia said if Bill and them are talking, she was going to be arrested? Explains her actions and tapes, Your Honor. On the tapes and her conduct afterwards. Tell us what you thought it meant.
Specifically what, again?
Specifically,
Yeah, what?
a person tells you that if the guy in jail starts talking, I'm going to be arrested. What does that mean to you?
That she had some involvement.
Okay, she had some involvement. She knows probably a lot more about this murder than you thought of before, right?
Right, I didn't know how much involvement, but
Okay, so after June 19th, you don't go and tell the police that night, my lord, I can solve the murder. Let me tell you what Cecilia just told me, right?
no, I was thinking about trying to get a hold of Bill because I wanted to confront Bill with the information Cecilia had given me and see if he would tell me whether or not he had done it.
I mean, didn't you think that'd be very suspicious? I mean, here you are worried about the affair coming out, and you're telling the story what you were going to do is go see your ex-lover who's in jail, arrested for the murder of your husband, and have a visit with him?
That's exactly why I didn't go there, and I was trying to think of a way to contact him without being that obvious.
Okay, so, how are you going to do that?
I was thinking of ways to do it, and I did do it by sending a tape over to you.
So that tape that Bill referred to with that letter was from you, right?
Yes, it was. And I knew when he got it and he played it, he would know that it was from me, and I was hoping that he would call me so that I could talk to him, but he never did.
So your ex-lover, who killed your husband, who's now in jail, and he was testifying, he got the tape from you. You can't dispute that because the letter exists. You're now saying, oh, yeah, I sent that, but clearly for innocuous reasons. I mean, right?
The reason being what I just said.
Yeah. I mean, when does your loyalty switch? When does your loyalty switch away from your embarrassment, away from your affair, away from keeping this quiet from everybody and letting the world decide what really go on here? And when does it switch to solving the murder of your husband, which you said and professed many millions of times was the number one thing on your mind? When does it switch?
That was part of the whole thing.
The only time it switched is when you came into this court.
No.
I mean, you didn't tell any of the police prior to your arrest about it, right?
Greg was dead. I didn't feel like dragging either one of us through the
I
mud.
see. So Greg was dead, so no longer mattered. Is that it?
No, that's what mattered.
That mattered more than anything that Greg was dead, but not that much, though, really.
That mattered more to me than anything.
Okay. It mattered more to you than anything, so explain to us, again, why you're worried about embarrassment and you're worried about being exposed about having an affair. Took precedence over you telling the truth.
Because I was confused and I was stressed out. I had no information and when something like this happens, people don't always act correctly. They don't always act rationally. and I used very poor judgment, and I'm sorry for that, but I did not have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
And honesty is the best policy in your book, right?
Apparently not always.
Now, very next day, you have a full opportunity to talk to the police, right?
Contact that I initiated, yes.
You initiated?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they wanted to talk to you about the certification hearings coming up, correct?
I called them up and asked them why no one was talking to me about anything since the kids had been arrested, and how come I had no information once again.
But June 20th is when they came to you and talked to you about maybe having to testify
Right.
at a certification hearing, right?
Because I said I wanted to help in any way in getting them certified as adults.
Right, because now you want to get Bill Flynn, right? And then we just said, you wanted to do anything you can to get them certified as adults, right?
If he murdered Greg, I wanted him in jail.
Right, and if he was going to be certified as adults, the full thrust of the criminal justice system would be thrust upon Bill Flynn, right?
Yes,
And that's the same conversation we talked about yesterday. When they said, we need a little help on the motive here, you said, beats me, guys.
right, because I did not think that an affair was a motive for murder.
I mean, so you now, not only are you talking two different things to Cecilia about pretending you're involved and telling her not to go to the police to save the affair, you're also telling this jury that you really wanted to get them certified and you wanted to help in any way that you can. And you keep saying that you want to go to the police and tell them and be helpful. At the same time, you're telling this jury you're not going to tell them what they need to know. I mean, you're making that decision.
Right,
Because if you told them what they knew, what you knew, they'd find out the connection to the murder, wouldn't they?
they had pretty much established that.
They'd already pretty much established your connection to the murder?
They had established that I had an affair.
I'm sorry?
They had established that I had had an affair.
So on June 20th, they already know. Is that what you're telling me?
I think they did.
So did you ever say to them, hey, you know about my affair, I'm really making some mistakes here, really screwing up, let me come clean with you? Did you ever tell them on June 20th? Yes or no?
Nope.
In fact, they asked you about Cecilia. In fact, they didn't even ask you about Cecilia. You went out of your way to talk about it.
Right, I wanted to try and throw them off the track of her.
And the reason you want to throw them off the track is because you haven't quite finished your own little investigation yet, right?
Exactly.
It's now a month and a half that Gregg has been murdered, and you, Pamela Smart, your own investigation is just getting underway and you need more time.
Exactly.
Did you think you could do it better than the police?
I didn't care.
So what were you going to do if you finished your investigation? Cecilia told you she was involved. Bill Flynn tells you he's involved. He says straight to your face, Pam, I loved you, so I killed him. What were you going to do then?
I would have gone to the police.
Only then would you have gone to the police, right?
Right. I wouldn't have believed it unless I heard it from Bill's mouth.
All right, so your excuse to this jury of having never helped the police with this information is strictly because you hadn't finished your own investigation, right?
And I told this jury that I didn't want the affair to come out.
I know, and that's obviously, given the choice between telling what you know, let me rephrase this. In every circumstance we've seen over the past 2 days, when it's come to a choice between exposing you in embarrassment with this affair, helping anybody, families understand this murder, the police investigate and start putting the pieces together, the affair always is won out.
I was not convinced that Bill did the murder, so that's not even a choice that I made.
Yeah.
Because if I was convinced that he did it and then I didn't talk about the affair, then that would be different than the fact that I wasn't convinced that he did it.
You done? Now, the question is, did the affair always win out? Yes or no?
That was a constant struggle in my head. Not always.
Okay, so tell us when you decided to tell what you knew instead of keeping the affair secret up until June 20th.
No,
You
I
said the affair
didn't.
didn't always win out. You tell us.
I didn't. There wasn't a time. There wasn't a time.
Okay, so going back to the question, when the choice came down to whether telling of the affair or giving the police information, up to this point, the affair always won out.
Yes.
So Now you're talking to the police. June 20th. Day after you talk to Cecilia Pierce on the phone. A few days after she first tells you all the information she has. And this is what you say to her. Page 45.
Is that a chair like squeaking in the background, or is that someone crying? I can't really tell. But I mean, what a
That's
this-
probably the bird that's living in her nest of a hair in the front there.
I mean, I kind of like it. Like
I really don't. I feel like I just walk up. It's like a donut hole. There's,
I could hide things in there.
yeah,
I'll be
but
like- I could be like,
it'd be real sticky because that whole thing is like full of
Ew.
hairspray.
I thought you were about to say something else, and I'm
No,
really glad
I
you
wasn't.
didn't.
I wasn't gonna say that. So did I win? Was the thing that Cheyenne?
I have no idea. She's.
Oh.
I mean, she said it was green. Do I win, Pam? Because if so, do we have a receipt? Can I give it back?
Pop down card hold cash.
Hey,
Cold hard cash, sorry. Card hold.
card. Only it's green. As long as
Her hair is a mess, right? And the same thing with her friend before this. Not the teenage friend, but the age appropriate friend. She had the same hairdo.
they can see you. Okay.
Is it a sandwich? What is it?
What is?
Tell me what it is.
Oh, you're the best.
What is it?
It's a. I can't show that on screen.
Oh.
What is it? A vape thing?
Yeah, but I because it says the name, I can show that on screen.
Oh, is it? But it's a vape.
Yeah, I've been wanting this color for freaking ever. She's been looking and looking and looking.
Oh,
But-
fancy.
Anyways, Pam Smart sucks. I think we're all establishing that.
Absolutely.
And on many different levels, she sucks. Fucking pedophile.
You?
Um,
Oh my god, did she get it in your army green as well?
she did.
I knew it.
But it's just like, don't do that. Don't go after. Thank you. Don't go after like children. And if you're not happy in your marriage, go get a divorce.
100.
No one needs to be unalived. No one needs to be up here testifying. No one needs to go to jail because you just look stupid.
Pretty much. Hey, Cheyenne.
Just saying hi, but it's going.
Can you hear me?
It's this.
Yep,
You
I can hear
talk normal. You don't have to get close to it.
I don't believe in divorces. I believe in widows.
I'm pressing play.
I mean, I kind of
Yeah.
love it, though. I love it.
I'm pressing play. And I'm gonna go put my vest back on.
Uh-huh.
The only concern I really have, honestly, is I don't know if I agree with how poor Cecilia is being treated in all this. I really don't know that I agree with that. I mean, Cecilia, I highly doubt had anything to do with anything about this. She's not even friends with those guys, with the exception of knowing them in school. I mean, she never went out with them on the weekends or technical tears of yeah. You continue anything like that. And I mean, this is all just way too hardcore for someone like her to be involved in. I think, and she keeps feeling like she's being, I haven't talked to her a lot, but I've talked to her a couple of times that she's, being accused of all these things that she doesn't know. And now her parents are like, well, maybe you shouldn't talk to Pam, until this is over and all that. And I kind of resent that because, I mean, she's my intern. And yeah, school's over now, but... And then Danny Pelletier goes on to her being your intern.
Right. I just told you that I was trying to keep the police away from her.
Right, so now not only are you lying to the police by omission, by not telling them about the affair,
Right.
you are also consciously making an intentional decision not to be truthful with the police about what you know about Cecilia Pierce.
Exactly. The
And
police
you're-
weren't truthful with me.
So on one hand, Okay, the police aren't truthful with you?
They weren't.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what the police asked you to do about talking to the press shortly after the murder of your husband?
About the press?
Yeah, what did the police tell you? Any one of them?
I believe Lauren Jackson told me that it wasn't a good idea to talk to the press and that one specific person.
And did they specifically tell you not to reveal details of the homicide because that would impinge on the investigation?
Right.
And within 3 days of your husband's death, you're on TV with Bill Spencer saying, this is a burglary, not a drug case.
Right, because everyone was saying that Gregg was a drug dealer, and Gregg was not a drug dealer. Gregg was a good person, and I did not want him buried with people on the news saying that this must be a mafia killing and drug related and all these things.
So that was more important to you than letting the police do their job and figuring out who committed this crime.
Giving Gregg some dignity, yes, that was more important to me.
You were afraid that if the police did their investigation, the dignity wouldn't come out?
Not then. You should have heard what the news was saying.
It was important to you at that time to make sure that you got your version out as soon as possible that this was a burglary.
That's what I was told by the police
And
it
you
was.
talked to Bill Spencer not only before Gregg was buried, but you did a full 15-minute interview with him in your house 4 or 5 days after that, right?
Right, and I talked about Gregg.
Yeah. And you also talked to the union leader, the Dairy News.
I sure did.
You talked to them all.
Yep.
And the police have been telling you not to talk to the press, correct?
They didn't say don't talk to the press. They said that sometimes the press mixes your words up, which I definitely learned that
And you
lesson.
disregarded all that.
Yeah.
No?
Yes,
You didn't talk to the press?
I said yes.
Okay, so at some point after that, the press started saying, we're not going to give you any more information at this point.
press?
You couldn't be trusted.
The press.
Please, I'm sorry.
Did they say those words to me? Is that what you're asking me? They never said
No,
those.
they didn't tell you, but I'm saying they stopped giving you information shortly after that, right?
They never gave me information before that. I found out, they didn't even tell me Gregg was shot. I found out on the radio while I was driving down the road.
And that was what, the very next day?
Yes, that's how
When
I
the
found out.
autopsy report was released, right?
Right. And I'm the victim's widow, and I find out on the radio.
But they told you about their investigation in New Jersey, didn't they?
They mentioned something about being in New
And
Jersey.
they were looking at leads in New Jersey, right?
I think they said something about a gun ring or something.
And they also told you about investigating some people in Gregg's past, Kim Silver.
Yes,
Okay, so they told you about that, right?
I told them about that.
They came to you though and asked you about it and told you what their investigation showed, right?
No, they never told me what their investigation showed. They just asked questions.
And they came to you and told you about it.
They asked me about it.
And did you ever go to the police and say to them after June 19th or during this interview on June 20th and say, look, I know you guys are a little annoyed at me. I know you guys haven't been giving me stuff, but let's make some trades here. I got some great information. I'll give you my great information if you give me your. Did you ever say to them on June 20th?
They didn't seem too concerned with anything I had to say
They didn't. I mean, they talked to you for 45 minutes on tape. They didn't seem too
Yeah.
concerned.
about certification.
So you tried to tell them. Is that what you're telling this jury? You tried to tell them so they
No.
wouldn't hear it?
No.
Okay. You're telling this jury they didn't seem too interested in information about who might have killed your husband. Is that what you're telling this jury?
They didn't seem too interested in my opinions or my theories on.
Did you offer the opinion that Cecilia Pierce knows about this crime?
No, I didn't.
You did just the opposite. I read it a second ago. You
Right.
did just the opposite.
Right, and I just said that.
Okay. And you have to admit that because it's on tape, right?
I have to admit that because
And
that's
you
the
have
truth.
to admit to this jury that you are hiding the information about Cecilia Pierce from the police because it's right there on the tape. There's no way you could ever deny that, could you?
If I was guilty, I would have pleaded guilty and plea bargained with the rest of them.
Oh, just strike down the Thompson.
Jury will disregard that statement.
Your Honor, please press the minute.
Now, your attempts to distract the police from Cecilia Pierce go way beyond your saying just that she's scared, and I think she's being poorly treated, right?
Well, are you talking about a specific
Well, I
incident?
mean, when you talk to the police on June 20th, the very next day, you not only say that Cecilia Pierce is not connected to the crime, but you say that you've counseled her to tell the absolute truth, right?
I said that to the police.
Well, let me read it to you. Page 48. Danny Pelletier says to you, but Cecilia's mother, getting back to that, thinks that we're treating her poorly, or thinks the police are. You say yes. Yeah, Cecilia does too, I think. Danny Pelletier says, should leave her alone, or, it's inaudible, and then you say, she feels like she's being accused and that she didn't do anything. And then I mean for a 15 or 16-year-old kid, I guess, if you're accused of something that you didn't do, even me, I'm 22, I don't want to be accused of something I didn't do. But for a young person, I would think that would be awful, especially if you see other people getting arrested, that we're around you or whatever. I mean, it's probably would have to be scary, I would think. And the detective says, you said, even if you're not guilty. And Danny says, well, she's just one of probably over 100 people we've talked to since, and you interject, right, I'll tell her that. And Danny says, since May 1st. And then you say, I say they're just doing their job, and just tell them the truth. And that's it. You just answer the questions and whatever. And she says, but I tell them the truth, and they tell me they think I'm lying. And and I don't know what to tell you, Cecilia, I can't control the police. I'm very sorry that this has happened to you. I mean, as far as the press goes, they're bothering me and calling my secretary. Now, you tell the police on that day that you counseled Cecilia Pierce, tell the truth, just answer the questions.
Right.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Right.
Just as the other thing about your information of Cecilia Pierce's involvement is a bold-faced lie.
Yes.
And you know that this is on tape. It has been on tape since June 20th, 1990, correct?
To audio tape?
Yeah, audio tape.
And yes, if you say.
Well, I can play it for you right now. You hear it, right?
I believe it.
Sorry?
I believe it. If you
Danny Pelletier could come in and testify about what went on that day, right?
Right.
And on June 20th, are you trying to impress the police with your own honesty?
Was I trying to impress them?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, wasn't that the same day you said, my honest to God's truth? I'm just going to tell you my honest to God's truth in this case.
Which is that I didn't think that the 3 kids did it.
Okay, but then when it came to Cecilia Pierce, is your honest to God truth something you decided you no longer needed at the moment?
We're going to speak for that.
Right.
It's 32, 35, 37, your honest to God's truth. So your honest to God's truth just switches as we go along.
Right then and there it did.
Okay. Now, police, didn't want you really to talk about the investigation, right?
I don't know what the police wanted from me.
Well, how about some answers? Do you think the police wanted some answers from you?
After the arrest, no, because they didn't contact me till June 20th or something.
Oh, so because they didn't contact you right away, you decided the police must not want answers, so I guess I don't have to tell them about my affair with Bill Flynn or with Cecilia Pierce knows. Is that what
Yes,
you're telling me?
I contacted them and I contacted the Attorney General's office. I believe I spoke with Diane.
And that gives you the right not to tell the truth. Is that it?
That does not.
Because you contacted the AG, and you contacted the police, that gives you the right to say what's the truth and what's not.
No, I made a mistake.
You made a lot of mistakes so far in this case.
I sure have. Yes, I have.
Was killing your husband one of those mistakes?
No, it wasn't.
Getting a divorce, maybe that was one of the mistakes? You should have gotten a divorce, but you didn't?
No, I didn't want to get divorced.
It sure looks, you agree, you're trying to cover up what Cecilia knows from the police, doesn't it?
Right, because I told her that I knew something which I didn't really know.
You're playing a double entendre or something with Cecilia Pierce's mind, right?
I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It doesn't make sense to me
You know
now.
what you're doing now?
Right this minute?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
And you know that you're testifying at your trial in front of this jury, right?
Right, and
You know this stuff is on tape and has to be responded to,
I've
right?
been asked that at least 4 times already.
Just been asking that.
And you know that the other tapes that we haven't talked about yet, exist, and that's your voice on the tapes, right?
it sure is, and I don't begin to say to this jury that I can explain every action that I took between May 1st and now.
Right. And you didn't know at the time you were talking to Cecilia Pierce, she was wired, right?
The thought crossed my mind, but no.
And sometime after that, you found out she was wired.
Yeah, when I was arrested.
Okay?
Your Honor. And I just have 2 or 3 things to ask you about. Things that came up during the cross-examination. Yesterday, Mr. Maggiato asked you some questions about one of the state's exhibits, which is a little piece of note paper. You indicated it was words to a song.
Yes,
Saw that?
yes,
I think you told Mr. Maggiato that it was a religious song. Remember that?
well, it's by a religious band.
Okay, can you tell Mr. Maggiato and everybody else the name of the band, the name of the song?
The name of the band is Striper, the name of the song is First Love.
Okay, now, did you have that record set?
I had the album, and I might have also had the CD, I'm not sure, but I know I had the album.
Okay, now, are the words to the songs on anything that comes with either the CD or the record?
Yes, the words are on a lyric sheet inside the album.
Okay, and if someone were to look at that lyric sheet, read all the words to the songs on that album, would they be able to tell that that was a religious album?
Definitely, there's, on the outside cover on the front and the back, there's references directly to the Bible.
Now, you also talked a little bit about insurance money with Mr. Maggiato. Before Gregg died, did you know how much insurance you were getting?
No, I did not.
When did you come to find that out?
The exact amount, or
Yeah, the amount of money.
I believe a week or so after the murder. Well,
Can you tell us how you came to find out?
okay. Obviously, after the murder, I was contacted by the insurance company to find out what was missing from the house for claims purposes, items that might have been stolen and things like that. And the insurance people who were doing the investigation were from Gregg's office. So they were people that I knew. And we met, I believe, at the Smart's residence about a week after the murder. And I was told that there was one life insurance policy for $50,000, group life policy, but nobody knew how much that was.
Okay, at some point in time, did you get any paper documents from the insurance company
Concerning the second policy,
concerning any of them?
I'm sure, I don't remember exactly what. I know I got something about the second policy.
Where did you keep those kind of documents?
In an expandable folder that we had with all the bills and
Okay, where did
car titles and things like that.
you keep that?
In the house, in a closet.
How long did it stay there?
It's been there for as long as we've lived together. Even when I lived in Florida, I had it.
Okay, at some point in time, you move out of Derry. What happens to the folder?
There were things taken out of the folder that I put into another folder that had to do with issues at hand as far as cars, like the four-wheeler that Gregg had. There was information on that, the truck that he had, the insurance policies, and I had some, I think, newspaper articles or something, and I had those all in a tan folder.
Okay, where was that folder kept?
That was kept with me in my office, inside my calendar.
Okay, and again, where's your office?
SAU 21 building in Hampton.
Okay, when you left the office during the course of the day, did you take that with you?
No, it was on top of my desk.
Now, you mentioned, Mr. Maggiato, a question or two about it, that you were on medication during the point in time that the last 2 of these tapes were made. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Tell Mr. Maggiato what kind of medication?
Hi, Jeff. I had my opportunity. I'd rather she tell the jury And the jury's the ones that have to decide. Mr. Satumi doesn't have to have her address her questions directly to me. This isn't a conversation with me.
I'll withdraw it. I'll note that Mr. Maggiato shows us how to ask this question. Go ahead, would you tell the people in the jury what medication is?
Prozac.
What is Prozac for?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, why would you taking Prozac?
Judge, can we approach?
What's the objection?
Well, I mean, she's not an expert. Are we going to have access to all her information that she was talking to her doctors?
I'll withdraw and go on.
All right.
On the last page of one of those tapes, you talk to Cecilia Pierce about where you're going after you see her. You
Right.
recall that?
Yes, I do.
Is what you said to her then correct?
Yes,
True?
that I was going to the psychiatrist.
Right.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Maggi, well, right there. Recall being asked about times when you might have asked for information from Cecilia on, I think it's July 12th.
Yes,
That made perfect sense. I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 81 for ID. And I ask you to take a look at the bottom part of that page. Page 19.
yes,
Did you ask Cecilia, does that help you remember whether you asked Cecilia any further questions for information?
yes.
What's all that about there?
Let me just back up here. I say, Cecilia says that Raymond had just gotten out of jail when he was looking for a gun. And I say, what for?
What does Cecilia say?
Cecilia says he thought that Raymond could get it for him.
What do you say?
What for?
Well, didn't you know Raymond was getting that gun for the first attempt to kill your husband?
No,
Did you take any part whatsoever planning the death of your husband?
absolutely not.
Further, thank you.
Ms. Smart, conversation on page 19 is when Cecilia told you that Raymond had just gotten out of jail, right?
I believe I say, did you know Raymond just got out of jail?
Well, Superior says that he just got out of jail. I'm sorry, you did you know Raymond just got out of jail? And Cecilia says, yeah, I knew that. And you
Right.
say, for what? Okay? Would you
Right.
agree with me that that for what refers to why Raymond was in jail?
Right.
Okay.
I had heard Raymond was in jail, but
All
I
right.
didn't know what for.
Now, the insurance policies you were talking about that was left on your desk, this is all before the murder, right?
Wait a second. I didn't say there was insurance policies left on my desk.
It was billfold that you left on your desk.
No, that, you might, maybe I said.
Maybe I misunderstood.
Right. What happened was that there was one insurance policy in the billfold, but that billfold itself stayed inside the house. There were things from that I took out in a separate folder and brought to work. One of those wasn't the insurance policy itself, but there was notes concerning insurance
Okay, but
and
you,
phone calls and letters and things
I
like
mean,
that.
you would agree with me, it wasn't until you got the notice from Metropolitan Life Insurance Company that there was a group policy based upon your husband's salary, that you learned the amount of the group policy, right?
Yes, I did know before the murder.
And that was after the murder, correct?
Right.
Okay, about a week or so is what you said.
A week or so I found out there was a policy, but I'm not sure I found out until I think the letter came to the middle of May that said how much it was.
Are you telling this jury that you're taking Prozac made you say what you said on the tapes on July 12th to July 13th?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Is that your voice on the tapes on July 12th and July 13th?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions.
Dr. Everett, you may step down.
Well, does anybody else feel like they need to take a shower, or is that just me? Because I feel gross after hearing her whole testimony Gross. I mean, talk about a groomer that call a spade a spade. And then tries to sit here and lie and try to make herself look better. You're not fooling anybody. This is yeah, I need a parole, but exactly. I do. I don't even know if that would be strong enough. Just to get the ick off. Look who's trying to mod right now. Like and subscribe and tell Spawn to carve pumpkins with me in October. Don't tell me how to live my life. But we're going to keep going because y'all said you want to keep going. So give me 1 second. I got to get to the next video. Don't ask me what this is because, I don't know. I just know it's somebody else testifying. Pat McGuiness, I think is how you say her name. Ooh, we got closed captions. Sweet. I've told you I'll finish this entire trial right now. If you want, if you guys hang out, and you stick around, I'll do the entire thing right now. We'll finish this up. So this is the bank branch manager that testifies first, and then after that is Gregg Smart's friend, Brian Washburn. So, without further ado, thank God it's not him talking. So, wash yourselves off from all that nastiness, and let's get on to the next witness.
My name is Pat McGuiness, McGuiness,
Where are you employed?
for the Bank of New Hampshire.
And what are your duties at the Bank of New Hampshire?
I'm a branch manager.
And during the course of being employed as a branch manager by the Bank of New Hampshire, do you have certain access to bank records?
Yes, I do.
Now, you walk into this courtroom with a folder. Tell the jury what's in there.
We have copies of statements and canceled checks and a signature card from Pamela's account, which was joint with her husband.
Can you tell the jury more specifically what we're dealing with regard to these documents?
We have copies of statements and canceled checks from March 23rd, 1990 to June 25th of 1990. They're copies of the specific checks that have been processed through her account.
And would those particular checks reflect where the money was going to, on the photocopies?
And we have every document from those statements copied here, which shows where all her money went from that account.
Would there also be information with regard to automatic teller machines, for instance?
Yes, ATM machine transactions are on there also.
If an ATM transaction took place, let's say, a few days before May 1, 1990, would that be reflected on those documents?
Yes, they would.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like those marked as full defense exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. The signature card. Where we go?
Thanks for coming. Well,
Hi. Ms. McGuiness, is it?
Yes,
My name is Paul Mangiavo, I'm Assistant Attorney General. We've never met, right?
right,
Okay. The documents you brought in are the account that belonged to Gregory Smart, Pamela Smart, correct?
right,
And it reflects the withdrawals on that particular account, right?
yes,
And when you say it reflects the withdrawals of an ATM machine, you mean any card which was related to that account using an ATM machine, right?
correct,
Okay, now besides bank cards, which can be used at ATM machines, isn't it true that a lot of ATM machines, you can use credit cards, correct?
yes,
Okay, now, if I use my MasterCard at my bank, the statement doesn't show up on my bank account, it shows up on my MasterCard account, right?
right,
And if I use my American Express card or one of my other credit cards or another bank's card at that automatic ATM machine, it doesn't show up on my bank account, it shows up on the account to which that card applies to, right?
right,
Okay, now if I walk into your bank and I have a check that doesn't come from my account, it comes from somebody else's account that I choose to cash, right? It shows up on that person's account, not my bank account, right?
right.
Okay, I don't have anything else. Thank you very much for coming.
thank you. Great to have you. Could you state your full name, please, spell for the court reporter your last name?
Brian Washburn, Washburn.
Where do you live, sir?
London.
Okay, I don't mean this in a bad way, because like I said, I tell y'all all the time when I start to stream, I'm not a 12-year-old boy. I am a 30-year-old woman. I tell y'all all the time at the beginning of the stream, there's times that I look in the mirror and I'm like, what is that? Judging by the photo on court chief, I thought a woman was about to talk. So my apologies to this witness. My apologies. I did too. I did the exact same thing. I really thought a woman was about to talk. So nice hair. We go for you. Nice hair. Yes, Holy Saint Bernard.
I'm sorry, but that's just a Saint Bernard right there. I mean, he has no forehead. What is happening? He pulled his wig too far front. He has no eyebrows. Is that just his eyebrows? It's just growing from the front of his forehead all the way back to his head.
I don't even know at this point.
That's a Lego piece hair. I don't know what's going on here. What's his name?
I'll message you in a second. I have to look it up. Goodness.
Gary, New Hampshire.
What do you do for work?
I'm self-employed. I do screen printing, stuff like that.
Did you ever know an individual named Gregg Smart?
Yes.
How did you know Gregg Smart?
I had met him through friends that I had met when I first moved here in like '83. He was acquaintances with the people I had met in school and stuff.
Can you tell the people in the jury what your relationship was with Gregg Smart? If it developed, how it developed?
We'd end up just hanging out all the time on weekends. I'd go over to his house. We'd just both do everything together, basically.
How would you describe the strength of the relationship?
It's very strong. He was my best friend.
When was the last time you talked to Gregg?
Sunday before he was killed.
How did that come along?
My girlfriend had a birthday party at our house, and him and Pam came up and helped celebrate with her parents and stuff like that. And then after that, we went back to their condo, and we usually did that on Sunday night, just to play cards or watch TV and stuff like that.
You mentioned your girlfriend. Could you tell the people in the jury her name?
Tracy Collins.
No, I asked you earlier if that was when the last time you talked to Gregg Smart. Is that the last time you saw him or the last time?
No, that was the last time I saw him. The last time I talked to him was the day he was murdered.
Tell people in the jury about that.
It was just a quick phone call. He called me at work and asked me if I wanted to go to lunch. And I said I couldn't because I had to have the tires put on my car.
Was that Mr. Washburn, was that something unusual for Gregg Smart to call you and ask you to go to lunch?
We used to go to lunch all the time, probably twice a week.
I'm gonna ask you some questions, take it back a little bit. Did you ever have occasion to go to Atlantic City with Gregg Smart?
Yes, about 3 times.
Recall the last occasion you went to Atlantic City with Gregg?
Yeah, it was in
Wonderful.
April. It was in April. I'm pretty sure it was the weekend of Easter. I'm not exactly positive.
Did anything unusual happen while you were down there with Gregg that weekend?
Well, unusual kind of, but most of it was pretty normal. It's just when we were playing baccarat, and usually when he's in Atlantic City, he's always happy. He likes to do that, and he was winning. Well, I don't know if he was winning, but he had won a couple of hands and stuff, and he wasn't really excited or anything. He was just kind of sitting there, and he kept ordering lots of drinks and stuff. And I asked him what was wrong, and he just kind of rolled his eyes and said that everything was all screwed up. And I was like, "What do you mean?" He said, "Don't tell anybody this." He said, "But he said I screwed this other girl, and it just." He said he had slept with this other girl and that everything was all screwed up. And I interrupted him, asked him who, and he said it was no one that I knew. And then I said, no. Then he said that it was just everything was screwed up because anytime him and Pam got in a fight, that was all she was bringing up. And then I asked him how Pam found out, and he said that he had told her. And I just said to him, I said, why'd you tell her? And did you think she would never bring it up again? And he said that they had some talk or something, and that they had agreed that they wouldn't be brought up. But that's all he said. He said that that's all she brought up whenever they argued. But I've seen him argue before, and he had never brought it up before that.
Did you have occasion to go over to where Gregg lived or that area that he was murdered?
Yes.
Did you see this woman right here?
Yeah.
And who am I touching?
Pam Smart.
Did you tell the people in the jury where you saw her and what was going on?
At Gregg's parents' house. I had gone out with my girlfriend that night, and I had just gone home and went to bed, and I got a call from my girlfriend. And she said that Pam had called her and said that Gregg was dead. I was like, what are you talking about? She said she didn't know. She just said that Pam called and was all hysterical and said that Gregg was dead and to come down to Gregg's parents' house. So then I called Gregg's parents' house and talked to his dad, and he said that it was true. And I just kind of sat there for like totally shocked. And then I told my parents. And I drove over to his parents' house and went inside and saw everybody. There was all kinds of people there, relatives.
Did you see Pamela?
Yeah.
Where did you see her? Describe her.
When I came in, she was either sitting or kneeling on the floor. And when she saw us, she started bawling because me and Tracy came. Well, actually, Tracy was there, but me and her came in the room at the same time. She started crying, and I just kneeled down and we hugged. She just asked why. She said, "Why would someone do this?" It was just the way she was real hot, real warm. Like her clothes were kind of like moist and wet. I don't know if it was just, I don't know what it was, but just
feel it.
Yeah, when I gave her a hug and stuff, she seemed like I don't know, she was just real warm.
Recall the 4th of July that year?
Yes.
What did you do?
We were at a party at one of my friend's house. He had an outdoor barbecue with a swimming pool and stuff like that. And Pam came over for a little bit, like a half hour or something like that. And then me and Tracy ended up going home. And I had a lot to drink, and we were out in the sun playing volleyball and stuff like that. So when I came home, I wanted to go to bed because I was tired and had a headache. And then I believe she called, but I don't really remember or not. And Tracy said that Pam was going to be coming over. And
Did she back him over?
yes, she did.
Can you describe for the jury her behavior on that evening?
She was crying when she came to the door and stuff. She just started bawling when she saw us and stuff. And when she came in, she had her dog with her, and she said that she was upset.
Objection, hearsay.
Go ahead, describe her behavior during the course of the night.
She just said that.
Objection.
Can't say what someone else said.
It's my fault, Mr. Washburn. You can't say what someone else said. When I say describe her behavior, I mean physically what you see happen.
All right. She just came in and she was crying and saying that she was upset because she missed Gregg and stuff like that.
Objection, hearsay.
Cannot say what someone else said.
Again, just physical things you see with your eyes. And your ears are covered, okay?
She was just crying and sitting on the floor.
And how long did that continue? Or how did the evening, her behavior change? Tell us how it changed, if it did.
She started talking to us and just telling us what was wrong. I know I won't say it. And it's just after she got talking and got it off her chest, she just seemed to feel a lot better, and she just like opened up and just felt a little better. And she just said it was some reason she just went off. And it was just something she missed about Gregg or something.
Now, was that typical or atypical? By that I mean usual or unusual for her behavior in the period after Gregg's death from the middle of the summer? The times you saw her.
The times I usually saw her was like when I would drop my girlfriend off to stay at her house or something like that, and she was usually never like that when I saw her. It was like the second time I've ever, but other than the wake of the funeral, the second time I'd seen her cry when I'd been near her and stuff.
Why would you drop your girlfriend off to stay at her house? And how often did that happen?
Right after it happened, like the night that it happened, my girlfriend stayed at her place. And she would just stay at her mother's house a couple times with her, and she would stay at her place in Hampton because she said she didn't want to be alone.
Recall on the evening, we just talked about July 4th. Recall another evening when Pam's, a little bit after that, when Pam's behavior might have been out of the ordinary.
Objection, leading.
Recall another evening, well, when's the next time you saw her after the 4th of July? If you recall.
I don't know.
When's the
I know. I mean, I've seen her many times where she's always been asking questions and stuff like that. But I remember one time when I was at her house, I don't know what day it was, but I know it was at night. She had just come back from going to the beach or something like that. And I mean, she had always, even in front of other people like Tracy and stuff like that, she had said about ways she wanted to try to find out what was going on. Like she said she wanted to go talk to Bill's mom, find out if she knew anything about why he was arrested.
We're not going to object at this point. We could approach.
Well, it's the same objection.
We could approach her, I'd
Object, it's hearsay.
like to make an offer of proof at this point.
All right.
Mr. Washburn, we were talking, you were in the middle, let me finish this before you start talking, you might anticipate the wrong question. We were in the middle of you telling us about seeing Pamela on another occasion, different from July 4th. You started to tell us something about that. We stopped, now I'm gonna ask you a question. What can you tell us about when this happened?
What happened? When I saw her again after July 4th? Or?
Yes, when you were telling us about a specific time that she started telling you things. You mentioned Mrs. Flynn's mother, she was gonna.
Well, she had mentioned that a couple of times. That's why.
Do you know when those times were?
There were, I don't know exactly. Different times.
Do you know, were any of the conversations that you were about to talk about, those areas, when she mentioned her intentions to do things, were any of them before July 13th?
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about some before July 13th.
I don't know exactly what day they were before July 13th though. Because the thing is, she had said a lot of things many different times that she had said things, like she had said that she wanted to go lay down in the middle of the road in Seabrook and stop the first person who came by in a car because they seemed to.
I object to this as being hearsay.
When did she say that?
You're able to disregard.
Was that, could I go back, Your Honor, and try to lay the foundation for that statement?
You can try to lay the foundation, yeah, then I suppose the state will decide whether it wants to object.
Do you recall if that was said prior to July 13th?
To be honest, I couldn't say. I just know she'd said it many times.
Do you recall any other statements she made about intentions of things she was gonna do, finding out about what happened to her husband? Do you recall any other statements about those made either on July 13th or prior to?
Do any other statements like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pam Smart tells you of things she's gonna do.
Yes, she had said that one thing she said she wanted to do was go find some of Bill's friends to ask them if they knew anything about it.
Objection, hearsay.
Who could approach Your Honor?
Same conversation we just had a moment ago.
Yes, and I think that the witness has just testified that this was before July 13th.
The witness was testifying about something we haven't heard in this courtroom at all, so it certainly can't come into the exception we were speaking.
There he is. Took you a little bit. So earlier I set a goal for Brandon's Lesko's because he stubbed his toe a couple weeks ago and he's been complaining about it ever since. So Brandon wants to know, why do I have a stubbed toe fund? Go find a beer and some car keys, unless I get fund proceeds. Thank you so much, Let's Go, for the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Sorry about your stub toe, but walk it off, bud. Walk it off.
All right, let me get specific with you, Mr. Washburn. Did Pamela Smart tell you before July 13th anything about going to talk to Cecilia Pierce because she suspected her?
She didn't say she was going to. She had just indicated to me that she thought that maybe Cecilia and Rachel knew something about this.
What did she say she was going to do because of that?
What she said to me was, I wonder if I act like I know something about this, if they'll say something to me.
What did you respond to that?
Yeah.
What did you tell her?
I told her not to be an idiot. That I use a different word.
Okay. Probably a word you don't want to say here. Think about that time, that conversation, okay? What was her behavior like at that time? How did she appear? Again, with your eyes and ears, you don't have to say the words, but tell me what you were seeing with your senses.
She was just rambling, just throwing things out. Things, I can do this, I can do this, I can do that. Just whipping ideas off her head, I guess. I don't know. Just saying all the good things about the car.
Okay, I have no further questions, thank you. People may.
Just a moment, please.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
We've met before, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Washburn, the first time you spoke with the police was on May 3rd, 2 days after the death of your best friend, right?
Yep.
And at that time, you spoke with a man named Michael Surratt, right?
No.
Who did you speak with?
Detective Pelletier.
And Mr. Pelletier, Detective Pelletier asked you questions about what you might know about the death of your friend Gregg Smart, right?
Yeah.
And at that point, you told him that you didn't know of any motive at all for this crime, right?
Yeah.
You said you didn't know of any suspects, right?
Yeah.
And you said that everything was going perfectly fine in Gregg's life, right?
Yeah.
Didn't know anything at all that you could tell them that might help them find who killed your best friend, right?
But I didn't think that had anything to do with it.
Okay. What you told him was that you didn't know anything that could help him find the killer of your best friend, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't tell him that Gregg Smart had an extramarital affair.
No.
You didn't tell him that Gregg Smart told you that he knew that Pamela Smart had an affair, right?
Right.
Matter of fact, you didn't even tell the jury that right now, did you?
No.
You didn't tell them anything about this conversation while you're gambling with poor Gregg being sad just 2 weeks before his death, did you?
No.
You never thought that maybe a scorned lover of the defendant might have been Gregory Smart's killer?
I didn't know at the time that she was having an affair still, and I didn't know who it was with.
Okay, but you knew that Gregg Smart thought that she was having an affair, right?
All he had said that she is too.
She is
That's
too.
exactly, that was the only thing he had mentioned about it.
So it's possible there's a scorned lover out there that could have killed Gregory Smart, right?
Yeah,
And it's possible a scorned lover of Gregory Smart could have killed him, right?
Yeah.
He didn't tell the police that, right?
nope.
Okay. When did you go to?
For those of you who don't know what Gabby is saying, she's going cha-cha-cha-chia, cha-cha-cha-chia. Well, I'm gonna keep going. Just keep watching.
The police and tell them all about that?
About the affair part.
Right.
I told Pelletier, the thing that I tried to do on many occasions was to get them to know it without me actually telling them.
Okay, when did you actually come out and say expressly to a detective of the Derry Police Department about these affairs?
I don't know the exact day, but it was probably, I'd say maybe 2 weeks ago. I don't know.
March 11th sound about right?
Yeah, I don't know.
That was right while this trial was going on, right?
Right.
Now, you had told a person named Tom Perilla about this before you told the Derry Police Department, right?
Yeah.
And Tom Perilla was a very, very good friend of Gregg Smart's, right?
Yes.
And Tom Perilla told you that he was gonna tell William Smart, Gregg's father, about it, right?
Yeah.
And he said, go to the police, right?
I told him I was going to the police.
Okay, you knew if you didn't go to the police, Tom Perilla sure.
That's why I told him, is because I was going to the police. You can ask him that.
Now, you told about this affair after you heard about the defendant's lawyer's opening statement admitting an affair, right?
Yes,
You watched the whole trial on TV and you saw that opening statement, right?
yes,
Right? And you told about this affair after Pamela Smart told your girlfriend that she was going to tell everybody about her affair with William Flynn, right?
yeah.
Okay.
I actually, what happened is Monday night, Tracy told me that she had something she wanted to tell me.
Okay, Monday night when?
Just the day before the trial started.
The day before the trial started, you
The
heard
witness
about it.
hasn't finished his answer. You have to answer the question.
Excuse me,
You guys can
please.
She told me that she had something she wanted to talk to me about because she had talked to Pam Saturday. And before she even said anything, I said she's had an affair with Bill.
Okay, so Saturday, Tracy Collins tells you, Monday, Tracy Collins tells you that Saturday, the Saturday before the opening statement, the defendant told her about the affair, right? Now, Tracy Collins and the defendant are very, very close friends, aren't they?
Yeah.
And Tracy Collins has visited the defendant in prison regularly, right?
Yes.
And you yourself have gone along, haven't you?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, August 1st to September, you went to visit her more than every week while she was in prison, right?
Maybe more than every week.
Well, I'm saying, did you go on a more regular basis to visit the defendant from August 1st to September 1st than 4 times? More than 4 times.
Yeah.
Every week you went to see her with your girlfriend.
Yeah.
Now, Tracy Collins also told you in that conversation that she told Gregory, that the defendant told Gregory Smart about the affair on April 27th, right?
Yeah. Well, actually, Tracy didn't tell me that. Pam told me that.
Pam told you that directly.
Yeah.
Okay. But Gregory Smart told you on the 14th or 15th during this Atlantic City trip that he knew about the defendant's affair, right?
Yeah. All he said was that he was complaining about how everything was all screwed up because every time they had an argument, she would bring that up. And then he said he didn't think that was going to last much longer because she had to. And that was all he said about it.
So you met me before, right?
Yep.
We met at the Derry Police Department,
Yep.
right? And we asked you to come and speak with us.
Yep.
And you met Mr. Mangiato there as well.
Yep.
You came on your own.
Yep.
You told us you were neutral. You wanted to tell us everything that you knew so that we could put it before the jury so that they could decide
Right,
whether this person was guilty or not.
right,
And we asked you any problems in the marriage that you know of, right?
yeah.
You didn't tell us, did you?
I told you about what Terry had told me.
Okay.
And that was one of the things I tried to tell the police so I wouldn't have to say this. It's gonna sound stupid, but the reason why I didn't is because Greg asked me to promise.
What's up, Justice? How are you? I'm gonna call you Jane because I'm pretty sure everybody else calls you Jane. Welcome. Thank you so much for joining. Our chat's getting a little wild, but it's okay. We've been going for almost 5 hours, so it's all right. Just be prepared if you go in there. But thank you so much for coming in here. Please feel free to talk some shit to the chat.
Not to tell anybody. And I tried to do that as well as I could.
Greg asked you not to tell anybody before he was murdered by somebody.
Right.
But you didn't tell us at the police station when we were preparing this case, did you?
No.
Let's talk about the conversation that you and the defense attorney discussed about Cecilia Pierce. Now, you spoke with the police about that conversation when, in August sometime, right?
I know it was right after I had gone to that suppression hearing for the tapes and stuff like that.
Maybe the bail hearing.
Oh, yeah, whatever. I don't remember what it was.
Now, the bail hearing was mid-August, August 13th.
And I know the day I went was on a Monday.
August 13th,
Yeah.
sound right?
I guess so. I don't know for sure.
And you spoke with the police 4 days after the bail hearing, right? Where was the conversation between you and the defendant about Cecilia Pierce?
At her house,
Her house was where?
in Hampton.
Who was present during the conversation?
Well, Tracy was at the house, but she wasn't in the room at that. She was in the room for the first part of it, which was like the part about when she said she went to lay in the road and stuff like that.
Was there anyone else in the house that evening? Did you and Tracy come together to visit Pamela Smart?
Yes,
Who drove?
I did.
Did you leave together?
I'm pretty sure we did, yeah, because we slept. I'm not sure if it's the night we slept over. We slept over there one night, and then we all went to the beach the next day, like me and Tracy and Pam and Heidi. See, I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know exactly what day it was because there was many different times when she had said stuff like that. I couldn't pinpoint a day.
But you know that, well, let me answer this. Tracy Collins keeps a pretty detailed calendar
Yeah.
around that time.
Yeah.
Would that help you refresh your memory about what day you went to the beach, maybe?
Probably, yeah.
Let me show that to you. I'm showing you a calendar that is July 1990. Do you recognize the calendar?
Yeah.
Whose is that?
Tracy's.
And I'm pointing you to the 14th of July. Can you tell me whether that refreshes your recollection
Yeah.
about when you went to?
So Jane, this is one of the first trials in the U.S. That was able to be televised. So Pam Smart, which is the defendant, she was a media director, and she was having intimate relations. Like, she's 22, she's having intimate relations with a 15-year-old. She's also married, but instead of doing the logical thing, if she didn't want to be married anymore, which would be, go ahead and get a divorce, she had the 15-year-old Billy Flynn, who he also took 3 other accomplices with him, and unalived her husband, Gregg Smart. So whenever you get the chance, at the beginning of this video, we actually go through Pam Smart's entire testimony. It's a very, very messed up case. Like the chat and I would have wanted to pretty much take a shower because it's been quite disgusting to hear about their relations.
The beach.
Yep. It says with Heidi and me.
That was the day you were talking about.
It was that night. It was that Friday. It was the night before we went. No, the 13th, the Friday.
So on the 13th would have been the night that you and Tracy stayed over together at the defendant's house.
Right.
Not the 12th.
No.
On the 12th, when you visited together, let me ask you this. Now, are you saying that that conversation happened on the 13th, or you don't know?
I don't know. All I know is it was at night at her house, and I think I've only been to her house at night twice.
When was the other time you had been to her?
I don't know the exact date, but it's in the calendar somewhere, I think.
Let me bring this
Because
calendar
I think
to
I
you
dropped
again.
Tracy, I had brought Tracy to Pam's apartment and just dropped her off, because she was sleeping there.
Well, you know, you stayed over on the 13th, so that's one
Right.
night, right? Now let me show you what's written on the 12th and ask you if that refreshes your recollection. Excuse me.
It was more. One of the nights that she slept at Pam's.
A minute. All
I
right,
don't know.
so the 13th is a possibility.
Right. But all I know is it was at night. I remember that.
When you spoke with the police, you said that it was either the 10th or the 13th, right?
I guess so. If that's what I told them that whatever it said in Tracy's calendar is the night that I was at her house. And that was that night it was.
So the bottom line is you don't know when this conversation took place.
Right.
And if you said the 10th, why would you have said the 10th?
Because I was at her house at night, I guess. I don't know.
But there's nothing in this that reflects you being at her house on the 10th, right?
I don't know. Does it say that Tracy was at Pam's at all?
You want to take a look at it again?
Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't 10 because that's when Tracy slept at.
This is Gregg Smart, the guy that was on the live.
Because that's when Tracy slept at Pam's.
So on the 10th, you drove down, you left your girlfriend at Pam's, you
Yes.
slept over and you went back
Yes.
in there.
Right. I remember
Yeah.
because I had to drive home with one contact in because I had ripped one.
So now this conversation either happened on the 10th or the 13th.
It could have been if there was any other times that I'm pretty sure I was only there twice that night though. I have no idea. It could have been a different night. I don't know the exact date.
When you spoke with the police, you said most likely it was the 10th,
I
right?
said most likely it was the 10th or the 13th because those were the only times I knew I had definitely been there at night because Tracy had it in her calendar.
You remember this conversation? Just give me a moment. The conversation you had with the defendant, she said she wondered if Cecilia Pierce or Rachel Elon knew anything, right?
Yep.
She didn't tell you that she knew that Cecilia Pierce knew something, right?
Said she thought that they might know something.
Did she tell you why she thought that these two high school girls might know something?
Just because they hung out with Bill.
She didn't tell you that Cecilia Pierce was acting strange?
No.
She didn't tell you anything that Cecilia Pierce had done that would lead her to this wondering whether she was involved? Did she tell you in that mid-July time that she had already started implementing this plan to get information from Cecilia Pierce on June 13th?
Did she tell me before that?
Did she tell you that she had already tried this
No.
scheme on June 13th?
All she had said was she had just brought up the idea. She said that she thought they knew something about it. And she said, like, well, I was wondering if I talked to them and pretended like I knew something about it, if they would start saying stuff or something like that. And I told her not to be an idiot.
Right, so she didn't indicate to you that she had already tried this before.
Right.
And she didn't tell you that she had told Cecilia Pierce that she was involved in the murder and lied to her to get her to say this,
No.
right?
you told her, that's crazy. It was a crazy idea, wasn't it?
Well, I just told her not to be an idiot because I said if Cecilia doesn't know anything about it, where do you think the first place she's gonna go is?
What'd she say to that?
She said, well, yeah, you're right.
Did she tell you, boy, Cecilia already told me she's going to the police
No.
because I already told her I was involved in anything like that?
That was about it. Then she came up with just other ideas and stuff.
Did she tell you that Cecilia Pierce might be bugged? She was worried about that?
No.
Did she tell you that she was afraid to talk to Cecilia on the phone because her phone would be tapped?
She never mentioned Cecilia to me, really. Other than that one time.
When you told her it was crazy, that she shouldn't do it because if Cecilia wasn't involved, where's the first place she'd go? The police. What did she say to you?
She said, yeah, you're right, I guess.
She agreed with that.
Yeah.
Now, you recall this conversation at the day of the bail hearing, right?
Yeah.
And that was the first time you had heard anything about body wires, right?
Yeah.
The first time you heard that on July 13th, this defendant had made what the state represented to be pretty incriminating statements to her friend Cecilia Pierce.
Yeah.
You heard that date was July 13th, right around the time that this conversation was happened, right? You never thought about that before, right?
No.
You never thought when this defendant said that she wondered whether Cecilia Pierce and Rachel Eman knew something, never crossed your mind that maybe you should call the police and tell them that she's got suspicions about people?
When she said that, no, because she was saying, if that was the case, I would have to tell them that she was wanting to go lay in the road in Seabrook and talk to the first person who came by and stuff like that. She was always saying crazy stuff.
Now, you don't know whether this conversation with the defendant happened after those body wires or before,
I
right?
have no idea.
Now, you went to the beach on the 14th, you said, with the defendant.
Yeah.
Did you ask her whether she had attempted to try this scheme to ask Cecilia?
No.
Did she tell you that she had tried it?
No.
Did she tell you whether she had tried it with Rachel?
No.
Did she tell you, did you ask her that?
No.
No conversation about it. Did she even tell you she had seen Cecilia Pierce just yesterday and the day before?
No.
Cecilia's name never even came up.
Not that I remember.
You remembered about the conversation right after the bail hearing, right?
Yeah.
And you talked around a little, thought about what should I do with this information? And who did you go to first?
I told her lawyers. Actually, the first person I told was Tracy.
After you told Tracy, who did you tell?
Her lawyers.
You went to the defense lawyers before you went to the police?
Yeah.
Now, you're the person who said that you wanted the state to have all of the information that possibly help them find the killer of your family.
I had called the police on the same day to make an appointment with Pelletier and he said he couldn't see me until Friday.
But you went to these people first,
That's because
right?
they could see me that day. If Pelletier had said come in, I would have gone into him first.
And who'd you talk to when you went to the defense attorney?
Paul and I think it was Gagnon, I think. I'm not sure who else.
Did you try and narrow down that date? Is that important?
Not really. I told them about the conversation. I basically told them that it was at night at Pam's house, but I didn't know the exact date. But I said Tracy's calendar. It said that she was there like 2 nights.
Okay, and later, did you and Tracy sit down and try and narrow down the date?
Kind of. Went through a calendar to try to remember events. Like, sometimes when she would sleep over to Pam's, but I would just take her to her mom's house in Wyndham, and then they would go from there to Pam's house.
When when you talked with Tracy about it, did you finally arrive on a particular date, whether it's the 10th or the 13th?
No, we just said it could have been either day. I said I didn't know.
Okay, but it sure would be better if it was the 10th for Pamela Smart, right?
It could be when, I have no idea when it was. If that was the case, I would say it was the 10th.
Let me show you your statement. Do you remember this? The statement that you filled out for the police?
Yep.
Page 441. The beginning of it says on July 10th, and then in parentheses, or the 13th, but I believe the 10th, close parentheses. I was at Pam's house. Well, why the preference for the 10th?
Ooh.
You're a lawyer, Brian?
Yes.
Who's your lawyer?
Frank Simler.
What's he representing you on?
Because I had gotten many contracts and checks. People were sending me checks in the mail and stuff. So
What are they sending you checks for?
they wanted my rights to a movie.
What's the movie related to?
Let's try.
What's the size of the checks that you're receiving?
I received one for $2,000
What's the lawyer doing for you?
because I didn't know. I said I didn't want to do anything with it, and I gave it to him because I didn't know how to read contracts or what to do with it and stuff like that.
So you want nothing to do with it?
I
you
didn't
just
say I
no?
wanted nothing to do with it. I just said I didn't want to deal with it.
I see. Okay, so it's okay to enter into a contract and make money off the death of your best friend, right?
Everybody else is. It's not. I don't know.
Okay,
No, it's not all right.
so let me just get this straight. The first time you talk to the police, you lie, you say you don't know anything. Right?
I said anything related to the case. I didn't think that was related to the case.
Okay. After you hear about this bail hearing, and you hear about the tapes, then you say, oh, I've got this piece of information that I forgot about, right?
Yeah.
And then after you hear the opening statement of this defendant, then you go to the police and say, oh, I've got another piece of information that I forgot about.
No, I had been trying to get them to know about this without me telling them beforehand. I mean, I was the one who went to Pelletier and told him about what Terry had told me
Why didn't you just tell them the information?
because I didn't want to tell him. I didn't want to get involved with it.
Thank you.
All right. That was less than interesting, I guess. I mean, it was confusing, but for the wrong reasons. All right, I put a poll up. If you guys want to keep going, we can keep going. 89% says keep going. 11% says no. So I'm going to give you guys just a second. Gabby, I know you say no. Because you're like, I'm going to bed. But if you guys want to keep going, we will keep going. We'll wrap this up. It is. That was below the belt. Got to keep the gloves up. It was. I'll just text you a rundown. It ain't gonna be that bad. Yeah, I know you don't, Gavin. I know. You're good. You're fine. You are completely fine. Oh, give me 1 second. Let me make sure this is correct. Ew, I don't want to see that again. The hell? Yeah, it goes straight into the defense closing arguments. So if you want to go, we can go. Let's do it. Alrighty. Gabby, thank you so much. I know you're no longer on this stream, but thank you so much for helping me out and, being on the channel with me, taking over earlier whenever I had the power outage. I really, really appreciate it. Yes, you can. I mean, you can, but you can't. You can't type offensive shit in YouTube anymore. That's bullshit. Yes, you can. Let's go. As soon as I get this video going, I will do the DoorDash. Zach, you just missed Bree. She's in here talking shit to you. But all right, we'll do the defense's closing arguments.
A lot of cameras out there. People, the cameras are there for a reason. There's people to whom these events that you've watched and here are, this is entertainment, okay? They're not out there because they're interested in the law or because they're real empathetic people. They're out there because it's entertainment. It hasn't been entertainment for anybody in this room. It has been entertainment for Pamela Smart. It has been entertainment for Gregg Smart's parents, for his family. It has been entertainment for Pamela's family. When a person loses a limb, an arm, say, for a long time afterwards, for years afterwards, they feel the arm and what they feel is an aching pain. Part of them is gone. They can feel it, they think it's there, and it throbs with pain. That's what these people feel. Who did it? Why they do it? How they do it? That's what you're here to decide. Who's responsible for that? It's a bunch of little kids who just made a little mistake and now they're sorry. The state brought in 3 chronologically aged children who have been found by a court of law to be mature enough to be treated as adults. 3 chronologically aged children who have gotten their reward. They don't have to worry about spending the rest of their life in prison. Those 3 lovely little children in 2 years could come into this court and ask for time off their sentence. They won't get it the first time. They won't get it the second time. They won't get it the third time. But you know they're not going to grow old in that prison. They got their reward. That's something you better take into account when you evaluate whether those are the kind of people you want to trust with a decision like this. When they got their reward, what they told you was that they promised the state of New Hampshire they would tell them the truth about what happened May 1st. Yeah. They didn't even do that, ladies and gentlemen. Forget about whether they're telling the truth about that woman or not. They did not tell you the truth about what happened in that house. There are a number of reasons you can tell. The most insignificant is the candlestick. That story makes no sense. First of all, there are 2 stories there. One is that, I think Pete's story is that Billy dropped the candlestick, okay, and he dropped it on the rug. Billy's story is he placed it down on the tile. Why would he place it down on the tile where Gregg Smart's is going to see it as soon as he walks in the door? Well, feel the candlestick. Do you think, drop it a few times. See if you do anything to that candlestick. As Detective Pellet here told you, that's a heavy, hard object, good for hitting somebody with. I'm not going to tell you we know what happened with that candlestick. But if you look at it, you know it wasn't placed on the floor, it wasn't dropped. That's not how it got there. Something else happened. That's the first reason that you can at least doubt about what they told you happened in that house. The towel is another reason. Why does the towel appear to be pressed against Gregg's head? What does the towel have to do with it? Where is the towel? That's just a question. That doesn't prove anything. The sounds, that's an interesting thing. Mr. Dacier, if you recall him, I think he was the second person to talk to you folks. Mr. Dacier told you that he heard, well, he had 3 sounds. The car door is the first one. Let's leave that out for a second. He then heard a door slam. And then he heard another sound that he couldn't differentiate from the first sound. That's not a cap gun in those, I don't know where it's in there somewhere. That's not a cap gun, ladies and gentlemen. If you fire that off with 357 hollow point rounds with 125 grains of lead in them, with gunpowder in them, it's not going to sound like a door. There's something muffling that sound. What is it? They didn't tell you about that. Why did they tell you about that? Is that because it's something like the light bulb, taking out the light bulb shows a little more premeditation, cold-bloodedness? I don't know. There was something between that gun and Gregg Smart's head. Think about Mr. Close. Do you remember him from the laboratory? He talked about the fact that there were 2 major parts to this bullet. One was entered all the way in, the major portion, and the second fragment was just under the scalp. He told you that that could have been because There's a couple of explanations. That could have been a bad bullet. And then I asked him, I said, well, what are the odds on that? He said, first he said 1 in 1,000, then he thought about it for a minute, he said 1 in a million. Okay, that's a million to one shot. Dr. Fossum, well, what Mr. Close said, the other explanation, the one that's not a million to one, the rest of it, you count up to a million from one, the other 999,999, it was an intermediate target, something that could be soft between the gun and the head. I'm suggesting that it's consistent, it doesn't prove anything again, and we don't have to prove anything again, but it's consistent with them using something to muffle the sound. A towel, a cloth, maybe even not the towel they found it, but there's some explanation for why that bullet fragmented. There's some explanation for why Mr. Dacier heard two sounds that sound the same. Dr. Fossum talked to you about that too. His testimonies, again, there's something else going on in that house. Dr. Fossum said, you see tearing, okay, so that's going to be a very close wound. It doesn't have to be touching, but within inches, okay? You see tearing of the scalp because the gases come out and expand the scalp. Do we call that? He says, that makes it look like it's close, but we don't see traces of gunpowder. With his eyes, he sees none. No. Mr. Close, Roger Close, saw a few minute traces under the microscope or something. What did Dr. Fossum tell you? Dr. Fossum told you that his findings are consistent with an intermediate target which can be soft between the gun and the head. Did those boys tell you anything about that? Most importantly, we know they didn't tell you the truth about what went on in that house because of the ring. The ring is lying under Gregg Smart. Gregg Smart has an abrasion on the third finger. 1, 2, 3. We got a name for that finger. It's called the ring finger. Dr. Fossum told you that that abrasion is consistent with somebody tearing off a ring force. None of those boys had any explanation why that ring was on the ground. None of them. It's something they just didn't want to talk about. They could remember Gregg Smart spending 3 minutes standing up begging for his life. They could remember him on his knees, but they don't want to talk about that ring. Something unspeakable happened in that ring. Something unspeakable happened in that house. They're lying covering it. A last reason, and probably irrefutable, probably does make it beyond a reasonable doubt that something else happened in that house. It's again, Dr. Fossum. When Dr. Fossum was testifying, I knelt here, and I had him put the trajectory of the bullet, front to back. I had him stand behind me. I said, Dr. Fossum, I'm not trying to do it the same way, I didn't even see how he did it, but it's front to back. You saw it. I said, Dr. Fossum, would you stand behind me and pretend like you've got a gun and try to get your hand in a position that you can shoot that bullet? Dr. Fossum said, it can't be done. My cross-examination, said, well, what if Gregg, right before he shot, turned his head back? Is that possible? He said, yeah, it's possible. Oh, did Billy Flynn, did Pete Randall tell you anything about Gregg turning his head? Was Gregg Smart able to turn his head? Pete Randall's holding on as hard as he can to his hair. Something happened. They did something else. They tortured that man in some other way that they won't talk about. They're liars, though. That's the point. Did the ring fall off? No. They got a deal. They promised to testify, and they came here and lied about some detail. It doesn't really matter what it is. It's some lie. Who are they? Who are these kids? Are they somebody you ought to feel sorry for? Think for a minute the way the prosecution talked to Brian Washburn, the scorn, the derision in their voice when they asked Brian Washburn questions. Think of the way they talked to Billy Flynn. Who should we be nice to here? Did Brian Washburn commit the crime of trying to keep the secrets that his friend asked him to keep as long as he could, and then when he's nothing else he could do about it, came forward? He did that. Is that a reason to treat him the way he was treated in front of this jury? How did the state of New Hampshire treat those three boys? Do you hear any derision? Do you hear any kind of confrontation with them whatsoever? They want you to feel sorry for those boys. Billy Flynn, Billy Flynn lost his father while he was a child. That's sad, no doubt about it. What does it have to do with this case? Why ask Mrs. Flynn? Billy was withdrawn for months afterwards, and that's sad too. But does it have anything to do with this case? Is the only point of that so that you feel sorry for Billy Flynn? Feel sorry for Billy Flynn if you want, but it doesn't have anything to do with this case. These boys, 3 of them together, there's not a shred of moral decency within them. And you can see that, and we took that stand, testified to God to tell the truth. That has absolutely no meaning to them. None whatsoever. And it's not environment, it's not their parents, it's none of that stuff. If it was that stuff, think about Ralph Welch. Worked in the same town, went to the same schools, has the same friends, and even lived in the same house. It's J.R. Lyman. That's the same environment. What's Ralph Welch? What does he think this is something we should joke about? Ralph Welch knows about this, and his friends make him sick. And if Ralph Welch's friends make him sick, they ought to make you sick. Who are these boys? Pete Randall, the assassin, the boy whose dream was to be an assassin, and his dream came true. That's not good. The boy who sat up there for hours and didn't show one single human emotion. You want to take his word for anything? You want to make a judgment, an important judgment based on his word? I'm not going to say a whole lot about Pete Randall. That's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. Pete Randall, after his arrest, he tells his mother all about this thing. She wants to know about it. Tells her all about it when he leaves out Pamela Smart. Isn't that funny? Isn't that at all? He doesn't say anything about any ride behavioral where she talks about don't get blood on the couch or any of those juvenile fantasies. Isn't that funny? Well, why is he talking to his mother? Assume that he was telling the truth. He's talking to his mother. Mom, we did this, but this woman, older woman, put us up to it. Isn't that the kind of thing you would want to tell your mother? Why protect Pamela Smart? Everybody says he barely knows her. That doesn't make any sense unless she has nothing to do with it. Like I said, I'm just not going to waste a lot of time to do that. Vance Lattermy, who's he? Lattermy the liar. Ralph Welch tells you, again, Ralph Welch lives in the same house with him, tells you he's the kind of guy that you'll watch him do something, and he'll either be embarrassed about it or not want to get in trouble over it, even though he sees you looking at him while he's doing an act, he'll deny it to you. He'll look you in the eyes and deny it. But what's a lie he told? Well, for one thing, he told you that before May 1st, he knew from Pamela that she was going to get $174,000 in insurance. Now, there's 2 problems with that. First is that that's completely contradicted by Billy Flynn.
I object. That's a total mischaracterization of the testimony of that witness.
Everyone will take its own recollection of the testimony.
That's in complete contradiction with Billy Flynn, who told you that she only knew about one policy, the $90,000 policy, and found out about the other one after May 1st. Well, both of those things can't be true. In fact, neither one of them can be true. Maybe the most important witness you heard in this case was Mr. I think his name was Gould, the insurance man from Rhode Island. What did he tell you? What's important about it? He told you that in regards to the $90,000 policy, in order to figure out the benefits, you have to go back a year from when the person dies. You have to use a formula. You have to know the commissions, the salaries. You have to know what Gregg Smart, if he sold the policy that night, the very night he went out on an appointment. You'd have to know whether he sold one, whether he earned a commission on it. That information was not available on May 1st. So both Vance Lattermy's lying about that, and Billy Flynn lying about that. It's just plain impossible. He told you. He said, well, even my agents couldn't figure that out. Well, what else did Vance say? He tells you, well, he's got a problem with the laughing in the car on the way back, because he already goofed and told Pelletier about that. So he's got to eat that one. And he says, yeah, there's a little bit of that going on, but over the next couple of days and weeks, I started feeling remorse really bad about this. Ralph Welch was asked if there was any remorse. He didn't see any remorse in his friend. That wasn't a couple of days, a week later. That was 4 or 5 weeks later. There was no remorse. There was no remorse when they were here on the stand. Old JR tells you, we never talked at the juvenile center, the ADC. Why? Because it's a rule, it told us not to. Now, there's a couple problems. There's rules against killing human beings, and he had no problem transgressing that rule. That's one problem. He's then confronted. He just didn't know he had a letter to his girlfriend. He's confronted with that. That shows that what he's just said is a lie. So what does he do? Does he admit the truth? And, of course they talked about the case in the agency. That's human nature. That's not the point whether they talk there. So it is the most important thing in their lives. And of course, any three individuals that are facing the same charge, if they got an opportunity, they talk about it. That's not the point. The point is that they came in here and lied to you about it. When he's faced with essentially irrefutable proof, because it's in his own handwriting, from his own mind, with his fingers to make the words, Bill's leaving, I'm so sorry. We talk all the time. Whenever the guards aren't looking, you've got the letters, you've got the exact words. When he's faced with that, what does he do? Does he fess up and admit the truth? Well, he tells you another lie. He says, I was just exaggerating. That's as big a lie as the first one. Cancel Avenue, JR talked to you about going down to a storage area to get a gun. Well, he said not to get a gun. He talked to you about a burglary. He claimed that he always thought it was before May 1st, but he read some unknown paper that we haven't seen that told him it was after May 1st, it was May 4th. But anyway, he talks about that, and he wasn't going to get a gun. Ralph Welch was along with him. Ralph Welch said they wouldn't leave till they found a gun. He talked to you about all the efforts they made to find a gun. They were consciously looking for a gun. Again, that's just a lie.
The object of the defense counsel continues testifying what's a lie. Jury will make a determination.
Sorry.
Well, if you'd argue the evidence, I wouldn't have a problem.
Well, I would prefer that you would suggest to them that it's a lie, or submit to them it's a lie, rather than stating it as a fact. I don't think it's correct.
Billy the Kid, who's he? He's number 3. Gang of 5. Is he a little puppy dog that you saw him for? Little Billy Flynn? A little sad puppy dog? Or is he the kid that after killing a human being who has begged for his life for 3 minutes standing up, and we don't know how long on his knees? Is he a kid that right after doing that talks about thrill, power, the charge of killing somebody? I mean, which is he, puppy dog or the thrill killer? He came in here and showed you the behavior of a little puppy dog. But he didn't demonstrate that night to make person Derek. He showed himself to be what he is. I mean, maybe he's a mixed person. Who knows? But you know one thing, he's a thrill killer.
I understand that the defense has a job to do, and especially you gotta really hit it home with the closing arguments, but I 100% disagree with him calling Billy Flynn a thrill unaliver. I don't agree with that at all.
There's no reason for Pete Randall to talk about that with Detective Pelletier unless it's true. Is he the little boy who cried here? Or is he the heartless little punk who laughed on his way to jail after he was arrested? Which one is he? Who is he? If you don't know who he is, you want to take his word for anything at all. You don't know which one he is. You know, one thing he lied about. You don't know it. There's some possibility he lied. He told you that within 3 days prior to May 1st, that he went with Pam Smart to a bank in Hampton to get money, $30, to buy bullets to kill her husband. Now that's a pretty simple thing to confirm or not confirm. If you've got the burden of proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, here's the kicker. Go to the bank, get the records. We went to the bank, her bank, bought the records. You'll look at the records, okay? You'll see that there's nothing that comes out from either the ATM machine or the account within 3 days. You see, the last one's a check written, I think it's the Shaws and Derry or something like that. Mr. Margiano, on cross-examination, brought something to your attention that's Evidently true, but you can take a credit card and get money out of some of these machines. We don't know whether you can do it at that particular bank. Well, if the state really wanted to know whether Pamela Smart used a credit card, took money out to buy bullets to kill her husband, it's not that hard, ladies and gentlemen. You get a credit check. On the credit check, you go to a credit bureau. You get a credit check on Pamela Smart. Let's know what her credit cards are. You then subpoena into court the records of each and every one of those credit card companies. That's easy. It would take a day. That's all. If you have the burden of proving something beyond a reasonable doubt, that's one of the hard points in Billy Flynn's story. That's one of the things you can confirm it or you can prove it to be a lie. If you've got the burden of proving that he's telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt, those few places where you can grab a hold of his story and find out if it's true or not, wouldn't you go do that? And if it wasn't done for you, could you ever say you proved that he was telling the truth beyond a reasonable doubt? Billy Flynn tells you, I got those 357 hollow points, 125-gram bullets. The reason I did that was for humanitarian purposes. We would like you to believe that he thought.
I've checked again. Verification.
We're able to make its own recollection of his testimony, it's argument.
That is argument. He did not say the words humanitarian purposes. However, what was the impression he left you with? I wanted to make it get over quick, spare Gregg Smart. I mean, what's he saying? It's humanitarian purposes. Brian Close said that the main purpose people buy those bullets, hollow points, is to increase devastation, to increase the odds of killing. Which one do you think is the real reason? I think if you go through your notes, you'll see that one of the other boys, I believe my memory is, and use your notes. There's 12, well, there's 15 of you now, there'll be 12 of you. One of the other boys, I believe, said the purpose of those bullets was to increase devastation. That's not the exact word. Which is true. Is what Billy Flynn told you true? Or is what his cohort, his fellow gang member, his fellow weasel, his fellow vermin, what they told you, is that true? Is what Roger Close told you true? Billy Flynn, he gets on the stand, and he knows Ralph Welch is, I can't remember if Ralph has already testified or gonna testify. If he'd already testified, Billy knows about it, because he watches it on TV. But anyway, he knows, he said his own case. He knows Ralph Welch, knows about the conversation. Billy calls up to try to get Ralph to meet him somewhere. He knows about that, so he's got to sort of eat that. So how does he deal with that? He says, I talked to Ralph about the rumors Ralph had heard. The whole time Ralph Welch was on the stand, he didn't say a word about rumors in the conversation. He described the whole conversation, but he didn't say a word about it. What he said was Billy was concerned about what? Not rumors. What two killers, Billy's friends, had told him directly. That's not a rumor. And that Billy said the following things, and this order again is not right, and use your own notes. If Pam finds out about this, she'll never speak to me again. I'll kill myself. Does that get a little sense of deja vu when you get something else? Those are the same things that he was always saying to that woman. If you leave me, I'll kill myself. Ralph Welch said that, right? Let's go back to the house for a second. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. This is going to tell you something about Billy Flynn, what his friends think. Pete and JR get confronted by Ralph Welch. They say, no, we're only joking. Ralph leaves the room. He hears something. Now, Ralph's recollection is, let me think a minute. I'm trying to get it as close as I can. When Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed. Period. You know who's next. Close. I'm not sure it's exactly right. I asked Detective Pelletier what one of the other two boys had told him was said. What they said was, when Billy finds out about this, he'll be pissed, that sort of talk. He's gonna kill Raymond Powell. When Billy finds out about this, he's gonna kill Raymond Powell. Is Billy a little puppy? Now, Billy cried in here. As a human being, you have to feel something. If it's real emotion, if you're a human being, if you're not Pete Randall who has no emotions, you've got to feel something. It's got to touch some chord within you. We're not telling you, and the evidence doesn't suggest that Billy Flynn is the same as Pete Randall. Pete Randall has got the emotions of a slug, or no, he doesn't, a rock. A slug, if you hit with a pin, it moves, it feels pain. Pete Randall doesn't know what human emotions are. Billy's not like that. Pete Randall's on this end of the spectrum. Billy Flynn's way over here. Emotions coursing right through his body. The thrill of killing courses through his body. He cries at the drop of a hat. He's obsessed. He's obsessed with love for Pamela Smart. He told you that. He's obsessed with his hatred for Gregg Smart. I believe he told you that. If he didn't say that, his friends said it. He's a kid who has emotions. What emotion? What was he thinking about when his tears came up? Who knows? Who knows what's running inside that mind? The mind of a thrill cult. All three of these boys told you that they wouldn't plead guilty unless all of them were taken care of. I'm not sure if all three of them said it. Everyone who was asked about it said it. You had touching 3 musketeers. They also told you one of them, I believe it was Billy, but again, use your own recollection, told you that he wished he hadn't done it and he was prepared to go to trial. He sort of suggested that the lawyers had tricked him somehow. If he was prepared to go to trial, his defense was going to be denial of guilt. Well, what story was he going to tell that jury if he testified in his own trial? Was he going to raise his hand exactly the same way? Swear to God, was he going to look 12 people in the eye? Was he going to tell a lie then? Another lie? A different lie?
So I object to speculating it was Bill Flynn. It's clearly not the testimony of Bill Flynn in this case. Giving the testimony of Bill Flynn and just leaving it open like that is really unfair to all three witnesses.
Well, I guess I'll remind the jury that in any criminal case, a defendant has a constitutional right to take a witness stand and testify. And proceed.
You know he's an actor. You know he can show emotions when he doesn't feel them. Day after Gregg Smart's death, Mrs. Kinsman calls a couple of them in the office and he emotes fine perfectly. That's an act. Was what he did up there in that. Do you know one way or another? You know, people like, all three of these kids, Cecilia too. Oh, horrible. People like these are problems for prosecutors. The problem because they're really not human beings worthy of belief. They're bad people. They did bad, horrible, horrible things. If someone suggests to you something like, you know, if a crime happens in hell, you're not going to get witnesses, you have to have devils, and that's why we put these boys on. Someone says to you about Cecilia, catch a fish or something, you have to put a worm on the hook, you don't put a cupcake on the hook. Someone suggests that to you at any point in time, I urge you to reject that suggestion. What that suggestion is a coded message to you to come down to their level. To bring the standards of American justice, proof beyond a reasonable doubt, presumption of innocence, your skepticism, take all those things and drop them down to the sewer where those people live. Those are things you have to take into account and determine whether or not you want to believe any of those people. Let's talk about sex for a moment. That was a big part of this case. It was a driving, sexual urges, hormones were a driving force in Billy Flynn's actions. Do you really think it makes any difference what particular position two human bodies were in at a point when they're having sex? Why did the prosecution bring that up? Why in the first 47 minutes, why in the first hour of the cross-examination of Pamela Smart, where the first 47 minutes is talking about an affair and sexual acts? Does that help you at all? You know they had an affair. You know they were intimate. Do you need to know about ice cubes? Is that something that titillate you, anger you against her? Is that something kinky? How does that get you any further along in your analysis of what happened, whether she's guilty or innocent? Is she guilty of an affair? You betcha. You betcha. She's a married woman. She's not supposed to have affairs. Is she guilty of that? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair with someone 6 or 6.5 years her junior? You betcha. Is she guilty of having an affair when she's not in the school, but she's essentially in a position of authority, abusing that authority? Is this trust put in people? Is she guilty of that? Absolutely. No doubt about it. Does that make her guilty of murder? No. We ask.
Is he really about to try to downplay her role in this right now? Like I said, like earlier, don't get me wrong. I understand that he has a job to do, but you're really about to downplay this? Like, how disrespectful to Gregg, who is now deceased because of this. Like that? No, no, sir.
Proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, it seems like light years ago that we talked, and the judge talked to you about the burden of proof and why it's so important to hold the state to that burden. You can't drop it down. What are some reasons to have a doubt? First of all, you could go through the boy's testimony. You could go through it at length. You could just pick out one thing, the right behavior, talk about the differences in their made-up stories. Okay? Was the gun shown to Pamela? Wasn't it shown to Pamela? Was it in the waist? Was it in the jacket? You could go through those things. You can do that for the whole case, and I suggest you may want to do that. I'm not going to do that today. I'm going to point out 4 or 5 areas that have to give you a reason to doubt. One is the bank. I already talked to you about that. If you want to, as I said before, if you want to prove Billy's telling the truth about that, just chase down our records, your credit card record. No big deal. Cecilia, quite frankly, I'm not even sure it's Cecilia. Maybe Billy, maybe one of, I think it's either Cecilia or Billy. One of those two told you. Pamela came back after the funeral, the first time they saw him, she said,
hold on. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to keep stopping. Brian Bear, did they ever ask Billy if he was still in love with her? Yeah, they did. Not directly that question, but when he was testifying, they asked, did you take a plea bargain? Do you want to testify against her? And he said yes, he took a plea bargain, but no, he didn't want to testify against her. So they asked him why, and he said that he was still in love with her, even after all of this. I'm like, this child. But yeah, he testified that he was still in love with her.
she just couldn't cry. Oh, that's something where their story touches other people's realities, normal people witness things. Was she able to cry? Whether or not she's faking it or not, was she able to cry? They're saying she came back and said, I couldn't cry. Why don't you listen to all the tapes in this case back there? I think the judge is going to give you some sort of device to listen to them. Listen to that 9/11 tape. Do you think she couldn't cry? Listen to those voices, those 3 people are describing it as they're seeing it. Listen to what they say. She was hysterical. She was crying. Why would she go to one of those 2 kids and say, I couldn't cry? The answer is, that's a lie. She did not go to those kids and say she couldn't cry. Brian Washburn, he saw her cry. Her shirt was wet. Whether it was sweat, she was hot, maybe it was sweat. She was crying. Again, maybe they're crocodile tears like Billy's. But why, if that's true, wouldn't she go to one of those kids and say, I could make myself cry? No, that's a lie. Most importantly, Sonia. I talked a little bit about the way the state treated Brian Washburn. What about the way they treated Sonia? She's guilty of a terrible, awful crime. She was her best friend. You can cross-examine someone like that loves somebody without jumping down the throat, without reaching in and grabbing the pancreas and ripping it out. That's what they did to Sonia. They put it right on, probably over the potatoes. That was unnecessary. Mrs. Flynn, Billy's mother, she did things that, she knew her wrong. She did it out of love for her son. We jumped down her throat. All right, what did Simon tell you? The evil Simon. Well, she told you one thing, that Pam was crying all the time, talking incessantly about it, but she told you something very important. She told you she was whimpering in her sleep. Try that tonight. Before you go to sleep, try to whimper during your sleep. See if you can do that. Okay? If you could whimper in your sleep, would you go tell one of these kids that you couldn't even make yourself cry? Cecilia, another thing, another reasonable doubt. Let's talk about Cecilia for a moment. Cecilia Pierce told you that on May 1st, last year, she met with Pam at the school in the media center and discussed the upcoming murder of her husband. Again, unfortunately for Cecilia, that's one of the few places where her lie touches reality. Patty Washburn said, Pam came in late. She went to a meeting with the, I think it's the superintendent. He testified too about the meeting. She came back. We were ready to go. We went to lunch. We didn't come back till 2:30. Cecilia told you that was, like, look at your notes for this, again, earlier than 2:30 because school got out at 2:17. That's just a lie. It could not have happened. The woman was in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, or else in a meeting with the superintendent. Now, Mr. Maggiato, when recognizing that that's a problem for the state of New Hampshire, when Patty Weiser says that, Mr. Maggiato said, well, could they have, passed in the corridors or something like that, briefly somewhere else? That's fine, but that's not what Cecilia said. Go back and look what she said in the media center. Again, the insurance. Just, it isn't there. At $90,000 policy. If you took notes on what Mr. Houle said, you know that none of the stories those kids say about her knowledge of insurance can be true because you can't figure out $90,000. Again, that's lie touching reality. Think about who Cecilia Pierce called with the information on the gun. When she's out there trying to figure out if her father, she can steal from her father. She called Pamela Smart, called her friend, quote unquote friend, Billy. She calls him twice. She tries to set up, first of all, she tries to see if her father's got whatever she talks about it anyway. Then her friend, I think the name was Tammy something or other, that she called her friend, and evidently was a supervisor. She steals from that person who's never done anything to her. And she tries to, she sets it up for steal, again, with her friend Billy. That's Billy. That's for Billy, not for him. What motivates Cecilia Pierce? I don't think we have a clue based on this evidence. I don't think there's a clue. I strike the other thing. There isn't a clue. Is she jealous of something? Who knows? Do you know she's a liar? Yeah. Do you know that she's willing to take part as an accomplice in an attempted first-degree murder? Yeah. Listen, she told you that, well, first of all, she told you that she was worried a couple of days before trial that she might get charged with something. But she told you the police said, oh, you didn't do anything. We're not going to charge you. Don't worry about Cecilia. Well, what did Cecilia do? What's the crime that Cecilia Pierce committed? Well, perhaps most insignificant, she made a false report to a law enforcement officer. It's a crime in the state of New Hampshire. She did it on 3 occasions, but the state's theory is 2 occasions, the first 2 times. She admits the first 2 times I talked to the police, I went in there and lied, said I didn't know anything about it. That is a crime in the state of New Hampshire. Captain Jackson says you didn't do anything, we're not going to charge you. He told her the 3rd time she went in that she committed a crime. I think she called it obstruction or hindering or something, but that's what she meant was false report to the police officer. That's a crime. She got a walk on. She got a deal, a good deal. Forget about the $100,000. That comes after all that. That doesn't play a whole part. It tells you a little bit about what kind of person she is, but not much really. You can't blame a poor kid for taking, poor in the sense of indigent, not having money for taking money. I'm not going to do that. But she committed a crime there. What else does Cecilia Pierce do? When the judge reads you the charges, he's got to go through all the elements of the indictments against Pamela. Why don't you listen to a couple, okay? Listen to conspiracy, and while you're listening to it, you're trying to see if it applies to this woman. Listen to it and see if it applies to Cecilia Pierce. Agrees with one or more persons that an act shall be committed and a overt act is done in furtherance of that agreement. The overt act is more than one. The phone call is an overt act. Billy Flynn going down, rifling through a car is an overt act. Driving to the other place, the house, to look for the gun, that's an overt act. Cecilia Pierce is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. She's out there doing okay. There's another offense she's guilty of, not conspiracy, but first-degree murder, aiding and abetting an attempted first-degree murder. She attempted to get a gun to help Billy Flynn kill a human being. That's a charge. I mean, that's a crime. That's serious. She's got to walk. Captain Jackson, because the state of New Hampshire needs her or wants her as a witness, gives her a walk on it. We don't think he did anything wrong. Let's talk a little bit about that one a little bit, Pamela Smart. Let's talk about the tapes, okay? Play the tapes. If you have the transcripts, read them. Okay? You're going to see things in there that are damning. You're going to see things in there that are totally consistent with innocence. You can see that those tapes are a product of a messed mind. What gets Pamela Smart to that point? You know, those decisions are ridiculous. They're stupid. There's no good judgment shown trying to trick Cecilia Pierce into giving her information. That's absurd. The police were absolutely correct to shut her out of this investigation. She was out of control. There's no criticizing the Derry police about that. What gets her to that point? Why is she out of control? She's doing things that just make no sense. Well, try being 22 years old and having your marriage with your spouse. Why don't you try that out yourself? Why don't you think, just that off, forget everything else on the case, just think, is there a reasonable possibility that could cause someone such trauma and such stress that they'd act in an irrational manner? Well, what's it like? What is it like when death comes? Not after a long illness for your spouse, not when you prepare yourself and steel yourself for it, when it comes absolutely out of control. What's that like? What does that do to a human being? Now, some people can bear up with that. There are some people that are as strong as anything that can take it. Some people aren't. Some people break easier than other people. Add to that, add rumors start flying around town. Cecilia told you there were rumors, and Pamela told you there were rumors. The rumors are all kinds of things. They involve your husband being in the mafia, they involve him being a drug dealer, they involve you. What does that do to the mind? It's already, there's a breaking point. I think it's called, I don't know what it's called, it might be called tensile strength or something of metals. There's a point where something snaps, okay? Do those rumors help get the metal back, the mind back to its normal state, or does that put more pressure on the mind? Think about that night in Hampton. She was letting Cecilia drive her car. There's no dispute about what happened there. Everybody agrees about that. They're driving the car along. This is after her husband's killed, after there are rumors going around, before the boys are arrested. Driving the car, and a force sufficient to retake Kuwait surrounds that car. You have multiple cruisers. You have a paddy wagon, which is a racist term, by the way. You have police officers on horses, mounted police, and the police officers on motorcycles. They surround that car. They put a spotlight directly on your face. It's nighttime. You're two young women alone. You go to move your dog. You get screamed at, told to hold your hand up, and you kept there for 10 minutes. Your husband's been killed. What does that do? What is the tensile strength? I mean, is that enough to snap a human being? Is that enough to cause a human being to act irrationally? That's not the end of it. 1, 2 days after that happens, while you're in a great mental state from the things that have happened to you before, what happens next? the person with whom you've had an affair, a secret affair, did something that you're ashamed of, and you have to be ashamed of because of the age differences, that person, the person who you thought was a decent human being, the person who you've seen the same side that you folks saw in court here, you've seen that side of Billy Flynn, that fellow's arrested for the murder of your husband. But what's the first thing? Do you want to believe that, okay? You hear that news. If you believe that, we all have defense mechanisms, okay? If you believe that, that means that you're having the affair, whether or not you're legally guilty of the death of your husband. That means you're having the affair with the death of your husband. That someone you loved, and because you love somebody, they killed someone else who loved you more. Would you embrace that and say, good, I'm happy they solved it? Or would a person shrink from that and get as far away from that and pray and hope that that wasn't true and try to find a way to show it wasn't true? That's a horrible thing. Listen to those tapes. There's an interesting, you have to, I'm afraid to suggest, you really have to listen to all four of them do this, but listen to the progression in the voice of Pamela Smart over those tapes. Listen to it at the beginning, and listen to the progression. You hear with your ears a descent into hell. You hear a person snapping, and the snap has happened somewhere between those first two and the last two. Listen to the whispering, the manic kind of talk, the paranoid kind of talk. Listen to it. That is mine. It's not acting anywhere near rational. When you do another thing when you listen to that tape, if you have, I don't know if you're gonna have the transcripts or not. If you have the transcripts, look for places where Cecilia Pierce says something, Pamela Smart says something that is as if she never even heard a word Cecilia said. I'll give you one example. See if you can find some more. At some point in those transcripts, Cecilia Pierce starts, and this isn't even close, but it was the word uncle, P-E-N. She started talking about somebody's uncle who did something and he's in jail for a large amount of time, and you, quote, you had your husband killed. It's a quote, I remember that part. Etc. You're out on the streets. Cecilia says that, and Pamela goes, above that, Pamela's been talking, the transcript, been talking about the affair, and she answered that statement, going right on talking about the affair, as if she never heard a word Cecilia mentioned. Now, I want you folks to imagine, not yourselves, but think of a stressed, a basket case who has something that she desperately has to prove, something she desperately has to hide, that affair. She's now terrified she's going to be arrested because of the affair. Having a conversation, a rational conversation. She's got an agenda. That's hide that affair. No doubt about it. She doesn't deny it. She's got an agenda. If you listen to that tape, half of the times in the last two tapes, the first two tapes she's following Cecilia. The last two tapes, you'll see time and time again that it's just, her answers, her responses aren't responsive. Her mind is out of control, racing on one course, that affair and hide it, nothing else. Let's listen again to the tape. Cecilia starts talking about somebody looking for the gun. I think it's Mr. Fowler. You're going to have to take a look at it. Cecilia says, here they went looking for the gun. And it's clearly the gun to kill Gregg Smart. Pamela says, what for? And then Cecilia says something else that I don't recall. Pamela says again, what for? Well, if she's in on this thing, she knows all about it. She knows about the first attempt that someone told you. What's she asking? What's the gun for? Listen to how many times she brings that conversation back to the affair. Is she talking about hiding the murder? She's talking about hiding the affair. She's clearly engaging in acts that constitute witness tampering. Okay? And there's no, the acts she does, she tries to get Cecilia to lie to the police. No doubt about it. Okay? Or to withhold information. Not a single doubt about it. But is she trying, first of all, what you as human beings have to decide what compels that, what brings her to that point. In the reasonable doubt instruction, it's an interesting thing, right? The judge is going to give it. At the end of it, it says, if you find that somebody, the state has proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt, you should and that's the word I'm underlining with my hand here, you should find a person guilty. If you find they haven't proven it, you must find the person not guilty. I don't know if I said that right. You should find them guilty if they prove it.
I object to this council giving the law. You're gonna instruct the jury.
I can comment on the instructions. There's a difference between should and must. One is mandatory, must is mandatory, and should is in the normal course of affairs, that's what you should do. The difference is because sometimes there are circumstances where someone does acts that, if you look at that in the back, constitute a crime. And she does, those acts she does with Cecilia Pierce, in a vacuum is witness tampering. The jury in our country, that's why we have those two words, has the right not to return a verdict if they feel the circumstances are such that a just result will be reached by a verdict of not guilty, even though the person does those things. But on that witness tampering, I'm telling you two things. I'm telling you the acts are there, you did them all, and that you shouldn't find it guilty because of the factors and what was going on in her mind. She snapped. I want you to listen to those tapes. So what you're going to hear there is a woman who had been, over a course of a long time, emotionally drawn into quarters. It's as if they took drawn into quarters when they take 4 horses and tie them to your limbs and pull them apart. She's being ripped from all sides. Being ripped from her love, her Bill, her fear from being arrested, her desire to find out what happened, and hopefully it isn't Bill. She's being torn every which way. That's what you're going to hear that in her voice. Now you get in the United States, you get 2 verdicts. You get guilty and not guilty. Before you get to guilty, the state has to prove a charge beyond a reasonable doubt. That's true. That by the way, most of our legal system comes from England. That's true in England. It's not true in Scotland. Scotland has one major difference. They have 3 verdicts in Scotland. They're guilty. The state proves beyond a reasonable doubt. They have not guilty if you think the person has proven themselves innocent. They have a 3rd verdict, not proven. We take the innocent and the not proven and put them into one, not guilty. I won't tell you that we have proven beyond a reasonable doubt that Pamela Smart's innocent. I won't say that. I'll tell you that there are multiple reasonable doubts about whether she's guilty. But I won't tell you we proved the negative. I'll tell you one thing. Forget about what I'll tell you. One thing is for certain, that the correct verdict in this case is either the not guilty or the not proven, which in America we put together into a not guilty. Because there's reasonable doubts. What happened on Misty Morning Drive on May 1st, 1990 was an abomination. That's the word for it. It comes from the Old Testament, a portion of the Old Testament where they talk about the cycle we have in life. You're a child first, you're a teenager, you become a young adult, you marry, you have children, your parents become grandchildren. You grow older, your parents die, you bury them. That's a proper normal cycle of life. Somewhere in the Old Testament, I don't know where, I was in a motel room on Central Planet. Somewhere in there, they talk about parents burying their children and breaking that cycle. That's an abomination. That's what the Bible says. It's an abomination. That's what those kids are guilty of. That's what happened. It's a word that doesn't really describe anything else, perhaps the Holocaust. Nothing else in the human life really fits that word. People, the vicious animals who brought you that abomination, there's 5 of them, we only really heard 4 of them. They're not really followed, we don't know much about them. The 4 who took part in that, 3 boys, Cecilia Pierce. Those 3 boys, at least, they laughed and joked as they set out to kill Billy Flynn, Mr. Remorse, Mr. Tears. When he went out the first time to kill Gregg Smart with the follower, what did he say to Ralph Welch? Braggadocio or whatever the word is. We're going to go do Gregg Smart. They laughed as they set out to kill. These people who boast of the thrill of killing, the power of killing, the people who laugh on the way to jail, have been arrested for first-degree murder. It's something funny. They took one life. What they really want to do is take another, Billy Flynn can't have Pamela Smart, nobody's gonna have Pamela Smart. That's what Billy Flynn wants. What they want is, at the end of this case, they want you to make an awful, horrible mistake. They want to go black at you folks. Wouldn't let them do that. You know, all these, the judge is going to tell you about the presumption of innocence and reasonable doubt. I'm not going to go over that. I'm going to tell you a little story about why that's so important. As I said, those rules of law come from England. England, there's one big difference in England from here. I told you about a difference from Scotland. In England, they don't have a constitution. Those rules can be suspended at any time. Those rules have been suspended for about, I don't know, a number of years in cases of IRA, people charged with working for the IRA.
The basis of the objection is bringing in analogies of what may have happened in England with IRA people or other cases.
They make analogies, you're not supposed to.
I think he's just trying to scare the jury.
As I said, in England, they don't have a constitution. The parliament, the courts in some circumstances can do away with juries, can do away with proof beyond a reasonable doubt. They've done it. While we were sitting here in this courtroom, it's either 6 or 8, I can't remember. 6 or 8 Irish men, one woman, I think, who had been convicted 16 years ago of murder were set free. And they were set free because they had been tried in a courtroom where there was no proof beyond a reasonable doubt, so they didn't have the right to confront their accusers. None of the protections we have here that are so important. Those things aren't cheap. People die in wars for those things. We fought a war to get those rights. It's no accident the first 10 of the Bill of Rights amendments to the Constitution are those rights. Those are your rights and our rights. Don't cheapen them. Don't bring them down to Billy Flynn and Cecilia Pierce's level. Look at this evidence. Go through it all. Really take your time. You're never gonna. We hope you're never gonna make a more important decision in your life. But we certainly hope you don't ever have to make a decision more important in life. Do the right thing. Thank you.
All right. I get that he's gotta try his best, being her defense attorney, but man, he missed the mark. I mean, he didn't really have much to work with, but man, like, I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. That's one of the, I hate to say it, that's one of the worst closing arguments I've ever seen. But we're going to go ahead and wrap this up. I'm not going to get into prosecution's closing. That's another 2 hours. I'm not doing that. We can do that tomorrow. My mom's going to look at this and be like, why were you on here for 6 hours? I let you guys do your polls, and what the chat wants is what the chat gets. So, yeah, we went through Pamela Smart's entire testimony today. Like 2 seconds of a bank manager, and then Gregg Smart's friend, and then just ended with the defense's closing argument. So tomorrow, I am not lazy. We do have a case of beer. I can't show that on screen. It is here, but I can't show it because it's going to show the brand. Do that. I'm not lazy, Baker. You mean, I did it 4 a.m. All right, get your ass up. Get some cardio in, boy. But anyways, tomorrow we're going to start at 4 my time, so 4 Central Time, 5 Eastern Time again. Yeah, you probably could. I will ramble on for the next 10 minutes so I can redirect. Thank you so much, Bri Bear. Thank you so much. Hey, Baker, we did I told everybody about how Brandon's been sick because he stubbed his toe a couple weeks ago and has been crying about it ever since. And so I did like a goal to, like, for his funding to stop being a crybaby bitch about things. He didn't even show up for that. He showed up afterwards, but he didn't even show up for his own GoFundMe. Rude. You know what we can do in 10 minutes? Oh, buddy boy. That's 10 seconds for you. I think you got it confused. Good night, Ronnie. Thank you so much for being supportive, hanging out with us, especially for over 6 hours. I really, really appreciate it. You won't be there. I got to get up early. Yep. No, I completely understand. Bye, Frank. I hope you have a great rest of your night/day. Yes, keeps everybody safe out there. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow. Don't drown in that big scary beer. I'll try not to. I've only done it once or twice. But anyways, guys, I'm going to wrap this up because, like I said, my mom's going to look at this and be like, what the hell? So tomorrow we will do closing arguments with the prosecution and also go into the verdict because the verdict is only like 4 minutes and a couple seconds. So we will actually wrap this up tomorrow. And then just honestly, I'm going to take a break from streaming this weekend. I'm going to go ahead and spend time with Cheyenne. And then on Monday, AJ should be back. If not, you're going to get me again, but we will be starting a new trial on Monday. And it's one I think you guys will find pretty interesting. I'm not going to say what it is. We'll talk about that on Monday, but it's a very, very interesting one. These comments are on. Yes, you can. Respond what you want. I can't do 8 more. Sorry, Baker. I can't. I don't know what else to talk about. But I can set it up to, I figured out how to do it, I think. Maybe not. How to redirect. Let's see if I know how to do this. I do know how to do this. It says, well, I don't know how to do it if you're not live. Because it's trying to direct me to Peppa Pig. And that's not what I'm trying to redirect to. Oh, you know what? You're right. I could just sit here and talk about Let's Go crying. Let's Go has sat here and cried for weeks and weeks and weeks about his little pinky toe that he accidentally nicked on the side of his coffee table. That was his own fault because he moved that coffee table and made it into what would be his walking direction. Sorry, buddy. You gotta stop crying about it. But those who don't know Let's Go, we are just giving him a hard time. And at the same time, if you see me laughing during replays, like if you go do a replay and you see me laughing, I am not laughing at the video or the circumstances of the case. I'm laughing at the live chat that is going on because they like to get a little rowdy and they are very hilarious. But other than that, guys, I am going to go ahead and wrap this up. Thank you so much for sticking around, especially it being over 6 hours. You guys, but we did 5 hours yesterday. I know that's not really common on this stream. My mom normally doesn't. This is going to sound really bad. My mom normally doesn't last that long. Oh, boy. With that, I'm going to go ahead and is it up? Okay. I'm trying to end this, especially because I just talked about my mom lasting so long. Why are you not coming up? I don't know. I'll try to figure it out tomorrow. Sorry, Baker. I do want to redirect. I don't know how to. It's not coming up on there. But anyways, if you guys are up, go get Baker some shit. Go give him some love. He gives our channel some shit and he gives our channel love. So please repay it back. Other than that, I'm going to get out of here. And refresh. There it is. All right. So, again, go show Baker some love. Go give him some shit. Other than that, we're getting out of here. Have a good night, guys. Bye.
Guilty as the jury calls, echoes rising through the halls. Listen, Pam Smart, history calls, another name upon the wall. Stories fade, but lessons stay. Truth and consequence on display. A darker path that led astray. Like and subscribe before you go. Grateful you joined me for the show. Like and subscribe before you go. Grateful you joined me